The man who spent 10,000 years finally became the master of hell. But as soon as he set foot on the Demon King's throne, he took off his mask and loudly announced that Ngo Jiang Vu wanted to go home. This news made the demons unbelievable. The Demon King clearly has everything. Why does he still want to return to that boring world? But what they do not know is that Ngo Jiang Vu basically does not care about anything in hell. Because here every day I have to eat unsightly food, and there is not even a single person I like. As soon as these words were uttered, an evil leader stood up. He is the #1 beauty of 9 heavens and hell, Queen Maima Lilith, but Maima is inherently famous for her beauty. The result is a tentacle monster with a hot body. Lilith's appearance made Ngo Jiang Vu speechless, hearing her amorous desire to have sex with him. Ngo Jiang Vu immediately ordered her to stay away from him, but Lilith mistook this for the Demon King's shame and used her tentacles to wrap around Ngo Jiang Vu's arm. The demons watching were extremely jealous. In fact, in Ngo Jiang Vu's eyes, his red-haired subordinate, Balak, is even more adorable than Lilith. Although love is not only seen on the outside, this appearance has broken the Demon King's physiological limits. Now he is even more steadfast in his decision to return to Earth. Since falling into hell for 10,000 years, Ngo Jiang Vu has been killing and killing crazily every day to grow until he devoured the 7 strongest evil Grand Dukes. It was precisely because this day came that he immediately informed Balak to prepare the weapons of the Grand Dukes. After everything was prepared, they went to a mysterious altar. Watching Lord Demon King take off all his equipment, then slowly walk towards the altar. In Balak and Lilith's eyes, tears remained. The witch told Ngo Jiang Vu that just by pouring powerful magic into the weapons of the 7 Grand Dukes, he could distort the boundaries of time and space, thereby forcibly creating a space rift. When the demonic energy from Ngo Jiang Vu's entire body poured out, the 7 weapons also took turns fully absorbing the demonic energy. The next moment, the space in front of Ngo Jiang Vu shattered, and finally a space-time passage slowly appeared. Seeing the Demon King about to leave, Lilith was crying in the background, "Demon King, I will definitely wait for you." Seeing this, Ngo Jiang Vu did not dare to turn back. He also told Lilith to stop crying, because she looked so scary when she cried. Lilith mistakenly thought it was Lord Demon King gently comforting her. Lilith was immediately shocked. "Lord Demon King, I want to go with you." But in the next second, Ngo Jiang Vu saw Lilith's slime spit out again. This made his heart, that was still a little bit unbearable, immediately filled with joy. Just when he thought he could return safely, it happened again. A notification appears. The Gaia System Space Defense Mechanism is starting. Your power has exceeded the tolerance range of the space-time rift. The Gaia system was overloaded. The system would perform a limit seal on him. After being enveloped by an unknown strong current, the Demon King could not help but dizzy and fainted. When I woke up, what caught my eyes was sunlight and lush green forests. Ngo Jiang Vu thought maybe he had returned to Earth. After resting for a while, he stood up and opened his status board. The result made Ngo Jiang Vu stunned. Because most of his strength was written on it, was sealed, there was no time to be heartbroken. The sound of monsters roaring was heard all around. It turned out that behind Ngo Jiang Vu, there were several goblins that were not afraid of death coming. In Ngo Jiang Vu's impression, Earth does not have this type of creature, but now we should deal with them all first. But his surging demonic energy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only then did Ngo Jiang Vu feel that the demon energy in his 10,000 demon palace was very weak. Fortunately, after 10,000 years of devouring, he has many moves that do not consume demonic energy. Ngo Jiang Vu is currently using the power of the demon Spernix blade. In the blink of an eye, he cut the goblins into pieces. At the same time as killing, the status board also occasionally transmits messages about receiving experience points and leveling up. The increase in experience is not just a matter of numbers. Ngo Jiang Vu can clearly feel that he is gradually getting stronger. Looking at the pile of monster corpses all over the ground, he prepared to collect some relevant information, then immediately used his devouring power. This is also Ngo Jiang Vu's strongest ability. When he fell into hell, he gradually devoured it thanks to devouring. Finally successfully dominated 9 heavens and hell, quickly devouring all corpses. Ngo Jiang Vu has obtained information related to this world. More importantly, the status panel showed that he had received a point of magical energy, which made him immediately stunned. Because demonic energy that only exists in hell appears here, it means he most likely has not returned to Earth. Ngo Jiang Vu felt panic for the first time. Could it be that his 10,000 years of perseverance still failed? At this moment, A pitiful cry from the girl made Go Jiangvu regain his senses, because he discovered that this could not be from a demon or monster, but from a human voice. The next second, Ngo Jiangvu used Tok Tak's power and quickly went to the place where the sound came from. Now he only hopes that the other person is a person, not a thing with tentacles. In just a dozen short seconds, Ngo Jiangvu discovered a group of goblins ahead, surrounded by these monsters. Another girl with 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. The most important thing is that no tentacles grow. This made the Demon King immediately shed tears of joy. Just as the goblin was about to slaughter, the girl was also in complete despair, but she did not seem to feel any pain. But I heard the monster's pitiful screams. Slowly opening his eyes, Ngo Jiangvu had killed all the goblins. The girl did not expect that someone would come to save her. Looking at the other person's extended hand, she slowly prepared to take it and quickly said thank you. The first time he touched his daughter in 10,000 years, Ngo Jiangvu instantly felt like he was in love, seeing that she still had not withdrawn his hand. The girl once again thanked Ngo Jiangvu for her help, and even proactively said her name was Han Tiat Na. But Ngo Jiangvu's whole body was shaking, making Tiat Na not know what was going on. Right after that, Ngo Jiangvu suddenly pulled her up, then excitedly wanted to marry Han Tiat Na. Fortunately, she quickly reacted to being too excited. After that, she immediately apologized to Tiat Na and introduced herself as Ngo Jiangvu, hearing that she was concerned about her situation. Han Tiat Na originally intended to say it was just a small wound, but the intense pain in her leg still made her scream. Tiat Na could not stand still and fell on Ngo Jiangvu. Just in time, this is when her things fell out. Ngo Jiangvu looked at the cell phone on the ground and finally determined that this place was Earth. Immediately after that, she told Han Tiat Na to sit down first, so she could treat the wound simply. After finishing bandaging, Tiat Na shyly thanked her. When Ngo Jiangvu picked up his cell phone and gave it to her, he discovered that the time displayed on it was 2023, meaning the gap since she fell into hell was only 5 years. But clearly I had adjusted the time when I opened the passage. That means the monster just appeared within these 5 years. Ngo Jiangvu now really wants to know more about the situation on Earth, so he immediately asked Tiat Na why she came here. Tiat Na said she came to hunt, but as soon as she awakened as a player, she went to the teleportation gate alone. She understands how stupid she is. Hearing this, Ngo Jiangvu wanted to know how much level Tiat Na had. Unexpectedly, her level was level 6, even higher than hers, and Tiat Na wondered why a strong player like Ngo Jiangvu came here. Regarding this, Ngo Jiangvu only vaguely said that there was a forced reason. After resting for a while, Han Tiat Na asked if she wanted to leave here. Ngo Jiangvu was worried about her injury. Seeing that Tiat Na's legs were still shaking, he took the initiative to help her. This made Han Tiat Na's pretty face immediately turn red. Under Ngo Jiangvu's advice, she did not refuse. Hearing Tiat Na say she wanted to go to the entrance to the teleportation gate, Ngo Jiangvu happily agreed. Even though this was the first time in 10,000 years of interacting with humans, other than being a bit overreacting at first, it did not seem like he made any mistakes in the future. The Demon King thought he would just naturally adapt to life on Earth. Not long after, under Tiat Na's guidance, they arrived at the entrance to the teleportation gate here. After some research, Ngo Jiangvu roughly understood that this place was not completely Earth, but he did not see the props that created the space rift. How can such a large teleportation gate be maintained? While Ngo Jiangvu was thinking, Tiat Na said she was much better, and immediately the two of them entered the teleportation gate. After a violent transformation, when he opened his eyes again, the bustling scene ahead made Ngo Jiangvu's eyes widen. Because now on the street are all people he is familiar with. Until this moment, Ngo Jiangvu is completely certain that he has truly returned successfully. Tiat Na even took the initiative to invite him to her house for dinner, because Ngo Jiangvu had saved her, and there were still many troubles on the way, so she wanted to repay the favor. But Ngo Jiangvu was stunned by love. He began to look forward to his spring, and happily agreed to go there. But 2 policemen discovered them, and immediately went up to check their player cards. Seeing Tiat Na taking her card, the police immediately urged Ngo Jiangvu. Of course he did not have it. Immediately after that, Ngo Jiangvu decided to use a special method to avoid others seeing the loophole. The next second his eyes suddenly turned into a pair of demon eyes. This is the blinding power of the demon Dantalion, which can through distortion of perception, thereby deceiving the opponent's eyes. After being controlled by the demon eye, the police immediately thought they had finished checking. At this time Ngo Jiangvu and Tiat Na set out to go home. Not long after, they arrived at a building downstairs. Tiat Nha was a bit shy, because the apartment did not have an elevator, but why would Ngugo Jiangvu care? Just thinking about being able to go to Han Tiat Nha's house, his heart was pounding. Just when Ngugo Jiangvu was fantasizing about a beautiful future, he heard Tiat Nha calling his mother at home. This made him silent for a while. It turned out that Han Tiat Nha only really invited her to dinner. When meeting her mother, Ngugo Jiangvu greeted her very politely. It was said that she was the benefactor who saved his daughter's life. Tiat Nha's mother quickly thanked Ngugo Jiangvu. She did not know how to repay this kindness. Then he quickly told Jiangvu to sit down and said that even though his family was not rich, it was still okay to treat him to a meal. Regarding this, Ngugo Jiangvu happily said it was a bother. Not being able to eat alone with Tiat Nha was a bit of a pity, but being able to have a normal meal was very grateful. When preparing to change clothes to help cook, Tiat Nha saw a text message her mother sent her. Seeing this, Ngugo Jiangvu suddenly remembered that he needed to find out some information related to Earth now. Immediately after that, he used the excuse that his cell phone was lost and wanted to borrow Tiat Nha's phone to use it for a bit. Tiat Nha heard that and immediately gave it to Ngugo Jiangvu, telling him to just play and wait. The meal would be ready soon. The feeling of using your hands to control the screen again makes Ngugo Jiangvu extremely fond of it. But now was not the time to wallow. He turned on his phone and went to see the news from 5 years ago. It turns out that on February 22nd, 2018, many teleportation portals suddenly appeared in the world, and from inside, many monsters came out who were not afraid of hot weapons. Fortunately, the whole world suddenly awakened many players, and they joined forces with the army to fight monsters. But Jiangvu discovered, was not the 22nd the day he fell into hell. Looks like I might get sucked into one of these portals. Watch for a while longer, the rice is done. But as soon as he looked down, Ngugo Jiangvu could not look away. Because in the middle of the dining table, there is a pot of hot kimchi soup. This is the dish he always likes the most, but I have not eaten in 10,000 years. Ngugo Jiangvu felt trembling, then slowly took a piece. After taking a bite, he immediately began to enjoy it deliciously. Tiat Nha and the others did not expect that Ngugo Jiangvu would eat kimchi soup and a bowl of rice so deliciously. While in hell, in order to survive, he ate only the remains of demons if he did not have the desire to return to Earth. Ngugo Jiangvu simply could not stand it until today. Looking at him with tears streaming down his face, Tiat Nha was a little confused and asked what was wrong. Ngugo Jiangvu finally opened his mouth at this time. He was very grateful to Tiat Nha, because the rice was really delicious. Ngugo Tiat Nha thinks that the person who needs to thank is herself, and at the same time is curious, is kimchi soup really that delicious? Her response was Ngugo Jiangvu's affirmation asking for another bowl. As soon as Tiat Nha brought the rice, she gave Jiangvu another bowl, but unexpectedly the next second the door of the room immediately shattered. Along with that was a figure. After the dust cleared, a yellow-headed guy walked in. Discovering Tiat Nha in the room, the yellow-headed guy was very impatient and asked why he came to the teleportation. Get to find his own way. Look at her expression. Tiat Nha's anger also gradually flared up. Then she immediately told the yellow-headed Han that he had to leave here. At the same time, I warn the opponent that I am also an honest player now. Why did this sentence make the yellow-haired man could not help but laugh out loud? Immediately after that, he punched the wall and broke it. In his eyes, a low-level person like Tiat Nha is not considered a player at all. Towards this younger sister and the mother, the yellow-haired man showed no mercy. After complaining a bit, he forcibly grabbed Tiat Nha, wanting to take her to the Indak La 2 meeting. To this, Tiat Nha protested fiercely. The sword had no effect, so she bit the yellow-headed man's wrist. After the pain, the yellow-headed man directly gave Tiat Nha a slap in the ear, saying even more cruelly that this world is where the strong devour the weak. You should still be obedient and be my chicken. Tiat Nha's mother begged. She would definitely make a lot of money for them, and only prayed that she could let her daughter go. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired man completely lost all humanity and threw his mother directly to the ground. Tiat Nha now hates this brother to the core, but his eyes make the yellow-haired guy very uncomfortable, immediately wanting to continue to attack. But the yellow-headed guy suddenly heard an inappropriate voice, turned around to look, and discovered a person intently eating. The yellow-headed guy felt interested in Ngugo Jiangvu's appearance, so he let go of Han. Tiat Nha held out her hand, then stepped forward and called out, I did not expect that the kid in front of me would dare not pay attention to me. The next second, The yellow-haired man angrily kicked over the entire dining table. Food was scattered everywhere, making Jiang Vu momentarily stunned. Immediately after that, his whole body shouted frantically. So many delicious dishes were wasted. Ngo Jiangvu was extremely sad. The yellow-haired guy next to him directly viewed him as a beggar, but the yellow-headed man's behavior had angered the demon king of hell. Regarding the man in front of him who spilled his kimchi soup, Ngo Jiangvu did not want to say more to him. As for the yellow-haired man, he felt this sky-high murderous aura. A fear immediately rose in his heart, but after reacting, he immediately prepared to attack Ngo Jiangvu. But suddenly an attack stopped him. It turned out that Tayat Naha had taken action. At the same time, he told Jiang Vu to run away quickly, but Ngo Jiang Vu proactively welcomed the yellow-haired man. His speed was very fast. The yellow-headed man's attack had not even been formed yet. He was hit hard in the stomach with a punch, injured by the beggar in his eyes. The yellow-headed man was furious and immediately prepared to counterattack. Unfortunately, close combat is what Jiang Vu is best at. Immediately after that, he broke the golden-haired man's attack with one kick, although his whole body felt pain. The yellow-headed man still tried to hug Ngo Jiangvu's head. For this, Jiangvu slapped him in the face, followed by even more unilateral violence. Even though the yellow-haired man wanted to protest, he was always fooled by Jiangvu's fake movements, and he was quickly trampled underfoot. But Jiangvu coldly told the yellow-haired man that he was not finished, and immediately used a sharp blade to stab his skin. For the crime of spilling the kimchi soup, Ngo Jiangvu wanted to calculate it carefully with him. It was said that he was beaten because of kimchi soup. The yellow-haired guy even mocked him for what kind of trash he was. At the same time, he scolded Jiangvu again, which undoubtedly angered the Demon King once again. Seeing Ngo Jiangvu's eyes, the yellow-haired man was immediately scared. He wanted to quickly explain, but the result was that he was slammed straight to the ground and ended up being treated gently by Jiangvu. The yellow-haired guy finally apologized to the kimchi soup. He really did not understand who the crazy guy in front of him was. After everything was over, Ngo Jiangvu told the yellow-haired guy to clean up the room once more, while Hantayat Nihao was taking care of her mother. At this time, the yellow-haired guy who was washing the dishes became angrier and angrier. Not only was he beaten to death, but his clothes were also stolen. The cause of this situation is still kimchi soup. The yellow-haired man just glanced viciously at Ngo Jiangvu, but was discovered on the spot. As for what the yellow-headed guy was thinking in his heart, Ngo Jiangvu understood very well. Then he told the yellow-headed guy to come over here, after washing the dishes. After the yellow-haired man timidly stepped up, Ngo Jiangvu immediately said, "There is no benefit to letting you go, but he will not kill you either. So I will let you live rather than die." Hearing that, the yellow-haired man immediately trembled. He wanted to know what Ngo Jiangvu wanted to do. In the next second, the Demon King decisively turned towards the yellow-headed man, using the power of fear. This is the power of the demon Orobus. Using it to deal with scum like the yellowhead is without a doubt the best choice. Its effect is to leave indelible fear in the opponent's soul, even turning the person into a puppet. After ordering the yellow-headed guy not to say what happened, Ngo Jiangvu immediately told him to go away, watching the yellow-headed guy keep muttering to himself and walking out with a frightened face. Tayat Hao was curious about what happened to him, but no matter what, this time it was still Jiangvu who saved him. As for Ngo Jiangvu, he paid close attention to what the yellow-haired guy said just now, because he was really like what the yellow-haired guy said, he was a beggar. After all, he is now penniless, he really needs money, otherwise in the future, even eating will be difficult. After searching for documents on his phone for a long time, he discovered something called Magic Stone. Immediately after that, Jiangvu asked Tayat Ne if she was there. After rummaging in her bag for a while, he immediately gave the magic stone to Tayat Nua. After checking the power of the magic stone, Jiangvu did not feel any magic energy from inside. This means that the energy inside is not the same as demon energy, but is something else called magic power. But where did the magic weapon I received earlier come from? This caused the Demon King to fall into contemplation. After thinking for a while without any results, he returned the magic stone to Tayat Na. In short, I'm short of money right now, so I should probably find some magic stones to sell for money. But thinking about being stopped before, Ngo Jiangvu immediately asked if there was a place to manage players nearby. Although I have not been there recently, Hantayat Na said she had to go there too, and could come along later. Because her family background is not good, she tries to hunt at the teleportation gate to make money. Speaking of which, Tayetna once again thanked Go Jiangvu for not only saving her, but also making her understand how rude and rash her behavior was when hunting alone. So Tayetna prepared to go to the manager to relearn basic knowledge, then try to awaken a second time to increase her strength. Regarding this, Ngo Jiangvu believes that she can definitely do it. When Tayetna packed her things and prepared to leave, she asked Jiangvu if he had brought his ID card with him. Hearing that there was not one, the two of them went to make one first. During the process, Ngo Jiangvu realized that he had been missing for so many years, but no one reported him missing. Not long after Ngo Jiangvu received his new ID card. After that, he went with Tayetna to the player management in city. When they were about to arrive, Han Tayetna suddenly told Jiangvu to look out the window and slowly raised her head to look outside. He was immediately attracted by the scenery outside the window, and soon the train arrived at the station. Under the guidance of Han Tayetna, the two went to the player management in city. As soon as Ngo Jiangvu felt that the management area was very large, Tayetna took out a cell phone, which was the one he had used before. Now give it to Ngo Jiangvu to use. In the management area there is unlimited Wi-Fi. Later I will use the phone to communicate. And Han Tayetna, after saying see you later, went to listen to the basic knowledge. Ngo Jiangvu had something to do, so he went to the hall to get his ticket. Jiangvu came here to conduct an awakening, but most of them were die or C level. If you awaken for the first time and reach S level, you will also receive recruitment from the 5 great guilds of Kingdom H. This was established by the 5 strongest players in the country. Waiting to gradually regain full strength, Ngo Jiangvu clearly understood that he would definitely encounter them, and there would likely be a conflict. After all, the larger the guild, the greater its power, and the number of impure people at its hands naturally increases. So the urgent task now is to quickly regain strength. Otherwise, if you encounter the previous strongman, it will definitely be miserable. Opening the player board again, Ngo Jiangvu had a premonition in his heart. Using this identity, maybe I will become stronger than before. While thinking, it was finally his turn to conduct the inspection. In the file, someone instructed me to just sit down in front and confirm that it was indeed Jiangvu. The staff told him to put his hand on the crystal ball. When releasing power, the color of the orb will change depending on the innate attribute. The higher the level, the more opaque the color will be. After listening to the staff's explanation, Ngo Jiangvu felt a little worried. Afraid the test results would attract too much attention, with a strong light disappearing. After seeing the color of the ball clearly, the staff member somewhat regretfully told Jiangvu that his rank was F level. As soon as these words came out, Ngo Jiangvu was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but never thought they would be so low. Even if my power is sealed, it should not be as low as F level. Jiangvu suspected that the power was too strong, so the crystal ball could not detect it. Although it was level F in the first test, the starting point that the management allocated was a level 1 player card. And when entering the teleportation portal, you could only go to the same level. Higher than level 1 or higher, you need to have a guardian accompany you after understanding the general situation. Ngo Jiangvu is curious about what he has to do in the future to improve his rank. The staff also told him that taking the basic edge education course could lead him directly to level. It is also possible to increase the amount of magic stone transactions to improve. The second is without a doubt the most suitable for me. After completing the player card, Ngo Jiangvu stood up and prepared to leave. The employee also wanted to suggest going to basic education, but he directly refused. The healthy girl believes that Jiangvu was attacked. After Ngo Jiangvu went out, the color of the crystal ball suddenly changed. The staff who noticed this scene thought it was broken. When she raised her hand to check, the crystal ball shattered even more on the spot. The color was almost pure black. Immediately surprising the girl, even though she was a former rank player, it only caused the crystal ball to turn dark gray. She did not think that Jiangvu could do it just now, and immediately determined that it was due to a problem with the crystal ball. Ngo Jiangvu on the other side used the phone to tell Tayetna to go buy things, and then went alone to the nearest level 1 teleportation gate. A lot of people here are looking for teams or recruiting people. Among them was a guy who was a thief and was rejected by many teams. Seeing the boy's situation, Ngo Jiangvu wondered why. It seems like many people choose to avoid the thief profession. But this matter had nothing to do with him. After giving the player card to the guard, he immediately entered the teleportation gate, as he wished. But this way of moving made Jiangvu very unhappy, always making him afraid that he would suddenly return to hell. Then someone called Nugo Jiang View and turned his head to look back. The enemy you encountered was like a bear. After the two had a few simple conversations, they learned that Jiang Vu not only came alone, but was also a player who had not yet awakened for the second time. Immediately after that, the man proactively invited him to join the team. Hearing that, his teammates told him not to decide on his own. And from the mouth of this man's teammates, his name is Dai Thu. Hearing his teammates' objections, Dai Thu was very angry, because Jiang Vu's situation when hunting was looking for death. I'm saving a life. If you are not satisfied, just withdraw from your team. This time Nugo Jiang Vu also understood that the man in front of him really had no malicious intentions. Right after that, Jiang Vu also told him his name, and at the same time politely refused Dai Thu's good intentions. Seeing that he spoke very unnaturally, Dai Thu immediately told Jiang Vu to just be a little more casual. After all, they should be approximately the same age, and they should take out their id cards to prove that they are only 24 years old. This startled Nugo Jiang Vu. He could not believe it. What happened to Dai Thu in the end? But no matter what, Jiang Vu still refused Dai Thu again, telling him not to worry. I have prepared carefully before coming here. Seeing that, Dai Thu did not insist anymore and immediately told Jiang Vu to be careful. This area is inhabited by goblins. Pay special attention to the largest of them. That's Goblin Hop, not at the same level as those normal goblins. If you encounter one, you must quickly run away. Hearing that, Jiang Vu also apologized to Dai Thu, then the two waved goodbye. What followed was Ngo Jiang Vu's hunting moment. After scouting a path, he quickly found a goblin tribe. Facing a large group of monsters, Jiang Vu was not afraid at all and even proactively jumped out. In just a blink of an eye, a goblin was directly pierced by him, until the monster's screams rang out. The remaining goblins discovered the intruder, but when they saw the brutality of Nugo Jiang Vu, some goblins did not even dare to advance. But for Jiang Vu, the goblin camp in front of him was simply a harvest field specially prepared for him. The goblins dared to fight. Under Nugo Jiang Vu's blade, each one was shredded like newspaper. The continuous killing made him even more excited. The goblins at first were not afraid of death, but continued to rush forward. But facing the bloodthirsty demon king in front of them, as monsters, they could not help but tremble all over. After consecutively killing dozens of goblins, Jiang Vu looked back and was still a bit surprised. I did not expect there to be so much left, so I have to continue to enjoy it well. Not long after, in front of Nugo Jiang Vu, countless goblin corpses were piled up. At this time, the status window also appears at the right time. Currently, his level has reached level 8, which makes Jiang Vu a bit surprised. It turns out that leveling up can also receive magic weapons. It was previously confirmed that there was no demonic energy in the magic stone, so his previous demonic energy must have come from devouring monsters. After understanding this, he immediately activated his devouring power. The next second, the power of all the goblins flooded into Jiang Vu's body. Sure enough, just as he thought, devouring the monster's corpse really felt the demonic energy. This amount of magic energy does not come from the magic stone in the monster's body, but originates from the monster itself, and depends on the time of death. The amount of magic energy is also different. This means that by devouring monsters that have just died not long ago, you can receive a small amount of magical energy. For Jiang Vu, this is truly wonderful. Not only can magic stones be sold to make money, but you can also devour corpses to obtain magic energy. Looking at the remaining magic stones all over the ground, Nugo Jiang Vu happily picked them up one by one. With so many stones, selling them would definitely buy a lot of fried chicken. Later when he goes out, he prepares to take Tayat Na with him to the fried chicken restaurant. Just thinking about Tayat Na personally picking up chicken thighs for her, Nugo Jiang Vu became even more excited. He could not wait and was ready to go back, but when he had just picked up less than half, the ground suddenly heard a loud shaking sound. Slowly turning around to look back, Jiang Vu immediately understood. It seems that the monster in front of us is the goblin hop that Dai Thu talked about. But from the energy emitted from the other person's body, he discovered that it was magic power. This made Go Jiang Vu very surprised. Immediately after that, the battle began. If Goblin Hop's attack carried magical power, then it would be completely different from the trash fish he just killed. But even so, wanting him to back down is far from enough. If we talk about destructive power, magic power is absolutely incomparable to demonic weapons. But now that Jiang Yu's power is sealed, fighting these giant monsters will have a drawback. It's the difference in body type that leads to the difference in strength. Faced with Goblin Hop's attack, even if he defends successfully, Jiang Vu will still be thrown out. Seeing that, the monster decided to chase after him. Fortunately, Ngo Jiangvu still successfully blocked it, but the opponent's body shape was too much beyond him. But Jiangvu's current ability index is still too low. Even if he seized the opportunity to counterattack with a knife, Goblin Hop could just raise his hand and successfully defend thanks to his armor, even directly knocking Ngo Jiangvu away. After a few short rounds of fighting, he knew that it was very difficult to destroy the monster in a direct confrontation. He had to find its bigger loopholes. Therefore, in the goblin's next attacks, Jiangvu always chose to dodge. He wanted to slowly observe the monster's behavior and quickly understood that Goblin Hop was best at using his thick arms to punch and kick. This guy really was not comparable to those dead goblins, but in the end he was just a mindless prey. The next second, Ngo Jiangvu picked up the item on the ground, then threw it directly towards Goblin Hop. After avoiding the monster and discovering that it was just a skull, his anger immediately increased a bit. Seeing that, Jiangvu was very happy. Now he had a good way to fight the enemy, which was to ignite the monster's anger, thereby causing him to unleash great power. So Jiangvu unleashed his special power, the Wrath of the Demon Crocell, which he wanted to unleash was the power of Goblin Hop. After being hit by this move, the monster first feels uncomfortable, and the next second suddenly becomes extremely angry. This was all the anger in his heart being completely released. Immediately after that, the angry goblin rushed madly towards Jiangvu. Although his strength was much stronger than just now, Jiangvu was still easily avoided. A monster in a calm state cannot even hit 100%, let alone an irrational beast. Jiangvu's omnipotent wrathful power can increase his opponent's strength several times. But the trade-off is, the enemy will be hit with a mindless curse. In a state of frantic mental attack, only more loopholes can be exposed, and the monster's attacks are easier to dodge. After successfully dodging, Jiangvu immediately swung a knife. This time Goblin Hop was indeed defenseless. His leg tendons were severed, and he immediately knelt to the ground. He still wanted to continue attacking, but now it was Jiangvu's turn to counterattack. But Jiangvu shot with a wind Marqua's knife. After finishing Goblin Hop, he let out a sigh. Although he succeeded in killing, this feeling made Jiangvu very uncomfortable. If it was before, I could have easily solved it. As expected, I still needed to get stronger again. At this time, an envelope appeared on the status board, on which was the reward for destroying the monster basilisk. The experience he received made him successfully reach level 11, and the second awakening attribute was also opened. Jiangvu's second awakening attribute is bottomless hunger, effectively allowing him to absorb more demonic energy from the devoured target. For Ngo Jiangvu, who desperately wanted to get stronger, this was undoubtedly an extremely good attribute. So he immediately began devouring Goblin Hop. With more effective attributes, the magic energy received was indeed more intense. After absorbing all the monsters, Jiangvu began to feel the extent to which the magic energy in his body had increased. But the results were different, made him a bit surprised. Capital thought it would increase twofold. Unexpectedly, it was 3 times higher. The power suddenly increased so much, making Ngo Jiangvu feel confused. But very quickly he seemed to guess the reason. After feeling deeply, Jiangvu also understood why he was stronger. It turned out that the 10,000 Demon Palace seal in his body had weakened, so his strength had returned a little. The only change today is that I have awakened for the second time. This makes Jiangvu guess that every time he awakens in the future, the seal of the 10,000 Demon Palace will be weakened a little. If it's really like speculation, he just needs to level up and he can gradually regain his previous strength. After understanding this, Jiangvu decided to go to a higher level teleportation gate. His next goal is to increase to level 20 to complete the third awakening. After he finished selling the magic stones at the teleportation gate, he would ask Tayat Noto to go a nearby fried chicken restaurant with him. This time Jiangvu ate like crazy, watching him eat very happily, making Tayat Naha also a little curious. Is fried chicken really that delicious? After receiving Jiangvu's affirmative answer, she immediately asked if it was better than the kimchi soup she cooked. This question made it difficult for Ngo Jiangvu to choose, but he quickly gave the answer. In comparison, Jiangvu feels that kimchi soup is still better. His serious expression made Tayatna giggle. Afterwards, Tayatna also gave her chicken thighs to Jiangvu. While Ngo Jiangvu was eating greedily, Tayatna suddenly asked him if he had any friends or family. Quickly finishing a chicken leg, after taking a large mouthful of deliciousness, Jiangvu calmly said no, he had no friends, no family, and even less of his own home. Hearing that, Tayatna wanted to know where he slept today. Regarding this, Ngo Jiangvu was very embarrassed and said that in fact, he still has not found a suitable place yet. Right after that, Tayatna told him that if he did not like it, he could just stay at his house. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Vu was very surprised. Is this really okay? Tayatna told him not to be shy. After all, in just 2 short days, he had received a lot of help from Jiang Vu. Immediately after that, Ungo Jiang Vu immediately accepted Tayatna's good intentions. In Han Tayatna's eyes, behind Jiang Vu there are definitely many secrets that no one knows. At this time, Ingo Jiang Vu thought of something, rummaged through his money bag for a while, then gave all the remaining money to Tayatna, wanting to use it as rent. Regarding this, Tayatna quickly waved her hand to refuse, but Jiang Vu firmly forced her to accept. If you do not want to receive rent money, just treat it like food money. Anyway, next I will definitely eat and drink. Most importantly, he clearly understood that the current situation of Tayatna's family was not good. Under Jiang Vu's determination, Tayatna finally accepted the money. She thanked Jiang Vu for helping her again, and said she would cook better kimchi soup tomorrow. Just thinking about the days when he would have kimchi soup every day in the future, Ningo Jiang Vu wanted to make money even more. Even imagining that he would sell more magic stones, and then make Tayatna live a happier life. The accommodation problem has been resolved. Immediately after that, Jiang Vu asked if there was an Earth-level teleportation gate nearby. Tayatna said yes, but she heard that there were human lizards coming and going there. After finding out a little related information, Ingo Jiang Vu immediately decided to go on a trip tomorrow. After returning from dinner, Tayatna led him to an empty room in the house. This is where her brother used to live, telling Jiang Vu to rest assured and get well. The two of them said goodnight to each other. As soon as they lay down on the soft bed, the Demon King was conquered by the quietness and comfort of this moment. He was even more fortunate that he had returned, otherwise how could he enjoy this warmth that had been 10,000 years away? Early the next morning, after eating, Nugo Jiang Vu immediately set out for the nearby ground-level teleportation gate. Yesterday, after selling the magic stones, his player card was also upgraded to ground level. Here today, Jiang Vu saw the thief from before, but it still had nothing to do with him. After giving the player card to security, he quickly went through the teleportation gate. Unlike last time, this place was a large jungle. After moving his body a bit, Jiang Vu immediately began to act, immediately using the power of almighty silence. At this time, all his actions will be silent. The reason for doing so was also learned from the conversation with Tayatna yesterday. It turns out that human lizards' vision is very poor, but their hearing is extremely sharp, so they have to approach silently. If you make a loud noise, it will attract a lot of human lizards, and human lizards are very afraid of fire. So going with a fire magician will be more effective. But for Nugo Jiang Vu, he alone is enough. Discovering 3 human lizards ahead, he determined to use the hellfire power of the demon Andras. In just a blink of an eye, hellfire fell on the human lizard's body. At this time, the monster also noticed the fire on his body, but the next second the fire completely exploded violently. The human lizard, screaming in pain, still wanted to jump into the lagoon, but conventional methods could not extinguish the hellfire. If you do not use magic or magic to extinguish it, it will forever burn, and hellfire burns the life force in the body. Therefore, the corpse that Ngo Jiang Vu can devour can still keep. Mentioning the name Andras, he suddenly remembered. The golden-headed Han that Hein's association also seems to have this name, but Jiang Vu does not pay attention. If something unsatisfactory happens to you in the future, it's not too late to teach this group again. Just after absorbing 3 human lizards, he unexpectedly appeared behind more monsters. Looking at that appearance, it was attracted by the pitiful cries of his accomplices. But for Jiang Vu, this is undoubtedly a good thing. Faced with his almighty hellfire, the human lizards simply cannot resist. Now the scene became more and more noisy. After Nugo Jiang Vu absorbed it, he activated the power of Tram Math. He did not want to attract another crowd. Although I'm not afraid, there's no need to increase the difficulty of hunting. Such an easy solution is the best. After a period of hunting, Nugo Jiang Vu once again increased his level. As the level gradually increased, the experience gain rate obviously became slower. Just killing a few human lizards is not enough. It seems like we have to let go a little. At this moment, another player appeared next to him. The other party saw that Jiang Vu seemed to be a newcomer and wanted to invite him and his group to go hunting. Looking at the people above, Nugo Jiang Vu curiously asked what guild they were. Unexpectedly, these people in front of him were like the yellow-headed guy. They were all members of the Indak La 2 Association. This also made Jiang Vu immediately lose interest, and then turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing that the leader was a bit surprised, he thought that newcomers would easily fall into the trap. So several people immediately decided to make Jiang Vu half dead before bringing him back to the guild. They have to give the newcomers a good lesson. Not long after, Jiang Vu slaughtered a large group of human lizards. Perhaps all of the surrounding people had been devoured by him. Although safe hunting is very good, in terms of effectiveness it is still a bit poor. Now Nungo Jiang Vu is thinking about whether to take a little risk or not. But he was once again interrupted by the group of Ndakla to group. The opponent mocked that Jiang Vu probably has not hunted anything yet. After all, there were no corpses around, and Jiang Vu's clothes were still so clean. Hearing him say that, Ungo Jiang Vu lightly said, "It's because I'm resting." The man said that Jiang Vu did not have the attitude that a senior should have. The Demon King just said that the seniors worry too much about money. "It will cause me a lot of trouble," found the man gritting his teeth. Jiang Vu did not forget to ask if he wanted to fight. When the other members were about to fall into the trap, the leader immediately stopped them, because he had already thought of a way to teach the newcomers. Jiang Vu intentionally expressed surprise at this, then said he was looking forward to it. But the way the leader does it is to use a long sword to rub it on the temple. They all mistakenly thought that Jiang Vu did not know that human lizards were very sensitive to sound. This small trick made the Demon King feel very insipid, and he thought he wanted to do something big. As the shrill rubbing sound gradually spread, the human lizards in the distance ran towards this direction one after another. Very quickly, after hearing the movement, the man immediately told the magician to use defensive magic. From the noise transmitted, the man guessed that there were about dozens of human lizards. He was curious how Jiang Vu would deal with it. He also said that if he begged for his forgiveness, he would help a little before Jiang Vu turned into a human lizard. Disabled. Seeing that Nungo Jiang Vu was still silent, the man thought he was too scared to speak. But immediately afterwards Jiang Vu smiled coldly and said it was so tasteless. Since he had reached this level, he did not plan on hunting safely anymore. The next second, the bombardment power immediately launched, followed by Jiang Vu frantically kicking the ground. Under the almighty blessing, the violent shaking spread even deeper. This time the person who was scared was the other man. He angrily shouted loudly for Jiang Vu to stop. Waiting for his plan to be reached, Nungo Jiang Vu finally stopped. But now the human lizards came like a storm, almost filling the nearby forest. And Daklatu's people had never seen so many monsters. They did not expect Nungo Jiang Vu to want to die together. But this is only one side's wish. The next second, countless lizard people launched a fierce attack, and Daklatu's people were forced to defend with difficulty. As for Nungo Jiang Vu, he jumped up on the tree to activate Tram Max power. Just then, a human lizard descended from above his head, but as a result, it silently slashed down at the crowd below. Discovering this scene, the leader finally understood. Nungo Jiang Vu has the skill to control sound. In the next second, the defensive shield of the Ndakla 2 Magician Guild suddenly shattered. The man hurriedly wanted to tell the person to restart, but as soon as he turned around, he saw that the other person's body had been penetrated. It turned out that except for him, everyone else, in the moment the defensive shield broke, were killed by countless human lizards. Watching the monster tear his comrades apart, the man could only cover his mouth and did not dare to speak. Unfortunately, this does not work. The human lizard who had no food immediately turned towards him. The miserable man begged Jiang Vu to save him, but he responded, "It's just a sentence from Nungo Jiang Vu to try harder for his seniors." Regarding the group of people who want to harm him, Jiang Vu will not be knave enough to forgive them and repay revenge with resentment. This is his rule of survival. From the moment Daklatu's people came up with the intention to kill people, they were destined to suffer a counterattack from the Demon King. Next, facing a large number of human lizards, Nungo Jiang Vu's hellfire was also easily resolved. Although the consumption was very large, fortunately nothing unexpected happened. After the battle ended, Jiang Vu immediately began devouring. Originally, he intended to cover the entire area with the power of devouring. But after a while of devouring, the status window came back with a notification, written on it that cannot be used with objects, protected by the Gaia system. It was the voice that came from the beginning into the space crack. Right after that, he did not hesitate. Ignoring Daklatu's group, he continued to devour monsters. Nungo Jiang Vu originally thought that the player's attributes could also be devoured. Now it seems that players seem to be protected by the Gaia system. But it does not affect me at all. After all, collecting more magic weapons is important. Currently, the total value of Jiang Vu's magic weapon has reached 30 points. The increase in demon energy was very obvious. He could feel that he was stronger than just now, and not only did his food intake increase, and even the quality of magic energy has increased a lot. Just thinking about the fact that after leveling up he could continue to get stronger, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately looked forward to the change after awakening for the third time. With so much hunting today, it's probably not far until he wakes up. He has to continue hunting a little more. Then we'll go home. 3 days later, Tayatna still prepared kimchi soup for Jiang Vu. After deliciously eating a large pot, he did not forget to praise Tayatna's skills. As for Han Tayatna, I want to know if he is still hunting today. Hearing that, Jiang Vu said he would go and probably would not be able to return until the evening like before. In recent days, Ngo Jiang Vu has not rested, which makes Tayatna a bit worried about his health. Ngo Jiang Vu happily said he was fine and asked when Tayatna's basic education course would end. Saying that she needed a few more days, Tayatna said she was about to officially go hunting to level up. Even though she did not know what level of attribute she would awaken to, she still expected to quickly perform her second awakening. Seeing Tayatna looking worried, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately encouraged her and believed that she could definitely complete her awakening. After preparing, Tayatna immediately gave it to Jiang Vu, wanting to use it to help him increase his spirit. The two were chatting when Tayatna remembered the recent rumor about the teleportation gate. I heard that recently players were massacred in the teleportation portal. Although she did not know if it was a rumor or not, she still reminded Jiang Vu to be careful next time. Slaughter players are a bunch of people who will hide their rank, then attack normal players. Today while hunting, Ngo Jiang Vu was still thinking about this rumor. He wondered if it was because he had dealt with the Indak Law 2 group last time that it appeared. But this speculation was quickly rejected. At that time, Jiang Vu carefully observed the surroundings and did not discover any witnesses. Just looking at the corpse, everyone knew it was attacked by a human lizard. But there is still no way to determine whether the player who massacred is him or not. Therefore, in order to be able to deal with all possible positions, Jiang Vu's hunting speed is also increasing crazily. Today he successfully reached level 20, and at the same time the third awakening attribute window popped up again. Although the second awakening felt the growth of demonic energy, this time it was completely different. After a quick check, the seal on the 10,000 Demon Palace was indeed much weaker. Compared to last time, his strength has increased even more. The best part is that the magic energy can flow out through the weakened seal. This time he also received the demon attribute called them do magic power. Its level is still level 1. The effect is to convert the magic power in the magic stone into magic energy and absorb it. Such a good attribute made Ngo Jiang Vu unable to wait and start testing. Slowly activating the magic stone absorption attribute effect, he was still a bit surprised. Because absorbing a magic stone is equivalent to absorbing the magic energy of a monster. Looks like the method of making money with magic stones will have to be abandoned in the future. Fortunately, the amount of money earned these days is so much that there is no need to go to the magic exchange in a short time. After checking the effectiveness, Jiang Vu continued hunting. Recently, due to his increased strength, he was able to use the new omnipotent spear power. After using it, Jiang Vu immediately jumped into the air. Since entering this teleportation portal, Ngo Jiang Vu has not yet discovered the whereabouts of the human lizard. This place is all overgrown with trees, visibility is very limited, and with his current demonic aura, still not enough to use the power of observation. After observing for a while, Jiang Vu suddenly heard a familiar voice and immediately went to see the situation. Unexpectedly, Jiang Vu not only discovered Dai Thu, but also saw the thief who was always looking for the other team. From Dai Thu's angry words, it turned out that he was attacked by his teammates. After understanding that Dai Thu had been betrayed, Jiang Vu guessed that these people were most likely the massacre players that everyone talked about. At this time, I was worried that Dai Thu's loud voice would attract the human lizard. The red-haired man immediately continued to attack. But Dai Thu's difficulty was beyond their expectations. His level of resistance was completely unlike that of a second awakened player. It's most likely caused by a very high-level attribute. But the two were in no hurry. After all, they had already completed their third awakening. The two of them were about to join forces until the end when they told each other that they had to leave someone alive. This statement caused Jiang Vu's suspicion. It's obvious that players are slaughtered, so why do you want to keep people alive? Originally, he just wanted to come see what was going on, but ended up meeting someone he once knew. Jiang Vu was thinking about whether to help They Thu or not, but he quickly discovered an unusual situation. Immediately after that, he emerged from the darkness. Because Nungo Jiang Vu discovered that this group of people were using demon weapons. The attack was interrupted by Jiang Vu. The two people were very confused at first, then immediately decided to kill Jiang Vu. Having They Thu and the thief in front is enough. At the same time, Adu also recognized Ngo Jiang Vu. So he quickly shouted for him to run away, but the red-haired man was already in front of Jiang Vu. But the next second exceeded everyone's expectations. With just one slap, Jiang Vu directly knocked the red-haired man to the ground. The remaining person suspected something was wrong with his friend. He could not even deal with an unarmed person, but he still had not had time to receive a response. Ngo Jiang Vu slowly approached the red-haired man, then began to frantically slap the opponent's face. The remaining person quickly drew his sword and rushed forward, and Jiang Vu only used his hands to respond. But it also comes with the power of omnipotence to break the void. This palm instantly sent him flying. Even the weapon could not bear it, and directly shattered. After causing the two to lose their ability to fight, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately grabbed the red-haired man. He coldly questioned where the opponent's magic weapon came from. Hearing that Jiang Vu also knew about the demon weapon, the man looked very surprised and asked him how he knew. But in response, he was slammed to the ground by the demon king. Jiang Vu said he was asking right now. What he had to do was obediently answer. But unexpectedly, the red-haired man still refused to speak. Ngo Jiang Vu likes to deal with stubborn people the most. Immediately after, he resolutely turned towards the red-haired man, using the power of fear. Under the influence of the power of fear, he finally opened his mouth. Then in horror, he said it was given to him by a master in the association. Just as the red-haired man wanted to continue speaking, the other person loudly interrupted him. Seeing that, the demon king immediately became murderous and immediately knocked the remaining person unconscious. No one is allowed to interfere. This time, the red-haired man also said that their magic weapon was transmitted by the master of the guild through a ritual. When Jiang Vu asked what the ritual was, before the red-haired man could speak, his body suddenly changed. The next second, he lost his life on the spot. Seeing this scene, Jiang Vu understood that the other person's body was probably implanted with some device. Just revealing information related to the ritual will result in instant death. This time They Thu slowly walked up. He once again confirmed whether it was Jiang Vu that he had met before or not. In a helpless situation, Jiang Vu also answered him affirmatively. Just then things fell out on the ground. I do not want others to know that I'm increasing my strength too quickly. Nungo Jiang Vu explained before there was something that needed to be done. Hearing that They Thu knew. It turns out that at that time, when I said I was prepared, I meant this. He had a preconceived notion that Jiang Vu was a high-level player. They though happily said thank you. If it were not for Jiang Vu, they would definitely have been killed by those two crazy people. The thief next to him also turned to Jiang Vu to say thank you. Today They Thu was really unexpected. Hoi and Dakla Tu even took advantage of these massacre players. Right after that, he prepared to report on the massacre of these players. Let the Honang army handle this matter. This strange organization made Jiang Vu curious, but They Thu told him. Actually, it is a regular army under the government. Just report the news and the other party will immediately start investigating. After understanding the situation, Nungo Jiang Vu immediately told They Thu. First, do not notify the Honang army. For the sake of Ndak La Tu, he prepared to personally handle it. But this statement caused They Thu to misunderstand. I think Jiang Vu is the one demanding justice. Immediately said he wanted to go together. And I also owe Jiang Vu a life, so from now on, he will be sure to control it freely. They Thu feels that Jiang Vu is the type of person who sees evil things. Will handle it myself. They Thu was moved and decided to follow along. Then he just returned the favor of saving his life. They Thu's strange self-satisfaction and enthusiasm makes Ngo Jiang Vu feel that this name is too similar to Balak. Seeing They Thu's appearance, the thief next to him, Dai Hien, once again thanked Jiang Vu. He understands that he is just a Thean thief. Basically no help. But I also guarantee that I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. But Jiang Vu is a little curious. What does the attack mean? Immediately afterwards Dai Hien explained. The only thing I can do is keep my mouth shut and obediently wrap it in a bandage. Because thieves are not the type to deal damage nor block attacks. So it's not very effective. They Thu arbitrarily suggested. If you want to repay a favor, let's form a team together. This also left Jiang Vu speechless. But knowing that he is still a useless thief, Dai Hian said he wants to wait until he gets stronger later. Then I will come help Dai Thu and Jiang Vu. After speaking, he bowed his head again and prepared to leave. In short, it seems like fate, so Jiang Vu did not attack him. But now there is a new problem. That is how to handle Dai Thu. So I asked Dai Thu his current level. Hearing Jiang Vu say that, Dai Thu did not hide anything. He is currently level 12. What about basic education? Because the first awakening attribute is C level. So he chose to level up directly through hunting. But what made Jiang Vu a bit surprised was, the second awakening of the Thai tree is of the infinity attribute. But similarly, Jiang Vu did not understand this talent of his. So any guild should be able to enter. Dai Thu also said about this, I'm also considering which guild I should go to, but now he has decided. From now on, I will swear to die following big brother Jiang Vu. Dai Thu's talent is really not bad. Players with high levels of second awakening attributes. The latter has a great possibility of getting better properties. Thinking that Tiat Na is about to awaken a second time, Sungo Jiang Vu immediately agreed, later let him train Dai Thu. After receiving Jiang Vu's consent, Dai Thu appeared extremely happy, excited for a while. He immediately wanted to change phone numbers with Jiang Vu. No matter the time, I will always be there when called. Just found out that Jiang Vu now has something to ask him. Immediately after that, she gave Tiat Na's number to Dai Thu. Jiang Vu wanted to wait until after finishing the basic course. Let him lead Tiat Na together to form a team to upgrade. After telling Dai Thu Tiat Na that she was a healer, Dai Thu also happily accepted. After all, the healer was the teammate he could not ask for. Next, there is one more thing that needs to be handled. Immediately after that, Jiang Vu called out to the man who had just been blown away. Now he has something he wants to know. So I want the other side to cooperate well. Seeing that the man continuously nodded in agreement, Jiang Vu first asked the man's name. He also honestly said his name was Jiang Tried Ho. But when he heard Jiang Vu wanted to know what it meant to bring back the living, Jiang Tried Ho chose to say he did not know. But his choice was undoubtedly wrong. Because what he is about to receive is the Demon King's reward. Feel the killing intent? Jiang Tried Ho quickly said. Turns out the purpose was to capture them alive. It was to bring those players as sacrificial offerings. Jiang Vu did not expect it. Hoi and Dakla 2 is such a crazy organization. It seems that Han They Hien previously captured Tiat Neha as a sacrifice. Right then he thought of a good way. So he quietly told Jiang Triat Ho that he had something he wanted to help him with. After a while, Jiang Triat Ho left the teleportation gate and went to a small alley. Not long after entering, the patrol in front immediately discovered him. The opponent is also a member of the Indakla 2 Association. Seeing Jiang Triat Ho return alone, his face was still bloody. The man was curious, what happened? Hearing that, Jiang Triat Ho said that the person who went to capture the sacrifice, Dai Ho, had died. Immediately afterwards, he told the man to quickly bring the sacrifice back. At the same time, in the teleportation portal, they accidentally encountered a high-level player. It was Dai Ho who pulled the other person's leg so that he could bring back the sacrifice. After opening the box and discovering that the offering was still breathing, the man did not ask any more questions. He did not pay attention to Dai Ho's death. He also told Jiang Triat Ho that this was a good thing, because there's one less person. During this baptism, your magic weapon will be exclusively possessed. But when he saw Jiang Triat Ho strangely turning his head away, the man suddenly said, Do you want to monopolize the demonic weapon? Hearing this, Jiang Triat Ho became very angry. Immediately after that, he accidentally left the box and said he would no longer participate in the ceremony. The man thought he had guessed correctly, so he was embarrassed and angry. But he did not know, Jiang Triat Ho was desperately trying to run away, because he does not want to meet the Demon King of Hell again. Very quickly, the man carried the trunk into a room and reported the situation of Dai Ho's death. The president of Indakla 2 only paid attention to the offerings. To this the man also quickly said the offering was in the box. Seeing that, the president from above immediately told him to bring it over here. Anyway, there's not much time left. Not long after, the president prepared to place Jiang Vu on the altar. Immediately afterwards, everyone shouted, asking the great lord Indakla 2 to grant him almighty power. But in the heart of the president in front of him, he was extremely proud. He has been receiving evangelism for more than a year. The number of people supporting and following me is also increasing. After placing Jiang Vu lying still, the president immediately told everyone to start the ceremony. When countless magic stones were opened, he asked who would receive the baptism today. But someone reported that Jiang Triat Hao had given up participating in the ceremony. Knowing this news, the people here immediately chatted. Everyone wanted to be baptized. But at this time, the president told them that if they wanted to accept the baptism, they had to go find offerings and magic stones. Those who do not work are not qualified to be baptized, so everyone does not have the opportunity to come into contact with this wall. Therefore, the president decided that if the sacrifice had no owner, it would belong to him. Having finished speaking, he announced the start of the ceremony, when the power of the magic stone began to be activated. A crack suddenly appeared in front of the altar. The president of Indakla too wants to absorb the demonic energy leaking out from within. The taste of the magic gas made him extremely fascinated. Although I really want to suck it into my body right now, the demonic energy is too dangerous for my body to bear. So I need a sacrifice as a medium to filter it through. Only when the offering has fully absorbed the demonic energy can he receive the refined demonic energy. What made the guild leader a bit surprised was that the guy in front of him was very resilient. After all, a normal player would die immediately if they absorbed just a little bit of demonic energy. But being able to resist is a good thing for him, so in the future he will receive more demon energy. As time passed, the president became more and more excited, because the demon energy that Jiang Vu absorbed was more than 10 times higher than the previous offering, and was still increasing. But until it reached 50 times, Nyungo Jiang Vu still did not stop absorbing the demonic energy. Discovering that the altar was in a broken state, the president frantically wanted to tell Jiang Vu to stop, but in the next second, all the magic stones were completely consumed. The newly created rift immediately disappeared, and the president knelt down on the ground in disbelief. Ngo Jiang Vu's whole body comfortably stood up. This absorption caused him to increase his magic power by up to 20 points. Right after that, Jiang Vu happily asked the president if he could do the same ritual a few more times, even if it was just once. The fluctuations in the altar made everyone wonder what was going on. But the angry president rushed towards Jiang Vu, easily dodging the opponent's attack. Ngo Jiang Vu even praised his skill. The healthy president summoned many fireballs, then threw them all at Jiang Vu. But what he did not expect was that those fireballs were all reflected back. Feeling Jiang Vu's power, the president was surprised to discover that it was a demonic weapon. What Jiang Vu just used was the power of Thiet Bitch. The feeling of abundant demonic energy made him enjoy it very much. Using power is also very convenient, understanding that you cannot cope alone. President and Dak Lap too quickly told the rest to attack together. But this group of miscreants could not even block Jiang Vu's attack. After continuously defeating a group of people, the opponents still persisted in believing that the president could kill Jiang Vu. From their words, it turned out that this president's name was Triyu Duk Hien, and at this moment he seemed very excited, because his strongest killing move had been completed. This is the power of hellfire that burned Triyu Duk Hien's life. Feeling that familiar power, even the Demon King could not help but turn his head and cover his mouth to secretly laugh, thinking that he had already grasped the part. One Triyu Duk Hien also said that his power was invincible, but soon he saw an unforgettable scene because Ngo Jiang Vu also performed hellfire. In comparison, hellfire in Triyu Duk Hien's hands is like a small spark. Looking at that blazing fire, his psychological defense immediately collapsed. Things should not have developed like that, but the burning heat that burned his skin made Triyu Duk Hien immediately awake, and finally determined that he could not defeat the enemy in front of him, no matter what. Immediately after that, Triyu Duk Hien immediately took hellfire into the palm of his hand. Beyond everyone's expectations, the next second he knelt down in front of Jiang Vu. Even Go Jiang Vu himself did not understand what happened. Immediately afterwards, Triyu Duk Hien shouted loudly that he was the reincarnation of the great Dak La Tu. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Vu was stunned, while Triyu Duk Hien became even more respectful. He said everyone is suffering waiting for your arrival. He also exaggeratedly said that Jiang Vu was the king who led them, making the other members quickly kneel down and kowtow. Seeing that, Jiang Vu finally understood. It turned out that this guy was so afraid of death, from the fact that Triyu Duk Hien could change his attitude in the blink of an eye. Jiang Vu also decided to cooperate with him a bit. After using the power of Thuong Quong to increase his majesty, Ngo Jiang Vu also admitted that he was in Dakla too, the Fire King who holds hellfire, and at the same time at that time, he was also the king of 10,000 demons of all demons. Triyu Duk Hien was very aware and immediately took the lead and frantically kowtowed. After successfully fooling the other members, Jiang Vu immediately told the others to leave first. He had something to say privately to Triyu Dukhien. After the other members left, Ngo Jiangvu immediately began to ask Triyu Dukhien, but heard this name still called the Great and Dak Lap too. Jiangvu immediately told him to stop pretending. Hearing that Triyu Dukhien also realized that his clumsy acting had been exposed. Immediately after that, he asked who Ngo Jiangvu was, but when it came to this kind of trash, the Demon King was not in the mood to answer his question. What the other person needs to do is answer whatever they ask. Jiangvu wanted to know how their ritual was performed, and where they learned it from, using magic stones to create cracks. Triyu Dukhien also did not hide it. This was something he learned when receiving religious teachings. It turned out that a year ago, a man wearing an evil mask came to him. The other party told Triyu Dukhien that as long as he made a deal with him, he could receive immortality. But the price to pay is having to join the evil church. Jiangvu did not understand why Triyu Dukhien did not know anything, but still chose to agree. But Triyu Dukhien said he had no choice, because at that time the masked person had instantly controlled his entire group. In order to survive, Triyu Dukhien reluctantly accepted the mission. But Triyu Dukhien did not know anything, because the masked man often used letters to give orders. This time Ngo Jiangvu also roughly understood. Although Triyu Dukhien was initially forced, after tasting the sweetness of the demonic energy, he took the initiative to perform the ceremony himself. Thought it was just a small thing, but the evil church's actions made Jiangvu very curious. No matter how he mastered the connection to hell, the opponent was definitely not a simple evil organization. Next, Jiangvu wants to see the letters the masked person wrote. As expected, the masked person only wrote one letter in total, and the content on it was nothing noteworthy. It is to tell Triyu Dukhien to absorb demonic energy to become a devil, and also expand his team of players, eventually making the earth become hell, to welcome the coming of evil gods. Jiangvu wanted to know if there was anyone else who would accept the teachings. Although Triyu Dukhien has never met anyone else, Jiangvu understands that the evil church cannot just let one person carry out the plan, especially a power expansion plan like this. After understanding everything, Ngo Jiangvu immediately used the power of fear on Triyu Dukhien. Immediately after that, he told me 3 things. The first is to tell him to investigate a bit about the evil church, and from now on not to perform any more rituals. The remaining thing is that today's matter absolutely must not be revealed to the public. After giving the order, Jiangvu immediately told Triyu Dukhien to go away, but the Indak Lo 2 association considering the player as a sacrifice was not for a day or 2. Ngo Jiangvu guessed that it had long ago attracted the government's attention, so the next step was to conduct an investigation. You can certainly find related clues by waiting until after taking advantage. If you're not comfortable, then it's not too late to kill Triyu Dukhien. Today Jiangvu has been through too much, so now he decided to go back and rest. Not long after, Ngo Jiangvu arrived home and saw that he had finally returned. Tayatna appeared extremely agitated, because Jiangvu had been out for too long, and did not even bother to respond to messages and phone calls. So Tayatna was worried if he was in danger. The feeling of being cared for made the Demon King very happy. Immediately afterward, he told Tayatna that he would definitely contact her first next time. At this moment, when he heard that Tayatna wanted to start cooking, he was asking what he wanted to eat. Without hesitation, Jiangvu answered kimchi soup. Tayatna had already guessed and said, "When I got home today, I bought better meat to cook kimchi soup." This moved Ngo Jiangvu to tears. He is very grateful that Tayatna cooks dinner for him every day. After putting on the apron, Tayatna also told Jiangvu that today she actually went out hunting and successfully performed her second awakening. Later, she can earn money to return to Jiangvu. Ngo Jiangvu was very surprised. What made him more unexpected was that Tayatna said that when she awakened for the second time, she received a B-level attribute, named Blessing Light. Hearing that, Jiangvu suddenly looked forward to the team of Tayatna and Daidhu. Possessing a high-level healer suitable for blocking, he will definitely become very strong in the future. So Jiangvu was curious if Tayatna had received an invitation to join the guild. Although she received an enthusiastic welcome from many guilds, Tayatna actually did not want to join, because what she wanted to do more was hope to help Jiangvu a little. Even though Tayatna had high-level attributes, Ngo Jiangvu still told her that she was not suitable to act with her right now. Objectively speaking, Tayatna currently cannot help much. His words also made Tayatna a bit disappointed, but it was the truth. Tayatna may be able to in the future, but currently his level is relatively high. If we form a team together, there is no way to accumulate real combat experience, so we want to grow better. Jiang Vu believes that we must form a team with someone with the same level as Tiat Naya. Right after that, he told Tiat Na, today I know a tank player with level 1 attributes. In the future she can team up with the opponent first. Wait until your level is advanced and your combat experience is enough, then team up with me to go to the high-level teleportation gate. Hearing this, Tiat Na understood what Jiang Vu meant. Right after that, she also listened to Jiang Vu's words and first went with the other tank player to form a team. Ngo Jiang Vu also told Tiat Na to rest assured he will provide the necessary help. While Jiang Vu was thinking about when to let them level up, Tiat Na also took advantage of the conversation to finish cooking kimchi soup. Seeing that, Jiang Vu immediately prepared the appetizer, but Han Tiat Na told him to stay back, then immediately put the instant noodles into the pot. Looking at the dish radiating golden light, Ngo Jiang Vu became even more dissatisfied with the evil church. Just thinking that the other side wanted to turn the earth into hell, Jiang Vu immediately made up his mind that he would protect the kimchi soup and the earth. The next day, he went alone to the player management in city. Today Jiang Vu came to make a C-level player card, but because C-level and above must be placed in an identification device, it cannot be distributed immediately. It will be sent to the preset address tomorrow at the latest. Although he heard what Tiat Na said, making a C-level player card will probably take a day, but it's still a bit impatient. After stepping out of the management gate, Ngo Jiang Vu suddenly remembered that since returning to Earth, he had not had a proper rest. Right now, he could not do anything to the demon church, so he was preparing to take this opportunity to rest a bit. But what to do to relax? Causing Jiang Vu to temporarily not think of a good idea. When he fell into hell, he could say he had nothing. The only thing that could entertain him was reading novels and comics to kill time. But now Jiang Vu does not want to be like before. It's been 10,000 years. If he still has not changed, then would not it be a waste of all his hard work and bitterness to return to Earth? He wanted to experience all the things he had not enjoyed before. Ngo Jiang Vu soon discovered a roadside internet cafe. It was not until he sat in the electronic chair that he realized that this was an internet cafe. What surprised Jiang Vu even more was that on the screen, he could order food. Immediately after that, without hesitation, he ordered a bowl of instant noodles. Next is playing games. Jiang Vu chooses the most favorite game. After entering the game, he thought carefully and chose a hero whose introduction seemed suitable to him. After the sound started to resound inside, Jiang Vu felt that it was really great. He even got a soldier and got gold. But his behavior caused his teammates in the game to send out crazy question signals. As soon as the enemy warned Jiang Vu not to eat soldiers, the waiter brought instant noodles. Immediately after that, Jiang Vu began to hang up and eat deliciously. But he did not realize that his teammates were begging him to come back quickly. After seeing Jiang Vu keep hanging up, the player cursed. But you will never imagine what your teammates are doing. For example, Jiang Vu is currently comfortably picking up a piece of radish. After eating, he does not forget to take a sip of carbonated water. When the vision moved back into the game, Ngo Jiang Vu discovered that his character was dead. Right after that, someone suddenly shouted angrily in the internet cafe. It turned out that someone hung up during her promotion match. She was startled by the noise. As soon as Jiang Vu turned around, she saw someone just screaming. The girl who lost the promotion match was a little impatient and in a bad mood, telling Jiang Vu not to tease her. But the next second, the girl paid attention to Jiang Vu's screen. He did not expect the world to be so small, and he also understood why his teammates hung up. She was eating instant noodles again, which made the girl extremely speechless. Immediately after that, he told Jiang Vu to obediently stand up and talk. But Jiang Vu did not understand what had happened and asked the girl what was wrong. Hearing this sentence, the opponent immediately could not bear it anymore, and immediately prepared to teach Ngo Jiang Vu a lesson, but did not expect her attack to be easily dodged. For a moment, the girl felt extremely surprised, while Jiang Vu wondered why she was making trouble with her, and advised her not to vent her anger on innocent people. This time Ngo Jiang Vu still did not recognize the girl as a teammate in the game, but just as he finished speaking, the other party once again attacked Jiang Vu. Only then did he realize something was wrong. This guy really wanted to fight. Therefore Ngo Jiang Vu also began to seriously deal with it. The two of them continued like that, one attacking and the other dodging, and the girl's attacks became more and more flexible. It was not until the last attack was dodged that the girl stopped. He found it hard to believe and at the same time was curious about who Jiang Vu was. Could it be someone sent by the Mai Nai group? This name Jiang Vu remembers is one of the 5 great guilds in the country. Jiang Vu also told the girl that he never joined the guild, but she thinks Jiang Vu is pretending. After all, with this power, it's impossible not to join the guild. Jiang Vu then asked which guild she belonged to. Hearing that, the girl was proud and prepared to open her mouth. But suddenly, I remembered that the head of the human resources team had specifically told me not to spread propaganda. So she immediately prepared to calm down first. But as soon as he turned around, anger immediately flared up, because Jiang Vu took the opportunity to pay the bill. After being discovered, Ngo Jiang Vu showed a regretful expression. This time the girl once again questioned, "I've never heard of any A-level players not joining the guild." Well, helpless, Jiang Vu immediately showed his player card. Seeing that it was written as a D-level player, the girl really did not expect that Jiang Vu was a newcomer. But the moves just now, a D-level player should not be able to do. While the girl was thinking, Jiang Vu pushed the door to go out. The girl wanted to stop her, but with some speculation in her heart, she prepared to find someone to investigate first. Very quickly Jiang Vu walked out of the internet cafe door. Why did he go so fast? It was the girl who was so terrifying just now, even though she had now lost all her previous strength. But this does not mean that the fighting intuition I have accumulated for 10,000 years has disappeared. Jiang Vu did not expect to randomly meet a player and yet be able to keep up with his movements. Especially the last move was so fast that Jiang Vu almost could not see clearly. He understood that the opponent's background was definitely not small. At this moment, Ngo Jiang Vu suddenly discovered the condition of his clothes, and the girl in the internet cafe went to the corner outside. Immediately after that, he called someone in the guild and asked the other person to transfer the phone to her team leader Factian Vu. As for the girl's identity, she is the President Seihan Cha of one of the 5 great guilds, Hong Hokoi. After the phone was connected, Seihan Cha told Teen Vu to go investigate an important person. Hearing that, the other person was so curious that he had to come forward. Could it be that he was investigating an evil church follower? Seihan Cha was not sure about this. In short, he thought Jiang Vu was very suspicious and wanted the other party to confirm his player card. Factian Vu said this is indeed easier to fake than level C and above. After all, level D did not have an identification device installed, but followers of this level, Teen Vu thought, were probably the bunch of trash who massacred new players earlier. But Seihan Cha told him that the other person was not a traitor. His strength was very strong. He could even see through his movements. Hearing this, Factian Vu was stunned for the sake of his president, even though he did not use his powers. Currently in the evil church, there is no one who can cope with Seihan Cha's actions. Just like what Teen Vu said, Seihan Cha has been investigating the evil church for a long time, but has never really met anyone who can confront him. But the guy just now can possess this skill. Factian Vu clearly understood that the other party was extremely likely to be an officer or leader of the evil church. Seihan Cha also officially considered this point, so he told him to personally investigate. After hanging up the phone, Seihan Cha was still recalling the fight just now. Regardless of whether that person was from the evil church or not, he could now determine one thing. Ngo Jiang Vu on the other side discovered that the button on his shirt had been torn off. It turned out that he could not defend against the last move. For a moment, both of them were gloomy. They understood clearly that from the fight just now, the other person was definitely stronger than them. But the views of the two people are a bit different. Seihan Cha thinks that if Jiang Vu is really a D-level player, his skills are just due to natural talent. Maybe he really is not as good. Ngo Jiang Vu originally wanted to relax a bit today, but as a result he met such a high-level player, which immediately made him no longer in the mood. To avoid encountering a similarly strong enemy, he had to quickly become stronger. Not long after, Seihan Cha returned to his seat. He was no longer in the mood to play games. But looking at the image on the screen, Seihan Cha's anger flared up again, because his position had fallen to the group. Immediately after that, he fiercely swore that he must chop Jiang Vu's body into hundreds of pieces. Jiang Vu, of course, had gone far away and did not know about this. He just suddenly felt cold on his back. When the next day arrived, Jiang Vu also wished to receive a C-level card. Soon he arrived at a new teleportation gate. Yesterday on his phone he saw that there were cave giants coming here. When Jiang Vu was about to quickly go hunting, the security guard stopped him. At the same time, it was said that today C-level players must form a team of 5 to enter. The reason is because the government has detected the leader of the cave giant in there. Therefore, during the time when the monster leader appears, It is forbidden for people to hunt alone. This news on the contrary made Go Jiang-vu happy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he received his C-level player card, he immediately encountered a high-level monster. Other players also learned this news one after another. Many people understand that the giant leader is not something that ordinary players can deal with. And after looking around, Jiang Vu also discovered that the atmosphere here and the sea-level teleportation gate and below were very different. Not only are the players' equipment very good, but the inspection at the entrance is also very strict. But right now this is the biggest obstacle. If he wants to monopolize experience, he must hunt alone. Although many people are afraid of high-level monsters, there are also people who want to hunt the giant leader. There are still people who are hesitant. I want to join, but I'm not confident in my strength. At the sea-level teleportation gate, Jiang Vu felt many emotions. There is worry and fear. There is also expectation and wavering. Very quickly Jiang Vu thought of a good way. He prepared to add a little anger to the atmosphere of the scene. For normal people, it is not necessary to invest as much as when dealing with Goblin Hop. Just add a little more fire to those who are scared. Then this little anger will spread quickly like a virus. The man who was hit first was scared and suddenly became unusually angry. He felt that people's lives were too frustrating. Like me before, every day I was bullied by thugs. You can only have the illusion of being able to take revenge on the other person over and over again. Until the portal appeared, the man thought he had finally fulfilled his dream. No need to be like the weak and let others tear you apart anymore. But now the man was extremely angry. He did not understand why he became so worried and scared because of a small monster. Seeing this, the man's accomplices also did not understand what was going on, but the next second he also became extremely angry. Immediately afterwards, he loudly shouted that there was no need to be so afraid. Is it okay to go kill all those monsters? Immediately after that, a wave of angry people was ignited. Among them, there are people had their loved ones killed by monsters. Some people lose their normal lives because of monsters. Not long after, the people here seemed to go crazy. Everyone screamed and wanted to go inside and punish the giant cave. Seeing this, the guards felt very confused. The players in front of them seemed very strange, and soon a player asked the guard to open the teleportation gate. The rest also rushed forward. Because the players were so crazy, the guards had no choice. Immediately after that, he called Tang Nguyen and told him to come confirm the situation of the players gathering. And Jiang Vu took advantage of the chaos and jumped behind the closed door. The sight of everyone united as one made him feel great. But the reward in the teleportation portal will have to fall into your hands first. Stepping into Jiang Vu, the feeling was great, different from the previous swamp and forest. This place is a large desert area. Faced with this boundless desert, wanting to find the leader, Nugo Jiang Vu prepared to use the power of observation, but he suddenly remembered that his demonic energy had been greatly enhanced. Open the window to check a bit. Currently there are 53 points. So Jiang Vu decided to test another power, quickly reaching a higher hill. Ngo Jiang Vu immediately used Astaroth's observation power. After activating it, he could sense monsters nearby. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of information flooded into his brain, making Jiang Vu a bit uncomfortable. But this power certainly did not disappoint him. Not long after, Ngo Jiang Vu found the leader of the cave giant. But next to the enemy there were too many guards. Jiang Vu did not want to fall into the siege, but fortunately at this time he noticed that the player had also entered. Just need to be able to use them well. Wait until these people destroy the guards, then I can go kill the leader. Immediately after that, Jiang Vu went to the giant's group leader's residence. Next, he prepares to lure the cave giant and the player into meeting each other. After deciding, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately began to accumulate all the demonic energy in his body. Not long after, a spear of pure demonic energy slowly appeared. Jiang Vu wants to use his spear to attack the giant, then drag his hatred to face the player. When he finished gathering his strength, he decided to throw it out. The aim of this spear is to target the giant's leader. But what Nugo Jiang Vu did not expect was that when the spear hit the target, the status window immediately popped up with information that it had been destroyed, increasing 4 levels, making Jiang Vu stunned. He did not expect the B-level team leader to be so easy to beat. This makes Nugo Jiang Vu doubt whether the guy he just killed is really the monster leader. If there was no status window, how could he believe it? The monster leader at the C-level teleportation gate was so weak. But Jiang Vu quickly understood that it was not because the monster was too weak. It's because I became stronger than I imagined. He originally wanted to try to hunt safely, but it seemed he was too careful. Immediately after that, Jiang Vu jumped in front of the remaining cave giants. Now the Demon King wanted to change the plan a bit. After seeing an enemy appear, monsters immediately rushed in like bees from a hive, and Nugo Jiang Vu decided to quickly defeat them once. With the Demon King's blade swung out, the cave giants seemed to freeze, with wounds appearing on their bodies. The next second, countless blades erupted from the giant's body. As for the Demon King, he was enjoying the smell of fresh blood, and the monster's pitiful cries before death. Since the amount of demonic energy increased, Jiang Vu was able to freely use the blade's power. Launching a blade attack from inside the enemy's body, the scene was truly too beautiful, easily killing a large number of cave giants. Jiang Vu is extremely flexible. Seeing that Jiang Vu could not wait, he wanted to test thoroughly on the remaining giants. After condensing the demonic energy into liquid form, ripples immediately appeared on the ground, then from Jiang Vu as the center. Quickly spreading around, the monsters felt insecure and frantically ran away. But the ripples on the ground sprouted blades, in the blink of an eye. The remaining cave giants here were all killed, after being transformed into skills and blade power. The destruction efficiency was indeed much higher, and then the Demon King started devouring monster corpses and magic stones. But surprisingly it only increased by 2 points of magic power. Jiang Vu guessed that as the quality of the magic weapon became higher, the difficulty level also gradually increased. Luckily, the leveling speed has not changed much. Now he is only 4 levels away from achieving his 4th awakening, so Nugo Jiang Vu continued his hunting journey. After a while, the recent players were all very confused and had originally decided to make a big fight. As a result, there were no monsters found at all, not even a few cave giants. When encountering monsters on the road, everyone only worries about running away. Even if there are some suspicious traces, without a corpse it is impossible to confirm the situation. Everyone believes that the government's news was wrong, miscalculating the time the monster appeared. Reluctantly, the player began to return, preparing to investigate this matter. After killing them all, Nugo Jiang Vu quietly followed behind, waiting for the players to go out. Everyone angrily questioned the guards. If I had known that there would be no monsters appearing today, I would not have wasted time coming to this teleportation gate. The situation at hand made Jiang Vu very satisfied. Waiting for the scene to be chaotic, he could secretly leave, but things did not go as expected. After the player went out, he was stopped by Ho Lang soldiers. Suddenly, those who wanted to be held responsible were silent. They guessed that perhaps someone was trying to kill new players. Otherwise, how could it lead to so many government employees? Just as everyone was talking, the appearance of a woman attracted everyone's eyes, and many players recognized her. The opponent was the 3rd Corps commander of the Ho Lang army Bach Ho Nam, slowly stepping forward. Bach Ho Nam immediately told everyone to be quiet. Under his momentum, within a few short seconds the scene immediately fell silent, and Bach Ho Nam also clearly stated his purpose of coming. Recently they received information that players were massacred at the ground-level teleportation gate, and the opponents were all players who had awakened 3 times. Therefore, Ho Lang soldiers will conduct random surprise checks at the teleportation gate. The other person's words once again caused everyone's discussion. Nugo Jiang Vu was a little worried. He was afraid that what he had just done would be discovered during this inspection. Combined with the incident at the ground-level teleportation gate before, he mistakenly thought that the Ho Lang soldiers had discovered a clue and were coming to find him. But wanting to escape now is clearly unrealistic, especially that woman named Bach Ho Nam. Right from the first glance, Jiang Vu felt that the other person was not easily fooled. Just as he was thinking about how to avoid the test, he heard Bach Ho Nam ask if the player card was lost. Hearing that, Jiang Vu reacted, then quickly showed his card. Looking at Bach Ho Nam's appearance, Nugo Jiang Vu understood that he had been worried. But the appearance of Ho Lang soldiers also proves that other Carnage players have appeared. So Jiang Vu immediately took the opportunity to explore the situation. After praising Bach Ho Nam's heroic behavior when he personally deployed, he also asked if players had been killing a lot recently. Regarding this, Bach Ho Nam also answered yes, otherwise there would not have been an unexpected inspection like this today. Wait until the check is finished for Nugo Jiang Vu. No problem, Bach Ho Nam immediately called the next person. As for Jiang Vu, he suddenly opened his mouth. He wanted to know who the massacre player the Ho Lang army was looking for was. As a player, if I detect a suspicious person, I will promptly report it. Hearing that, Bach Ho Nam was a bit surprised, but he still smiled and refused Just leave this matter to them. Anyway, protecting players is the duty of Ho Lang soldiers, and at the same time kindly reminded that Jiang Vu probably just upgraded to level C yesterday, so it is recommended to upgrade at the level first. This way it will be safer to reach the high-level teleportation gate. He felt that it would be good if there were more players like you. Ngo Jiang Vu could only pretend to thank Bach Ho Nam for his compliment. In fact, if there were more people like him, the situation would probably be even more serious. Today's sudden investigation is probably a secret, but it can be guessed that the government is investigating the matter of evil church followers. After checking, Jiang Vu called Dai Thu and invited him to meet in a few days. Time has passed, and the appointed time has come. Today Jiang Vu came to let Tiat and Dai Thu officially meet. Regarding the purpose, he will also say again, hoping that Dai Thu can take Tiat Natnata a hunt at the ground-level teleportation gate. Regarding this, Dai Thu also immediately agreed. For a healer with B-level attributes, on the contrary, he should beg to form a team. Then ask carefully, is the sister-in-law's only attribute of healing? Hearing him call her that Tiat Ni immediately felt embarrassed, but still began to introduce that her blessing light could not only heal injuries, but also enhance strength and speed. It is considered a beneficial skill, and can also launch a few attacks. Tiatna's attributes make Dai Thu very shaken. Not only does it benefit teammates, but it can also restrain enemies. He said that even Universe, one of the 5 great guilds, would immediately let his sister-in-law join. But what makes Jiang Vu happiest is that Tiat Neha does not refuse this way of addressing her as sister-in-law. The 3 people continued to chat for a while. Nugo Jiang Vu wanted to know if Dai Thu had found someone with an exit position. Hearing that, Dai Thu seemed very proud, because he had found 2 people, both of whom were people that Dai Thu knew during his beginner period, and could be completely trusted. He also suggested that if Jiang Vu agreed, he would introduce the other 2 people to him before leaving tomorrow. Jiang Vu also agrees with Dai Thu. Tiat Na has no problem, she wants to try to improve her rank, taking advantage of the early days to act with Jiang Vu. The Demon King responded with rare gentleness, just take it slow. Your safety is the most important thing. The meeting place tomorrow that Dai Thu chose is Dong Nahang Xuan, which is quite far away. The reason is because the lizard people's teleportation portal recently had problems, so it was temporarily changed to an Earth-level teleportation portal in Dong Nang Xuan. The monster inside is the cave giant that Jiang Vu once hunted. Dai Thu said they were stronger than the lizard people, and could help the team grow better. The important thing is that the environment is not a swampy forest, so hunting will be more convenient. After settling their team formation, Jiang Vu immediately said they would meet tomorrow, and stood up to leave. Dai Thu was curious what he was doing. Ngo Jiang Vu also told him that he had to continue upgrading. The past few days have been crazy hunting at the sea-level teleportation gate. The Demon King is currently level 29, just missing 1 more level, and he can achieve his 4th awakening. Once again entering the teleportation gate, Jiang Vu decisively opened his observation power. He quickly discovered a huge group of people, so he quickly ran to the location. Next he gently swung a knife. The stupid cave giants had not yet discovered the enemy, but in the next second they turned into corpses. But it's still not enough for Jiang Vu to complete the upgrade. While continuing to search for the target, he smelled the scent of human blood. So Jiang Vu went directly to see the source, from the radiating concentration. He guessed that at least 5 or 6 people had been killed. So it is suspected that he encountered player massacre. But after finding the dead player, Jiang Vu immediately denied this speculation. After all, the evil church needs a living sacrifice. Through the blood stains on the ground, he felt that the murderer should be nearby. But when Jiang Vu just turned around, the situation in front startled him, because the Hell Hunter monster belongs to the 1st level of Hell. At this moment, Jiang Vu appeared again, and the opponent was the murderer who killed the player. After discovering Go Jiang Vu, Hell Hunter dog immediately rushed to bite him. Although he was very surprised, Ngo Jiang Vu still reacted, then quickly dodged the opponent's attack, and at the same time used the power of the blade to probe a bit. The result was as expected. The outside was extremely tough. Looks like it's a real hell eagle. This monster jumped out from behind Go Jiang Vu and immediately opened its mouth wide. The next second, a giant ball of hellish fire suddenly hit Jiang Vu, instantly causing a violent explosion. But this did not hurt the Demon King at all. Knowing that the knife was ineffective against it, the demonic energy in Nugo Jiang Vu's hand began to gather rapidly. Soon a demon spear appeared again. This time he also added extreme power. After spinning a few times in the air, Jiang Vu immediately threw the spear down. Faced with such powerful penetrating power, the Hell Hunter dog could not avoid being injured. He could not bear gravity and fell into the desert. The Demon King originally thought he had successfully killed him, but he thought too much. The Hell Hunter dog's defense is truly incredibly high. Looking at the approaching monster, Jiang Vu intentionally created an opening. Jiang Vu was indeed deceived and bitten. Immediately after that, the Demon King used his strength to fall to the ground. Waiting for the monster's big mouth to bite, Jiang Vu used his earth ice power, causing the ground to explode. Leopard dog also lost his balance point. This moment is the perfect opportunity. Jiang Vu once again condensed the demon energy on his body. This time he aimed the spear at Hell Hunter dog's head. Under the Demon King's full force strike, the ground that had just collapsed continued to sink until a deep hole appeared in the desert. Unfortunately, the spear cannot penetrate the monster's head. The Hell Hunter dog also counterattacked and sent Jiang Vu flying. Jiang Vu really did not expect that the opponent who was beaten like that by him could still stand up. After all, I'm still too weak right now. The attack power is still very poor, and Hell Hunter dog's ability to withstand attacks is still the same as before. At this moment, the monster in front of him appeared unusual. Seeing this, Jiang Vu understood that Hell Hunter dog's strongest state was about to appear. In just a blink of an eye, Hell Hunter dog's entire body was covered in blazing hunting flames. Its strongest attack immediately hit the Demon King, after which Jiang Vu no longer held back anything. The next second immediately entered the narrative state of the Demon Baphomet. After successfully blocking the attack, the Demon King walked empty-handed in front of the Hell Hunter dog. This punch is so fast that the opponent has no time to dodge, and the power is so strong that it can send monsters flying. The Hell Hunter dog could no longer support it and let out a pitiful cry. After falling heavily onto the sand, it also made a loud noise. At this time, Jiang Vu also had to admit that Hell Hunter dog was very difficult, because it once again stood up. If your magic weapon is full, you can use 2 types of power at the same time. Then that's good. Luckily, when he fell into hell, Jiang Vu often dealt with this guy. So even though his strength has not yet recovered, it is still enough to kill the Hell Hunter dog. Just as the Demon King was about to continue his attack, the Hell Hunter dog completely collapsed. It turned out that just now it was just a reflection after killing this monster. The notification on the status window is that the C-Class Rift Fragment has been successfully defeated. This made Jiang Vu suspicious, and made him even more surprised that he had successfully awakened for the 4th time. This time the attribute that Jiang Vu received is Level 1 Demon Weapon Master, which can be used faster, more naturally, and completely hides the demon weapon. Speaking of the rift, Jiang Vu remembered that he had heard of the core of the rift. Is hell called a rift? The most important thing is still how the Hell Eagle can reach Earth. It also cannot use the weapons of the Grand Dukes. Thinking for a while but unable to figure it out, Jiang Vu was too lazy to think, so he should look at the notification on the status window first. As soon as the notification appeared, he still had not confirmed it. He saw that he had reached the 4th awakening and had received new attributes. Moreover, this attribute is very good for him, so in the future he will not fall into unnecessary trouble. After a big battle, next is the Demon King's time to rest. Feeling the seal loosening, Jiang Vu became even more excited. If we continue like this, when the seal of 10,000 Demon Palace is completely lifted, I may be even stronger than when I was in hell. After hunting today, Jiang Vu immediately walked out of the teleportation gate. Just as he was about to go home to eat a bowl of kimchi soup, someone suddenly called Jiang Vu. Turning around, he discovered the girl from before. Senon calmly said, "Long time no see." After returning home that day, Jiang Vu also realized that the girl was his teammate in the game. But the Demon King did not think their relationship was good enough to greet each other. Not to mention Jiang Vu did not even know her name when he said it. Hearing that, Senan Cha immediately took the initiative to introduce herself. After hearing his name was Senan Cha, Jiang Vu also remembered this name. There are 5 great guilds in the country, respectively Nine High and Great Emperor, as well as Angels of Will and the Universe. Finally, there is Hong Hokoi. Among them, Hong Hokoi's level master is Fivnahan Cha. Only then did Jiang Vu understand why he was so strong. Then asked him if he was looking for me for anything. Senan Cha said he had investigated Jiang Vu. Born in 1995, now 28 years old, has lived in an orphanage since childhood, never been adopted. After leaving the orphanage, he lived on his own, but suddenly disappeared for 5 years. It was not until this year that he registered as a player. Jiang Vu did not deny this information, but he wanted to know why he was being investigated. But Sai and Cha still talked about Jiang Vu's experience. He also said that the previous test from the Player Management Center was wrong, because Jiang Vu could not rely solely on F level. In a few short weeks rose to level C. At first, Sinayan Chao also suspected that Nugo Jiang Vu's identity was fake, but through investigation, Jiang Vu's face and fingerprints were the same as before. When it comes to fingerprints, Jiang Vu is a bit surprised, not understanding how he got them. Sainan Cha did not hide this at all. After all, when registering a player card, there is a fingerprint step. Now Jiang Vu is even more surprised. It seems that the powers of the Great Guild are beyond his imagination. Next, Sainan Cha finally got on topic. From the information he knew, he believed that Jiang Vu was indeed a player with exceptional natural talent. Perhaps even taller than me, even taller than Batch Jiang Vu. Hearing so much, Ninggo Jiang Vu wanted to know what he wanted to do. After a moment of silence, Sainan Cha said his intention. He wanted to use the authority of the master of the Hong Ho Guild to sponsor Ninggo Jiang Vu. This new way of speaking made Jiang Vu a bit surprised. He thought he wanted him to join Hong Ho Koi. Regarding this, Han Chao explained that he does not think that a person uses F level as a cover, deliberately hiding his strength and directly joining the guild. But what Han Chao did not know was that Jiang Vu actually did not hide it at all at this point. In short, Han Chao clearly understood that Jiang Vu would definitely be especially strong in the future, so he thought of sponsoring it. Listen to Jiang Vu ask him specifically what he will do. Han Chao also proposed a plan. First, he would give Jiang Vu the right to freely enter and exit the first-level teleportation portal, and below, regardless of level. Ninggo Jiang Vu did not expect the first thing to be so attractive. As for Sainan Cha, he continues to say other things. For example, if Jiang Vu needs to form a team, you can request him. Choose a suitable person from the guild to provide reinforcements. If you sell magic stones at Hong Ho Koi, you will also receive a tax discount. This benefit is so good that even the Demon King cannot believe it. But it's not over yet. Sainan Cha said that the guild's equipment can also be loaned to Jiang Vu. But equipment above level C requires a deposit, and Hong Ho Koi can provide a house and car. The treatment was so good that Jiang Vu began to doubt its authenticity. Sainan Cha thought it was nothing. She was investing in the future. Of course, these benefits are not free. He hoped that Jiang Vu would do his best to accept some of the guild's trusts. As for the specific content of the trust, it cannot be disclosed for the time being. After that, Jiang Vu did not ask much. At that time, if the request was unreasonable, he could refuse. So he told Han Chao that he agreed to accept Hong Ho Koi's investment. Seeing that Han Chao also showed a smile. For Jiang Vu, this is a good opportunity. Not only can you connect with the Great Guild, you can also receive strong aid from there. He could not think of any reason to refuse Sainan Cha. As soon as Jiang Vu agreed to receive sponsorship from Hong Ho Koi, Sainan Cha immediately praised his wise choice. As for Jiang Vu, he only started asking about specific entrusted tasks. But Sainan Cha said to wait for the right opportunity to speak. What's more, with Jiang Vu's current strength, he does not think he can deal with that at all. Hearing that, the Demon King immediately reminded Han Chao, I may be much stronger than you imagine. Hearing that Han Chao was stunned at first, then said he knew. But in my heart, I felt that Jiang Vu was really too arrogant. But he currently does not clearly state the task entrusted to him. In fact, it is not entirely due to the issue of strength. The key point is that the evidence has not been fully collected. Before firmly grasping the real evidence, Han Chao could not easily reveal related events. Seeing that, Jiang Vu also understood the situation anyway. Let's wait until then and see what happens. At this time, Sainan Chao told him to enter his mobile phone number first. After importing, Ninggo Jiang Vu wanted to know when he could come pick the equipment. Sainan Chao leisurely said any time is fine. Consider that if you want to enhance magical energy, equipment is indispensable. So Ninggo Jiang Vu wants to come get it now. So Sainan Chao immediately led him to the Hong Ho Koi Guild building. As for the location, it is at Leitu Station, close to the player management area. Not long after, a Ferrari suddenly appeared, attracting all eyes. Everyone guesses whose car this is. Looking at Han Chao stepping out of the luxury car, Ninggo Jiang Vu instantly admired him. The first thing he did after getting in the car was ask for the price of the car. Hearing that it was about 1 billion, the Demon King could not help but swallow his saliva. This number is really unreasonable. He could not believe it. This person in front of him was actually the person who played games at the internet cafe that day. Seeing Jiang Vu's admiration, Sainan Chao asked if he wanted to give him one. According to the contract content, if needed, Hong Hokoi can provide a shuttle bus. This feeling of being cared for by the rich lady made Jiang Vu call Sister Nan Chao on the spot. But it made Zahan Chao disgusted, so he told him to shut up immediately. Go Jiang Vu said that if he gave me this car, he would agree to any entrustment. Sanan Chao immediately warned that if Nugo Jiang Vu dared to refuse or make her unhappy, even if the car was given to her, it would be confiscated immediately. After teasing the stingy Sanan Chao a bit, she seemed angry. Jiang Vu did not say anything anymore, then told her to drive. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Hong Ho Koi building. The majestic scene in front made Jiang Vu immediately attracted. The guild building in front of me was as big as the player management space. This time he was even more certain that having a good relationship with a large guild was not wrong. Follow Sainan Chao inside. The hall already has people waiting. After discovering Jiang Vu next to the president, Factine Vu immediately understood that he was definitely the person the president had mentioned. So I proactively introduced myself. I am the head of Human Resources Management Team 1 of Hong Ho Koi, Factine Vu. Seeing that Jiang Vu also shook hands with him, there is another person who is the action captain of Hong Ho Koi, Van Vin Hao. What makes Jiang Vu confused is, why is this guy glaring at him? Factine Vu knew that Jiang Vu was here, so he must have finished discussing it with the president. Regarding this, Jiang Vu said that if the conditions were so good, even if Hong Ho Koi was a fire pit, he would definitely jump in. After joking around a bit, Factine Vu prepared to lead Jiang Vu to the equipment warehouse. But Scientia proactively accepted the job. After all, Factine Vu was more busy than him, but Van Vin Hao wanted to go with him. This made Zahan Chao a bit surprised. She did not understand what the other person wanted to do. Van Vin Hao said again that he wanted to see for himself what kind of person Jiang Vu was. Seeing this, the Demon King roughly understood the opponent's situation. As for Zahan Chao, he thought he would communicate regularly in the future, so he also agreed to let Van Vin Hao go with him. Hong Ho Koi's equipment warehouse is on the 15th floor of the building. After exiting the elevator door, Zahan Chao did not forget to introduce to Jiang Vu that although it was a guild's equipment warehouse, not everyone could borrow it casually. Only epic equipment and below can be borrowed for free. As for rare equipment, you need to make a deposit to get it, and carefully observe these high-level equipment. Nugo Jiang Vu asked if there was legendary or mythical equipment in the warehouse, but Zahan Chao said, if there was mythical equipment, that type of equipment had definitely been taken and used. But there was still legendary equipment in the warehouse. As soon as Jiang Vu asked how much deposit was needed, Zahan Chao immediately said it was 5 billion, and said he had already calculated it cheaply for him. Hearing that, Jiang Vu was extremely disappointed and immediately gave up the idea. This amount of money was truly a sky-high number, so he prepared to go see the epic equipment. But at this moment, Van Vin Hao, who was accompanying him, made a noise. This also made Jiang Vu and Han Chao turn their heads in confusion. After approaching Jiang Vu in an aggressive manner, Van Vin Hao told Jiang Vu to speak a little more respectfully. He thought Jiang Vu was too casual. This also makes the Demon King a bit confused. Seeing Jiang Vu's puzzled look, Van Vin Hao said again, I told you to respect the president a little. This time Nugo Jiang Vu finally confirmed that the captain of Hong Ho Koi's actions were jealous. But the more others came to cause trouble, the more excited the Demon King became, and then replied with a smirk, I'm not. Hearing Jiang Vu refuse, Van Vin Hao immediately prepared to attack. Seeing that Jiang Vu did not bother to dodge, as soon as the opponent's knife was only a few centimeters away, he suddenly stopped and he took action. Senhaget. She wanted to know what Van Vin Hao wanted to do. When she did not receive a response, Zahan Chao slowly raised her head. She was already a little angry. After hearing the president's words again, Van Vin Hao could not resist the pressure, so he explained that Jiang Vu's way, talking to the president, was not respectful. But Zahan Chao said, it's up to you to decide which way other people used to talk to you, whether it's respectful or insolent. No need for anyone to talk too much. Well, helpless, Van Vin Hao had no choice but to listen to the order, then take back his weapon. After warning his subordinates, Zahan Chao also reminded Jiang Vu not to react too loudly, otherwise he would accidentally provoke Vin Hao, will most likely be beaten into disability. Regarding what she said, Jiang Vu seemed very casual. And from Van Vin Hao's appearance, Hong Ho Koi is probably not a guild that deceives people, otherwise this guy would not be so loyal. Right after that, Jiang Vu called Sister Zahan Chao again. He said he did not need an imported car anymore. He just needed to lend me a piece of equipment of that level, and then he would definitely give Hong Ho Koi 1.5 times more. Feedback. Seeing that, Sinan Cha's face was full of disbelief in him. As for Van Vinho, after hearing this sister's voice, his movement of withdrawing the knife also stopped. As soon as Axia Han Cha told Jiang Vu, the rare equipment needed to be decided through an internal meeting. Van Vinho's voice was already shaking a bit. Jiang Vu's way of addressing him made Van Vinho unable to contain his anger. The next second, he slashed his knife without any mercy, but the feeling of being interrupted by the attack also made him surprised. After blocking Van Vinho's knife with one hand, Sinan Cha did not want to let him continue to cause trouble anymore. Is she curious that the other person does not want to follow her orders? Regarding this, Van Vinho still wants to explain a bit, but Sinan Cha threw his knife to the ground and immediately ordered him to leave the equipment warehouse immediately. If he dares to be confused again, when the time comes, he will definitely convene a meeting to punish him. At the same time, he asked Van Vinho to think about what he had to do as an acting captain. Hearing that Van Vinho regained consciousness and apologized, Sinan Cha immediately apologized for letting Jiang Vu see such a situation. She will pay more attention in the future. Then asked Jiang Vu what kind of rare equipment he needs. I can help remind him during the meeting. I heard that Jiang Vu needs armor, and the basic effect is a bit better. This made Sinan Cha start thinking about which armor was suitable. Who would have thought that Van Vinho would appear once again? He also said that his armor was a rare piece of equipment and was quite effective. As long as Jiang Vu wins the fight, he will agree to give up his armor. But Van Vinho acted recklessly over and over again, making Sinan Cha unable to endure any longer. At this moment, Ngo Jiang Vu suddenly stopped her, because Jiang Vu felt that this fight proposal was very good. His words made Sinan Cha suspect that he heard wrongly. Although Jiang Vu's strength is very strong, she does not think he compared to Van Vinho. After all, Van Vinho's level is 67. He has reached the level of awakening 7 times that many people cannot achieve. No matter how good his talent is, Xena understands that Jiang Vu absolutely cannot win, so he continues to advise. But Ngo Jiang Vu was very determined to fight. No matter what someone wanted to give him equipment, he had to accept whatever he said. This time Van Vinho had caught his eye. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity so that Jiang Vu could not continue to be rude to the president. In Van Vinho's eyes, Sinan Cha was not only his life-saving benefactor before, but also the master he swore to die loyal to. More importantly, Sinan Cha is the woman he loves, but Ngo Jiang Vu's attitude towards the president makes Van Vinho completely unbearable. He vowed to let Jiang Vu know the difference in strength. Sinan Cha on the other side is still talking. If you fight Van Vinho, you will die. As for Jiang Vu, she already thought that the equipment was hers. After being unable to persuade her, Sinan Cha had to lead the two people to the fight room. Seeing that the fight was about to start, she still could not understand the crazy behavior. At this time, Van Vinho said that if he was ready, he could start at any time. He was willing to stand still and let Jiang Vu attack for 3 seconds. This act of pretending makes the Demon King wonder if this guy is stupid. Immediately after that, he told Van Vinho to stop pretending, quickly pick up the knife and attack. Seeing that the opponent still did not move, Jiang Vu kindly reminded him to pick up the knife. As a result, Van Vinho arrogantly said that he did not intend to use all his strength to deal with a kid. Hearing that the Demon King was too lazy to pay attention. When dealing with this type of person, his favorite thing is to aggressively hit him in the face. The next second, he activated the force of speed. Sinan Cha stood next to him, and before he could even react, the Demon King kicked Van Vinho in the stomach. This violent kick caused Van Vinho to be kicked away on the spot, then hit hard against the team's shield wall, the force penetrating his body, causing Van Vinho to almost lose consciousness. After falling down, he could not help but vomit in large gulps. Saviamcha's eyes widened. The development of the incident exceeded his expectations. Van Vinho now felt extremely frightened. Just now, if it were not for the protective armor, he thought he might very well have died here. Jiang Vu's strength made it hard for him to believe. Is this really the person who just became a player 3 weeks ago? Immediately after that, I stopped pretending and immediately took out my weapon and saw his struggling appearance. The Demon King mockingly asked, "Did not you say give 3 seconds?" Faced with Jiang Vu's ridicule, Van Vinho suspected that he was up to no tricks. Hearing that the Demon King directly said, "I am simply stronger than you." Of course Van Vinho did not believe this. A person who only became a player 3 weeks ago could not have such great strength. This made Jiang Vu could not help but laugh out loud. At first, he thought he was stupid, so he arrogantly asked to give up 3 seconds. In the end, he discovered that something was wrong and shouted, loudly to be a trick. Immediately after that, Jiang Vu's face became gloomy, and he told Van Vin Hao to stop. Jiang Vu's words made Van Hao completely unable to refute, plus Axa Vm Chaw kept staring. He did not want to be beaten like that without having the strength to resist. Immediately after that, Van Vinho no longer had any intention. After pouring all his magic power, Van Vinho raised his great sword. This was his killer move Thien Sat Keem, but the way he shouted out the move once again made the Demon King laugh. Jiang Vu was a little curious. Did Thien Sat Keem, with such a majestic name, have to shout like that? Then mocking Van Vinho, will not you feel very cool? Continuous taunting caused Van Vinho to lose his temper again, telling Jiang Vu to shut up, and the next second he decisively slashed. Van Vinho's strength is indeed not bad, worthy of being the action captain of Hong Moi Koi. Therefore, Jiang Vu did not intend to confront him directly. Waiting for Van Vinho to slash down, Nugo Jiang Vu immediately activated his shadow power, seeing him squat down without showing any signs of dodging. Sai Vm Chaw quickly told Van Vinho to stop, but by this time, the other person had already been taken over by anger. Van Vinho's thoughtless direct attack made Jiang Vu determine that this guy had completely lost his mind. I cannot help but say he's really stupid. As soon as Van Vinho slashed down, Exa Vm Cha wanted to stop, but could not do it, but Jiang Vu moved back in the next second. Discovering that Nigo Jiang Vu had disappeared, Van Vinho was just about to search when Jiang Vu suddenly patted him on the shoulder. At the same time, he told Van Vinho that victory and defeat had been determined. To avoid dangerous places, the Demon King immediately used the power of Badong. This blow hit Van Vinho against the wall again. But unlike last time, the other person could not stand it and fell into a coma. Seeing Van Vinho fail so quickly, Exa Vm Chaw was surprised and speechless. He really underestimated Nugo Jiang Vu, but Jiang Vu slowly stepped forward, then calmly said to Sev Vm Chaw, I have long said that I am stronger than you think. The training is over. Vm Chaw called staff to clean up the scene. At the same time, seeing Van Vinho being disrespectful and constantly giving orders, he decided to let him leave the guild. Today's events makes Vm Chaw feel very guilty. He did not expect that even his subordinates could not control him. But Jiang Vu is very happy now, so he does not pay attention. He explained very clearly to Vm Chaw, mainly that he had obtained this monster armor. Its basic effect was really good. And there was also the special effect, True Ho. Jiang Vu could not help but want to thank Van Vinho, otherwise he would not have been able to pay the sky-high deposit for the equipment. As for Van Vinho, he understood very well. He did not hesitate to disobey the orders of the master of the guild, and even arbitrarily bet on such precious equipment, probably because love is too blind. Although he could understand, it was to avoid similar problems in the future. Jiang Vu immediately told Vm Chaw that if the same thing happened again in the future, then maybe he would have to reconsider the relationship between the two sides. Regarding this, Vm Chaw assured Jiang Vu that from now on, such things will not happen to Hong Moi Koi's people. Seeing that, Jiang Vu did not say anything more, then asked, this equipment is not suitable for my body shape, how should I solve it? So Vm Chaw told him to put it on the display shelf first, waiting for someone to design it according to Jiang Vu's size. It's not too late to get it later. After putting away his equipment, Jiang Vu immediately said goodbye to Vm Chaw and waited until Jiang Vu left the hall of Hong Moi Koi. Vm Chaw also breathed a sigh of relief, because Nigo Jiang Vu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Van Vinho was not a weak person, but was defeated by a player who had just awakened 3 weeks ago. Jiang Vu's natural talent made other thoughts arise in Vm Chaw's heart. Perhaps if they continue to upgrade like this country will have world-class players. World-class players are the sum of the strengths of all players around the globe. And finally, the 8 players with the strongest strength are selected. Country H has never had a single player appear, although there are rumors that the strongest player in the country, Bach Tong, has this potential, but so far has not been able to become a world-class player. At this time, Factine Vu also came in. He heard that Ngo Jiang Vu and Vinho had a conflict, so he came to ask. Regarding this, Vm Chaw said that he had decided to convene a conference to admit and let Vinho leave the guild. Seeing Factien Vu's merciless expression, Sai Vm Chaw told him that after all, this was Vinho's fault, and he had to prevent the same thing from happening a second time. Hearing that, Fact Tien Vu could only obey the order, but he still had something important to report, which was that the government had successfully planted a spy in the evil church. If things go smoothly, we can probably catch some people's tails. Such shocking news made Xavier Chao immediately focus his mind, then asked Fact Tien Vu to explain this incident in more detail. By the time Go Jiangvu returned, it was already evening. Now he was checking his ability stats, along with the increase in demonic energy. Other ability stats were also increasing. Although magic energy is the most important, this does not mean that strength, agility, and physical strength do not have an effect, and can strengthen the body's fundamentals. Being able to reduce unnecessary demon energy consumption, the player system makes Jiang Vu feel bad in that he cannot increase his ability stats as he pleases. Although after the second awakening, the increased stats were related to commonly used stats, but about this new Go Jiang Vu did not feel it. He used the most magic weapon, but as the level increases, the amount increases less and less, which is the cause of this. Jiang Vu guessed that it was because his magic weapon index was too high, but also because Jiang Vu's magic weapon was higher than other ability indexes, so he could do things that high-level players could not. In short, Jiang Vu can confirm that after level 30, the magical energy index brought by increasing levels is very little. Fortunately, it is enough for now. Right after that, Jiang Vu was too lazy to think anymore. The next thing was to go home and get a good night's sleep. Then tomorrow go meet They Thu's team. The next day, Jiang Vu immediately brought Tai and Nana to the Donghangshuan teleportation gate. Seeing them, They Thu immediately called out, but his voice was too loud, attracting many people's attention, which made the Demon King very shy. Finally, enough people came. They Thu immediately told Jiang Vu that the people next to him were the two people mentioned before. The handsome boy was named Kim Sai Hoan, and the girl was called the Kid Thoi and Phi by They Thu. Jiang Vu looked at Kim Sai Huan who was greeting them, and also agreed with They Thu's words, because this guy was indeed very handsome. As for Kuai and Phi, after hearing They Thu call him a kid, he immediately counterattacked, then said that They Thu was like a 40-year-old uncle. As soon as this word was uttered, it caused fatal damage. After finishing attacking They Thu and Phi, I immediately turned around to talk to Jiang Vu. She often heard They Thu boast about her big brother, so she always looked forward to meeting him. Jiang Vu was saying that everyone shared the same level of attributes. As a result, when Phi saw Tayat Nua, she excitedly took out her phone and wanted to take a photo with Tayat Nua. Kai and Phi's personality also made Jiang Vu understand why she could go with They Thu. Fortunately, Kim Sai-Hyun seemed more normal. He was the first person to clearly explain his situation to Jiang Vu, currently a level 12 soldier. The second awakening opened the B-level attributes, and also introduced the situation of Klai and Phi, who is a mage with B-level attributes, and also told Jiang Vu that Phi's personality is quite lively. Jiang Vu did not care about this point. Kim Sai-Hyun gave him a very good feeling. His tone was solemn and polite, and he was very observant. Quickly answer my words, the most important point is, this guy has a very strong talent. After awakening for the second time, a B-level attributes were opened. Soon after her sadness subsided, They Thu asked if the teammate she was looking for was trustworthy. According to the present, Jiang Vu is still relatively satisfied. On their bodies, they really do not feel the dark desire like in Duck La Tu and the others, and have the approval of their big brother. They Thu is also much happier. He said his eyes are really not bad. Hearing that, Jiang Vu immediately reminded him that not long ago, someone was betrayed by his comrades and almost lost his life. After just hesitating for a while, They Thu immediately found the best reason. He said it was God deliberately giving me the test, so I could meet my big brother. Then asked Jiang Vu to see what the overall situation of the team was like now. In terms of membership composition, Jiang Vu feels very good. Not only does he have people to block attacks, but he also has healers who specialize in increasing benefits and healing. The composition of this team is the best among individual groups, and they not only have a reasonable composition, and the natural talent is also very strong. With this level, Tayat Naha Jiang Vu's safety is also much more secure. So he said that today I would go with him on the hunting trip, and then if the team had any areas that were not enough, I could help improve them in time. Seeing that, They Thu was extremely excited and thanked Jiang Vu. Unfortunately, his voice was really too loud. Not only Jiang Vu could not stand it, but also Phi. Understanding everything, Nugo Jiang Vu immediately suggested entering the teleportation portal now. If the situation is not too dangerous, he will stay behind to observe. So I hope everyone will not be careless in fighting. The reason do not bring them along and level up quickly. Jiang Vu believes that this is ineffective and will only hinder everyone's growth. Furthermore, we must observe whether they are valuable enough to be nurtured or not. Arriving at the teleportation gate, They Thu was the first to stand in front. These low-level giants basically could not break his defense. They Thu stood in front. Mage and Phi also cooperated in casting lightning, but very quickly she discovered a noise behind her, so she quickly told They Thu that there were 5 giants behind her. Seeing that, They Thu immediately turned around to protect and Phi. Tiat Hao was not idle. Immediately after using her blessing, after receiving the power, she enthusiastically rushed towards the monster. As for Tiatna, she also took out her bow and arrow. This is another attribute of hers. She can possess a damaging light sword. Receiving support from They Thu, he quickly defeated the 5 attacking goblins. Kim Sai-Huan took the opportunity to attack these monsters. His sword moves were very elegant and powerful. In just a few short seconds, he successfully completed the killing. After defeating this wave of monsters, the Thu asked Jiang Vu if their strength was great. After watching everyone's coordination, Jiang Vu immediately understood the shortcomings, so he did not hide it, immediately jumped down to tell them the areas that needed improvement. But actually the areas that needed improvement were, there is still a lot of goodness. First, Jiang Vu pointed out They Thu's shortcomings. As a blocker, he really understood how to attract the attention of monsters, but he should not think about using strength to cause injury. That would waste a lot of stamina. If initially dealing with these cave giants took too much effort, then if a leader-level monster appeared, the remaining stamina would not be enough to block against teammates. As a meat shield, what needs to be done is to withstand attacks. The next thing that needs improvement is Tiat Na. At that time, she did a very good job buffing They Thu, retaining enough stamina for him, but then using a light sword to attack is not recommended, because that will attract attention. Monsters' attention, causing the meat shield's pull to become ineffective. As for Enfi, Ingo Jiang Vu thought that using powerful magic was too much effort to deal with the fallen monster, which also led to him not immediately detecting the giant behind him. As the deputy head, his responsibility should be to coordinate with that Huan to kill monsters better. Just when Kim that Huan thought it was his turn, Ingo Jiang Vu told him that at the current stage you are doing very well. There is no room for improvement. That's why Ingo Jiang Vu knows in his heart what a genius is. Kim That-Huan could not possibly have thousands of years of combat experience like him, but he performed so well the first time he fought in a group. Other people heard Jiang Vu's words and also took turns praising Kim That-Huan. After finishing talking about the areas that needed improvement, Jiang Vu immediately let them continue to go deeper inside, and at the same time reminded them to remember what he had just said. With Jiang Vu's direction and the coordination of the team, they have been significantly improved. Very quickly, your hunting gradually became easier. Ningo Jiang Vu was on the tree observing a line. Now not only Kim That-Huan, but everyone's performance was very good. If we continue like this, perhaps not more than a month, we will be able to reach the sea-level teleportation gate. At this time, They Thu, after finishing hunting, asked if they were better than before. Regarding this, Jiang Vu thinks it is very good. Just as They Thu and everyone were about to rest, a ferocious monster suddenly appeared in front of them, and for a moment they were a bit at a loss. This place is clearly a cave giant portal. Why are there unprecedented monsters? As for Jiang Vu, after hearing everyone's screams, he looked down and immediately recognized it, because that was the devil wolf in hell. Its speed was extremely fast. They Thu quickly and slowly stood in front. Jiang Vu understood clearly that just like before, a new monster had come once again. He did not intend to stand by and watch. This was not something Tiat Neha and the others could deal with. But just as Jiang Vu was about to go down, a new incident appeared below. Kim That-Huan suddenly used his sword to injure the demon wolf, so he took action. It was because he felt that the demon wolf They Thu's attack was absolutely unstoppable, so he told him to quickly retreat. And then That-Huan jumped behind the demon. He wanted to attack, thereby attracting the attention of the demon wolf. Kim That-Huan's sword skills were very effective. With another swing, the demon wolf's stomach was torn open. That-Huan still wanted to continue to attack, but the demon wolf had already reacted. The next second, he directly used a claw to send him flying. That-Huan lost his balance and was unable to dodge, but the monster also took the opportunity to rush forward. In a split second, Jiang Vu promptly pulled Kim That-Huan out, and at the same time activated Almighty Heavenly Force. The power of this punch shook everything, and the demon wolf was beaten to death on the spot. Jiang Vu's strength made Kim That-hyun still not recovered. After successfully killing the demon wolf, the status window also announced that he had killed the Earth Fisher fragment. And Go Jiang Vu also increased one level thanks to that. The danger was relieved, so he asked Kim That-hyun if he could stand up. After receiving a positive answer from the other side, he immediately released That-hyun. Tyat and Han and everyone quickly stepped forward to take care of the two people's situation. Luckily no one was injured, but Kim That-hyun only stood for a few seconds before falling to the ground again. That-thu quickly stepped up to help him. After being treated, That-hyun also recovered quite a bit. At this time, That-thu said, That-hyun's sword stance just now was really very powerful, and completely unlike a player who had just awakened for the second time. Jiang Vu also very surprised. He was only level 10 and could already fight monsters, even if the player had a level attributes. Kim That-hyun's strength is also a bit unusual. After being helped up by That-thu, That-hyun was silent for a while, then opened his mouth and told That-thu to let him down. Jiang Vu immediately took the initiative to help him. Anyway, That-thu is too big, letting him support her is not very good. As for Go Jiang Vu, he has a different idea. He wanted to probe a little why Kim That-hyun was so strong. After using the skill to hide the demon weapon, Jiang Vu immediately used the power of observation. Originally, he just wanted to confirm whether Kim That-hyun had hidden power or not, but he did not expect to be able to see the opponent's state. But That-hyun's situation really shocked Jiang Vu, because his first awakening attribute was as high as SS level, and he also had a natural attribute called Vuthan. Unlike Jiang Vu's inherent magic, Kim That-hyun's inherent talent shows that the person chosen by the knight is born a hero to protect the world. Possessing an internal ability value different from Jiang Vu's magic weapon, talent far surpassing everyone, plus a handsome face. The Demon King has basically confirmed that this kid is basically the main character. After learning about Kim That-hyun's talent, Jiang Vu understood why his swordsmanship was so excellent. Although Kim That-hyun's existence will most likely threaten him in the future, he is also a perfect chess piece. Jiang Vu did not want to miss Kim That-hyun, just like Xavier Cho did to him. Go Jiang Vu prepared to provide That-hyun with comprehensive support and build a friendly relationship with him. But this comprehensive support may also one day become a knife in your neck. Therefore, Jiang Vu decided that he could not simply believe in a friendly relationship. But from what we can see now, Kim That-hyun does not look like someone who would stab someone in the back. After all, he may not care about himself to protect That-thu, but no one is sure what kind of person he will become in the future. So Jiang Vu came up with a way that is good both ways. At this time, discovering that Jiang Vu was thinking, Tyat Na misunderstood that he was injured. After confirming that the demon wolf was dead, Tyat Na said that if Jiang Vu was not here, this time the entire army would probably be destroyed. Already, regarding this, Jiang Vu also said that That-hyun has also exerted a lot of effort. After being treated by Kim That-hyun, his body recovered a lot, but for a short time he was unable to exercise vigorously. Now Jiang Vu is asking That-hyun if he is better. Hearing that, he said he is much better. Thank you Tyat Na for the treatment. At the same time, thank Jiang Vu for taking action just now, otherwise I would definitely have been seriously injured. As for That-hyun's eyes looking at Jiang Vu, they were glowing. He had long heard That-thu brag about his big brother's strength, but he did not expect Jiang Vu to be so powerful. Looking at the worship of That-thu and That-hyun, the Demon King only felt a bit of great pressure. Then he said that everyone was great today, especially That-hyun's strength was very strong. Having said this, That-thu immediately turned to Kim That-hyun. He very much agreed with Jiang Vu's words. Among the players who had awakened for the second time, he was still seeing someone as strong as Shai-hyun for the first time. Kai-en-fai also felt the same about this. But That-thu was a little curious that a powerful player like That-hyun would definitely be able to join any guild he wanted, and also introduced him to the Ni guild that was recruiting people. Recently, if you are interested, you can try it. But when he heard the words Ni guild, Kim That-hyun's condition became a bit bad. He replied that he had no intention of joining the guild, and even less so the Ni guild. Seeing this, That-thu was very surprised, so he asked him if he had any grudges with the Ni guild. This time Kim That-hyun did not answer That-thu, just said it was not something worth mentioning, clearly understanding that he had mentioned something bad. That-thu quickly bowed his head and apologized to That-hyun. He should not have asked so many questions. Kim That-hyun did not pay attention. He said it was a bit complicated, and also blamed himself for overreacting. After resting for a while, they two wanted to continue hunting, but Jiang Vu told everyone to stop hunting here today, that Xuan also needed to rest. Hearing that that Hyun quickly said he was okay. This cave giant monster, even if there were more, he could handle it, but under Jiang Vu's advice, that Hyun also chose to follow his advice. That Hyun also has no opinion on this. He wanted to know if Big Brother would still come with him tomorrow. As a result, Jiang Vu told to go hunting by themselves tomorrow. As long as you remember what you taught today, Jiang Vu believes that any Earth-level teleportation gate cannot be dangerous. Then they also walked towards the exit gate. When they left, Jiang Vu and Tyatni immediately said goodbye to everyone, but at this time, Jiang Vu suddenly said he had something to do. Someone had just contacted him, so he had to quickly go over there. As for dinner, Jiang Vu let Tyatna eat first, he will return later. After understanding the situation, Tyatna did not hesitate, but told Jiang Vu to pay attention to safety. No matter what time she returned, she would warm up rice for Jiang Vu to eat. Although Jiang Vu really wanted to have dinner with Tyatna today, he had no choice but to do something. Waiting until Tyatna went away, Jiang Vu immediately showed a strange smile. Next he will go do what he needs to do. After a while, that Hyun was still waiting for the car on the other side. While waiting, he could not help but remember the Manhwa guild. At this time, Jiang Vu appeared and came to that Hyun, and said he had something important to tell him. Therefore it is necessary to go to a place without people. About this that Hyun has no doubts. Afterwards he and Jiang Vu went into an alley. Seeing no one around, that Hyun was curious about what was going on with Jiang Vu. Who would have thought that in the next second, he was hit with a very strong punch. He was already in a bad state and fell to the ground on the spot. That Hyun completely did not expect Jiang Vu to attack him. What Jiang Vu told Kim that Hyun was just to give himself an additional guarantee. He said you will become very strong in the future. The strength is enough to crush a group of players. So I want to build a friendly relationship with you. In other words, he wants to become true teammates with Thoi Hyun. The Demon King's evil words made Thoi Hyun not understand what they meant. If you want to build a good relationship, why do you still have to do this kind of thing? Regarding this, Jiang Vu is just a precaution. After that, he immediately used the power of Tok Thuat on Thoi Hyun. This is one of the Demon King's omnipotences, which will make Thoi Hyun become his subordinate. At the same time, you can also use part of the Demon King's power. Thought it would be helpful for his growth. Moreover, Jiang Vu will make Thoi Hyun forget what happened here. Wait until he opens his eyes. Everything is still the same as before. At this time, Thoi Hyun could not stay awake. Next, under Jiang Vu's attentive gaze, he completely fell into a coma. A moment later, Thoi Hyun finally opened his eyes. Now he feels a little uncomfortable in his chest. More importantly, I was clearly waiting for the bus just now, but why appear here? The time is already 8 o'clock. An hour ago he remembered he was still at the bus stop. Thoi Hyun was thinking about what had happened, when a sharp pain came from his head. He could not remember anything after that, but maybe it was because I fainted. Even though he received a huge shock inside the teleportation gate, Thoi Hyun did not think he would faint. Thinking about what happened before, he immediately attributed the reason to being too weak and had difficulty getting up. Thoi Hyun became more and more steadfast in his will and became stronger. Once he thought of Manhwa Guild, along with their vice president Kim Ven Hyun. Though Hyun's anger instantly flared up, he swore that one day, he would point his knife at that scumbag's neck. Above his head, Jiang Vu was quietly watching, after using the power of consent. This time the status window prompted, successfully captured Shai Huan's soul, and registered him as a Mu. But Jiang Vu had no intention of issuing any orders. This was just an assurance he needed. Next, just slowly watch Thoi Hyun become stronger. Jiang Vu values him very much. If Thoi Hyun can develop his potential well, he will absolutely not be inferior to Balak. The reason why Thoi Hyun values Thoi Hyun so much is because Jiang Vu's seal on the Temple of 10,000 Demons has not been completely lifted, and at any time he is likely to have to fight the Church of 10,000 Demons. Therefore, such a precious talent with extremely high natural talent is extremely important to the Demon King. Looking at Thoi Hyun like a white mouse, Jiang Vu expected him to quickly become stronger. After Thoi Hyun left, Ma Vong suddenly received a phone call. The caller was Triyu Duk Heen, who he had not contacted for a long time. Jiang Vu originally thought it was about the evil church, but Triyu Duk Heen did not know the specific situation. He just found traces of demonic weapons. Most importantly, Triyu Duk-hien said it did not look like it was intentionally left by a human. It looked like it was left by some monster. Hearing that, Ningbo Jiangvu immediately understood that it was a monster, then asked for the location and learned that it was at the B-level teleportation gate of Trung Nap Palace. Ningbo Jiangvu immediately felt interested. This was the monster after hellhounds and devil wolves, and it was also in a B-level teleportation gate. Based on the two previous encounters, Ningbo Jiangvu speculated that there would likely be monsters in Nithian Daiyu. Hellhounds alone would increase him several levels. At this moment, the Demon King could not wait to prepare to leave. As long as he destroyed the new demon, the fifth awakening would soon come. Early the next morning, Ningbo Jiangvu first went to Hongmei, got his monster armor, and then went directly to the train to his destination. But there were too many people on this train. Ningbo Jiangvu was uncomfortably hot along the way. Now he was thinking that he would have to wait until things were done. So he had to go find Saviem True to find a new car. After getting off the bus, Ningbo Jiangvu prepared to check some related information. Just then, someone came back from the teleportation gate. While they were chatting, Ningbo Jiangvu learned that it was because there was a strange object inside. So everyone who came in was blocked outside the door, just like they heard just now. Ningbo Jiangvu arrived in front of the teleportation gate. The scene was blocked. No matter how many people the team had, they were not allowed to enter the teleportation gate. Faced with players coming from far away, the watchman answered very clearly. There were monsters of unknown origin in the teleportation gate, temporarily prohibiting people from entering. And soon an official announcement was sent out. In front of us, 10 players died at the hands of monsters, and the announcement was heard over and over again. A lot of players also started to falter. After all, 10 deaths was really a bit much. Ningbo Jiangvu is also in the crowd now. He is very curious about what the monster inside is. Not long after, he was questioned by reporters and players. The reluctant watchman also revealed that the information he currently has is that the monster inside has a shape similar to a lion. Having received this information, Ningbo Jiangvu instantly judged that it was most likely the Paul monster in hell. Paul's aura in two heavens and hell is the strongest poisonous lion there. It has a special attribute that is different from other monsters. As long as you catch 5 preys in one day, regardless of size, you will enter a state of fullness. At that time, if Paul does not actively attack, he will not consider the opponent as an enemy. Before Ningbo Jiangvu also met Paul when he entered and exited hell. Thinking back now, it's still a bad memory. In short, 10 people died. This means Paul appeared 2 days ago. Very quickly Ningbo Jiangvu had a solution in mind. Just feed Paul 5 small monsters, wait for it to enter a full stomach state, then gently deal with it. Ningbo Jiangvu then directly called Saviem True. He said he wanted to enter the B-level teleportation gate, but currently the teleportation gate was blocked. Hearing that, Saviem True immediately guessed which teleportation gate it was, and after confirming that Ningbo Jiangvu definitely wanted to enter, Saviem True, who is training, just said asking me to do the job is not cheap. Ningbo Jiangvu is also generous about this, and will definitely repay him kindly in the future. Reluctantly Saviem True also agreed. Then he told Ningbo Jiangvu to give the phone to the guard. At first the watchman, a man, thought he was there to cause trouble, but instead he heard Saviem True's voice on the phone. The surrounding players were also attracted by this scene. They are curious, when will Hong Mei have this character again? Not long after, Saviem True finally hung up the phone. Finally the guard allowed Ningbo Jiangvu to enter, as an investigator of mutated monsters entering and exiting the teleportation portal. Furthermore, after hunting the monster, it is necessary to share its information with the government. Hearing that, Ningbo Jiangvu also happily agreed. He will try to investigate, so that everyone does not fall into panic because of this matter. Hearing that Ningbo Jiangvu could enter, many media continuously took pictures of him. Anyway, this is an exclusive article about a new member of Hong Mei. But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind. Ningbo Jiangvu turned around but did not recognize the person coming. Luckily, the surrounding players recognized the leader. He is a new member of Mai Na Guild, Jiang Dan Cha. The people of the Mai Na Guild thought that since Hong Mei's investigator had been able to enter, their team should be able to enter as well. Unlike Ningbo Jiangvu, Jiang Dan Cha has news about him. When the opponent saw the beast's armor, he immediately guessed that Ningbo Jiangvu was the person that Hong Mei was recently training. Seeing the other person making fun of him, he was not taken seriously, not even as a team member. Ningbo Jiangvu was not angry at all. On the contrary, he smiled and said that he was quite used to acting alone. Guild member Mai Ni advised that the B-level teleportation portal was not as easy as the C-level portal. A person like Ningbo Jiangvu looks so weak, if he goes inside, he will definitely be killed. It's even more ironic that he's clearly a trash who has awakened for the fourth time. Yet he dares to wander around the B-level teleportation gate. Seeing that Ningbo Jiangvu remained silent and did not speak, Jiang Danchao thought he had said the right thing. Then they said that if they were scared, they could follow their team and go in together. But the positions in the team have been assigned, and now there's only one bandit missing. What made Jiang Danchao unexpected was that Ningbo Jiangvu immediately agreed, and at the same time admitted that going in alone was a bit scary. Seeing this, the other members of the Manhwa Guild were very disappointed. They thought that Ningbo Jiangvu would have some courage, but the Demon King was actually quietly counting in his heart, letting Paul enter a state of fullness. But after counting for a round, he discovered there was more than one person, so he might have to treat him well later. When the two omnipotent Demon King types fuse with each other, just one strike can destroy the powerful Demon Nai Thean. Before that, when facing the humiliation and contempt of the Manhwa Guild, Ningbo Jiangvu agreed to enter the teleportation gate with them. This also made Jiang Danchao stunned. He did not expect Ningbo Jiangvu to condescend and resolutely agree. It turned out that not long ago, the vice president of the Manhwa knew that Ningbo Jiangvu was near the B portal and told Jiang Danchao he must take this opportunity to make Ningbo Jiangvu. From then on, public opinion spread that Manhwa was stronger than Hong Mokoi. But now Ningbo Jiangvu has shown his condescension from the beginning. If he continues to cause trouble, he will instead become a bad guy and damage their image. Reluctantly, Jiang Danchao told his accomplices, then everyone should go in together. The first joint venture of Hong Mokoi and the Manhwa Guild also caused a great uproar at the scene. Many reporters have already thought of tomorrow's headlines. As for Jiang Danchao, it's a bit unimaginable. Why does Hong Mokoi want to support such a useless guy with no bones? But thinking about entering the teleportation gate, he was too lazy to worry. After all, in his eyes, a player who has awakened 4 times like Ningbo Jiangvu will definitely die inside. Very quickly, a group of people entered the B-level teleportation gate. When Ningbo Jiangvu was talking about working together to destroy him, the people of Manhwa Guild hated him very much. Jiang Danchao did not know if the Demon King was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. How could they cooperate together in hunting? To this, Ningbo Jiangvu did not refute, just silently walked behind. The people on the street were very arrogant. One side criticized Da Vm Cha. The other side brainlessly flattered their vice president Kim Vinhuan. Ningbo Jiangvu had also heard about Manhwa Guild before. Their president was named Kim Tai-hin, and also held the position of president of a large enterprise. After the portal event 5 years ago, he and his son awakened as players. At that time, relying on the powerful capital available, he quickly became a leading player and established a guild. This also made Ningbo Jiangvu have another thought. Should he persuade the two guilds to declare an all-out war, and in the end he would sit and enjoy the benefits? But he immediately rejected this idea. For the immediate benefit, losing Saviam Chao and Hong Mokoi was clearly unreasonable. For now, he should still focus on watching Jiang Danchao's good plays. After a while, Jiang Danchao began to complain about where the monster was. Until now, nothing had happened. Regarding this, Ningbo Jiangvu was too lazy to wait any longer, so he used the power of observation. He wanted to proactively attract monsters. After a while of investigation, Ningbo Jiangvu discovered that Balak was actually right next to him from the position he was moving from. Basically, it can be determined that Balak is definitely not in a protected state right now. For Ningbo Jiangvu, this was good news, so he slowly used the power of seduction, its special flavor. Even the people in front could smell it. As for Balak, which has a sense of smell far superior to humans, nature is no exception. The next second, there was suddenly a violent vibration, and everyone from the Manhwa Guild all stood up and waited. They guessed it was a mutated monster coming. Jiang Danchao did not forget to tell Ningbo Jiangvu to stay away, and not steal their credit for destroying monsters. But this time Ningbo Jiangvu instead scolded him. When Jiang Danchao still wanted to teach Ningbo Jiangvu a lesson, Balak's attack instantly penetrated his teammates. Looking at the terrifying and powerful monster in front of him, combined with his trembling teammates, the people of Manhwa Guild were still in a state of surprise. Until the screams of his teammates were heard again, Jiang Danchao quickly commanded others to counterattack. As for the Demon King, he was smirking. He was waiting for Balak to eat his fill, and then enter a state of fullness. At this time, Mini Guild's attack was dodged by Balak. Jiang Thancha reminded everyone to persevere in maintaining their position. As a result, the monster took advantage of the dust during the fight and secretly attacked and killed one of them. Now my Nagild's squad has 2 people killed in battle. Jiang Thancha does not want to sit and wait for death. He rushed forward and began performing his skills. The next second, countless lightning bolts fell. Balak could not help but let out a miserable cry. Seeing that my attack was effective, Jiang Thancha quickly told his teammates to catch the knife. The remaining 2 people who attacked understood clearly that this was a great opportunity, so they rushed towards the monsters one by one. Unfortunately, Jiang Thancha's lightning cannot paralyze him for a few seconds. After Balak recovered in the blink of an eye, he directly killed the 2 people who had just rushed in. Jiang Thancha was completely surprised that the monster in front of him had eaten his lightning, yet he can still act freely, and his teammates die one after another. It also caused the only remaining person to have a defensive mentality to collapse. Jiang Thancha still wanted to cheer up the other person, but all he got in response was a helpless cry for help. At this point, Jiang Thancha clearly understood that he could not escape, so he decided to live and die. Faced with Jiang Thancha's strongest attack, Balak just swung out his claws and immediately sent him flying to the ground. But Jiang Thancha's luck is not bad. After being sent flying away, Balak quickly took care of his last teammate. At this point, the battle was almost over. Because Balak had eaten 5 prees, it was determined that the monster had entered a state of fullness. Ngo Jiangvu immediately jumped on Balak's head. Discovering his appearance, Jiang Thancha immediately did not understand why the demon did not attack Ngo Jiangvu. The kind Demon King did not forget to explain to him. After entering the full state, Balak will be inactive. Unless someone proactively launches an attack, the next thing is simple. Just use a strong attack, kill Balak in one go, and summon the power of Hellfire and your dark power. Ngo Jiangvu firmly merged the 2 powers. After his recent upgrade, he focused his attention on being able to use a variety of omnipotence, along with the fusion of 2 powers. From Ngo Jiangvu's hand appeared a terrifying double axe. The first time you merge, the status window also prompts you to receive an S-level skill. The next second, the Demon King decisively stabbed Balak. The terrifying power instantly penetrated the demon's entire body. Then it all exploded. The Big Bang was over. The status window immediately reminds that the B-level crack fragment has been destroyed. The experience he received caused Ngo Jiangvu to continuously increase 6 levels, reaching level 40. He also opened the 5th awakening, and also received 7 points of magic. Because the value of the demon weapon reached 60 points, Ngo Jiangvu received a new ability at the demon branch level. Although the information panel did not mention its effectiveness, Ngo Jiangvu could feel that leveling the demon branch would give him great power. In his 10,000 years in hell, Ngo Jiangvu had never heard of this thing. But that is something that will be researched later. Now after destroying the demon, Ngo Jiangvu could not wait to launch his devouring power. As an investigator, he should reserve the monster's body, but the magic weapon he received made him truly unable to refuse. After the devouring ended, Ngo Jiangvu received 4 points of magical energy. As expected, the B-level demon did not disappoint him. This time, Jiang Thancha made a sound again. He was curious about what kind of person Ngo Jiangvu was. Seeing that, the Demon King finally returned from excitement, so he slowly walked towards Jiang Thancha, looking at the Demon King's expression. Jiang Thancha no longer had his previous arrogance. He thought that Ngo Jiangvu wanted to kill him, but this time the Demon King changed his mind because Jiang Thancha still had value to use. Ngo Jiangvu was very clear that he clearly had no reputation, but Jiang Thancha not only recognized him, but also had great malice at the first meeting. Thinking that there must be someone behind him, seeing him become silent, the Demon King no longer had patience. Immediately kicking him on the spot, Jiang Thancha, who was already seriously injured, now had to endure a new painful blow. Now Ngo Jiangvu once again coldly asked, and Jiang Thancha was not the stubborn type, and immediately said Vice President Kim Vin Huan, which made the Demon King extremely confused. He and the other person probably have no grudges. After continuing to ask, Ngo Jiangvu learned that it turned out that Kim Vin Huan had previously confessed his love to Saviam Cha, and was coldly rejected. He immediately held hatred in his heart for Saviam Cha, and even began to hate the Hong Lips Association. Ngo Jiangvu initially thought there was some plot, but in the end he was just a sinister villain, So he asked Jiang Than Cha to show him the other person's photo. After looking at Ngo Jiang Vu, he was a bit surprised. He discovered that Kim Vin Huan and that Chuan looked a bit alike. But maybe it was because they were both handsome. So Ma Vong did not think too much anymore, then told Jiang Than Cha that he had something to ask for his help. Hearing that, Jiang Than Cha did not care what it was. On the spot, he told Ngo Jiang Vu to give instructions as he pleased. Seeing this, the Demon King smiled and said that this is also a good thing for you. After a period of beating, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately took Jiang Than Cha out of the teleportation gate. As soon as they saw them, the reporter immediately came forward to ask questions. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately opened his mouth to say, telling everyone to call an ambulance, because Jiang Than Cha was sick. The attacker was seriously injured. This time, Ngo Jiang Vu explained to the reporters that the only survivors were him and Than Cha. Many people were stunned when he said those words. The two great guilds joined forces, but they caused such great casualties. They still had someone who wanted to contact the Honang army, and then send more elite troops to destroy the monsters. But Ngo Jiang Vu directly told them there was no need, although many people had been sacrificed. Fortunately, the mutated monster had been destroyed. A reporter asked if it was Mr. Ngo Jiang Vu who did it, but the Demon King said it was the hero Jiang Than Cha who destroyed the monster. Someone wanted to know the detailed situation at that time. Ngo Jiang Vu did not refuse. He said the monster was indeed similar to the news announced by the government. It was a monster with a lion's head and 5 legs. Its power instantly killed other teammates. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Than Cha stood up and told him to run first, but he could not bear to leave alone. So he stayed to watch the entire battle. Although the battle was very fierce, Than Cha risked his life and finally won. After speaking, a reporter was curious, was not Jiang Than Cha initially very offensive? Regarding this point, Ma Vong explained that it was because Than Cha did not want to let his guard down, that he deliberately taunted him, to stimulate his own motivation. Speaking of this, everyone at the scene was moved by Jiang Than Cha's righteousness. The next day, countless praising news also hit the front page. Unfortunately, Jiang Than Cha eventually became a vegetable due to a brain hemorrhage. On the other side, Xavier Cha also saw this news, but he did not have a good assessment like normal people. Looking at Jiang Than Cha's face, it looked like someone had beaten him up. Just when Xavier Cha was curious about what Ngo Jiang Vu did, the woman in front could not help but laugh, because she was amused by Ngo Jiang Vu's appearance of lying in front of reporters. Then he asked Xavier Cha if he knew the guild leader who had such intentions, Trinhian Cha. Regarding Trinhian Cha's problem, Xavier Cha did not answer, called the other person aunt, and told her to leave quickly. Although Trinhian Cha was very angry, the two quickly talked about business matters. Trinhian Cha speculates that this mutated monster was created by the evil church. Right now, people outside the 5 major guilds will probably gradually learn about the evil church's affairs. If the story of the evil church using people as sacrifices was made public, the world would likely be in chaos. Trinhian Cha was curious what Hong Mai Koi is thinking. Just then Ngo Jiang Vu pushed the door in. As soon as he saw her, Trinhian Cha happily greeted her and said he was VM Cha's friend. Ngo Jiang Vu did not want to bother them and planned to leave later. But Trinhian Cha said he had finished talking. Then she opened the door and went out. Waiting until the other person left, Ngo Jiang Vu still wanted to know who the woman was. Xavier Cha only said it was someone he knew, and immediately gave Ngo Jiang Vu an level access card. This is what Ngo Jiang Vu asked them to do before, receiving what he dreamed of. Ngo Jiang Vu did not forget to flatter, but Xavier Cha told him to absolutely not regret going to this level teleportation gate. Hearing that, Ngo Jiang Vu did not say anything, then changed to another topic. Those were the words they said in the room. I heard most of them. But Xavier Cha actually knew it from before, even though it was a secret guild, but one day he would tell Ngo Jiang Vu. It was also this time that Ngo Jiang Vu learned that the appearance of demons was related to the evil church. Xavier Cha then confessed to him, when was the evil church established? Up to now, no one knows how many people there are, nor is there any news. So now Hong Mei Koi Koi is coordinating with the government to investigate. What other guilds know is only that Hong Mei Koi is collaborating with the government. Ngo Jiang Vu does not understand why they seek suffering for themselves. Xai Wiem said again that Hong Mei Koi's participation in the destruction of the evil church was for revenge, but they were not just for revenge anymore. The real reason to continue is, when Hong Mei Koi investigated the evil church, it sacrificed many members. So now he absolutely cannot sit still and watch. Although we do not know what happened before, from XAVM Cha's words, it seems that their losses were quite serious. Looking towards EVM Cha, which was emitting murderous aura, Ningo Jiangvu asked, "Was it because of the evil church that you wanted to ask me for help?" About this, EVM Cha firmly admitted. He intended to wait until the day he could find out the whereabouts of the evil church and ask Ningo Jiangvu to help him in the fight. Because followers of the evil church are much stronger than normal evil cults, and players with strong strength are even rarer. Sevim Cha wants Ningo Jiangvu to give him a clear answer. Even if he gives up now, he will not stop him. Noticing that Sevim Cha had a serious look on his face, Ningo Jiangvu calmly told him to rest assured that after all, he had helped him so much. Until then, I'll have to come along anyway. Hearing that Sevim Cha's seriousness immediately disappeared, and he received an answer from Ningo Jiangvu. He seemed much happier. It was even harder to say thank you. But what Sevim Cha does not know is that even without Hong Mei Koi, Ningo Jiangvu will still deal with the evil church. After all, the more he modified, the more demon energy he could absorb. After the incident ended, Ningo Jiangvu immediately left the Hong Mei Koi guild. When he left, he took the car that Sevim Cha had asked someone to prepare. Today, Ningo Jiangvu had an important goal, so he decided to go somewhere else. It turns out that due to his fifth awakening, he received an rank attribute, Demon Master. The effect is to summon a dimensional monster, but it can only be summoned once every 3 months. According to Ningo Jiangvu's judgment, the teleportation gate is the bridge between the dimension and the earth. Furthermore, the higher the teleportation gate level, the stronger the monsters that can enter, and the monsters that can be seen from them. Hell is called the Rift Fragment. If so, Ningo Jiangvu thought if his summoning skill was used at higher teleportation gates, stronger monsters would definitely appear, not long after. Ningo Jiangvu immediately reached his destination, which was the S-Class teleportation gate in Thayandayan. This place's security was extremely strict. Fortunately, he had an S-level access card, so he was successfully allowed to go inside. Looking at the scene where opening the door required a group of people, Ningo Jiangvu could not help but sweat. If it were not for Hong Mei Koi, he really did not dare to think he could get here. Wait not long. Ningo Jiangvu finally stepped into the teleportation gate as he wished. Once inside, he was immediately attracted by the scenery. If there were no S-Class monsters coming around, Ningo Jiangvu felt that this place could be used as a resort. After walking a short distance, he chose a location where the monster would be summoned this time. If it were possible to summon 3-headed dogs in the 3 realms of hell, Ningo Jiangvu felt that it would be great. So he immediately started preparing to summon, and the status window notification appeared. Ningo Jiangvu's demonic energy spread crazily, and the summoning ritual was not as easy as he thought. To summon demons requires a lot of demonic energy to create a rift. Fortunately, Ningo Jiangvu's magical energy was very sufficient, so it quickly succeeded. At this time, the status window has new information. Due to the influence of the demonic energy Vanma Dian, Ningo Jiangvu created a deeper crack, and soon the Gaia system reappeared. Because the function was damaged, the connection to another world could not be prevented. Immediately after, it was announced that the Ulta Mainland Dimension portal had been opened. Ningo Jiangvu was still worried if something had happened. Luckily, the notification window said the summoning had been completed successfully. But the next second he raised his head and looked up. In an instant, he was surprised beyond words because of what Ningo Jiangvu summoned. It's a demon dragon whose whole body is covered in wounds. Its name is Egypt Denne and its rank is rank. Looking at the dragon he had summoned, Ningo Jiangvu discovered that its condition seemed unusual. Immediately after that, some strange sounds came from the crack, and then several people who did not look like people on Earth jumped down. The appearance of the other person made Ningo Jiangvu a bit confused. In addition to what they said, Ningo Jiangvu did not understand anything at all. Although the clothes of people on Earth have changed greatly now, compared to the people in front of them, there are still huge differences. It's like they came out of a fantasy. After listening to a few people talk for a while, Ningo Jiangvu immediately remembered that he had a special omnipotent language power. Indeed, after use, languages that do not understand each other can be understood. It turns out the leader's name is Lina Duck. He originally wanted to tell everyone to stay away from the Egyptian demon dragon Denna. But his comrades told him to calm down. After all, the demon dragon was about to die now. Hearing that, Lina Duck also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that several people had stabilized, Ningo Jiangvu immediately asked them what kind of people they were. The leader this time introduced himself. He was the third princely Nap duck of the Alnan Empire. That strange empire and strange continent just now. Ngo Jiangvu had never heard of it before, and he looked closely. Among these people, there was not only an elf, but also someone who was clearly a dwarf. So the people in front of me really came from another world. Although it was unclear what grudge they had with Egypt, Ngo Jiangvu could not let the magical beast he worked so hard to summon die. Therefore, he decided to use the power of regeneration towards Egypt Denna. Under the almighty influence of the Demon King, Egypt Denna's wound began to heal quickly. Realizing that something was wrong, Li Mi Duck immediately asked Ngo Jiangvu what he was doing. But in the next second, the demon dragon called Ngo Jiangvu his master, and thanked him for treating him, and apologized for his pathetic appearance. Regarding this, Ngo Jiangvu said he did not need to pay attention. Hearing these words, Li Na Duck immediately drew his sword towards Ngo Jiangvu. He did not expect that the person he randomly met was the owner of the demon dragon. Ngo Jiangvu immediately asked a question: why did they want to kill Egypt Denna? This statement made the prince angry. He did not understand whether Ngo Jiangvu was really ignorant or pretending, then said that this evil demon dragon had caused terrible droughts and epidemics, and also used magic to take the lives of countless people of the empire. But Leonidas' words were refuted by Egypt Nidana. He weakly explained that it was not his doing. Ngo Jiangvu also agreed with the Egyptian duck nays were his words, because if he could manipulate these natural disasters, would not he be almost divine? With just a few people in front of him, it was impossible to injure him this seriously. But the prince loudly emphasized that it was all caused by the demon dragon. If it were not for the fact that it was not completely inexplicable, then in order to rescue the people of the empire, you guys would have immediately prepared to fight, determined to kill Egypt Dene here. People like that do not accept opinions, completely ignore other people's words, and only think about asserting their own so-called righteousness. Immediately he took action, directly using explosive force against the prince. This move has extremely terrible power. The people in the other world were also barely able to avoid the attack, and the prince had a strong body armor that repelled them. Ngo Jiangvu immediately said calmly, even if you guys are right, what does it have to do with me? Egypt Duckney is currently his summoned beast. No matter what, Ngo Jiangvu will not hand it over. Seeing this, Loina Duck was extremely angry and thought that Ngo Jiangvu was an evil person like a devil. As soon as these words came out, the Demon King immediately burst into laughter, saying that he was actually the devil, as if he had found some reason. Loina Duck immediately announced that he would destroy demons and demon dragons together. His excitement filled his companions with motivation. Looking at the faces of these idiots, Ngo Jiangvu wondered if they had taken the wrong medicine. After Loina Duck finished speaking, he grabbed his sword and rushed towards Ngo Jiangvu. Ngo Jiangvu directly blocked the attack and was scared. Luckily he had equipment. Otherwise, this attack can only be defended and cannot be blocked. After that, the Demon King did not hold back any longer, and immediately used his full strength to explode. With such a large attack range, people in other worlds can only have their defenses broken, but Ngo Jiangvu's attack is not over yet. Combined with the skill, countless fireballs immediately appeared in the palace. Accompanied by the swing of Ngo Jiangvu's hand, countless rains of fire were madly thrown at several people. The soldiers among them quickly turned to defend, but Ngo Jiangvu's firepower was truly too strong. But the rain of fire came from all directions. Turning his head to look at the two terrifying attacks, the soldier's eyes were filled with despair. The next second the explosion rang out. Loina Duck called his teammate's name, but what he got in response was Ngo Jiangvu's next attack. Before the magicians and spirits could react, Ngo Jiangvu and Loina Duck began to fight frantically. At this time, a whirlwind arose around the opponent. Ngo Jiangvu was wondering what the skill was, when the prince shouted loudly, the first male style of swordsmanship, sword and wind storm. Hearing his voice, Ngo Jiangvu promptly used the bitch's power, blocked his attack, and then launched a counterattack. Then he kicked Loina Duck away with one kick, fighting and shouting the name of the skill. Although Ngo Jiangvu was confused, he was still grateful for this way of fighting. The prince who was sent flying rushed forward again. His sword now became extremely powerful, and his attacks were extremely rapid. Combined with the wind-blown sword blade, even Ngo Jiangvu's response was a bit difficult. Although the opponent's attack became stronger, Ngo Jiangvu still successfully avoided it. Loina Duck's strength is stronger than he imagined. If it were not for the fifth awakening, today might actually be a bit dangerous. Seeing Ngo Jiangvu still dodging, Loina Duck became even more excited. He felt that his strength had overwhelmed Ngo Jiangvu, but now the Demon King had come up with a good way. This guy's strength is not bad, but unfortunately he is too honest. Ngo Jiangvu, who had bad intentions, suddenly shouted and received a beheading. Swordsman Loi Na Duck raised his sword to prepare to block, but in the end, the Demon King did not swing the short sword, but instead broke his large sword with a kick. Haban was seriously injured. The prince's face immediately changed. He was extremely confused. Just now, Ngo Jiangvu clearly said that sword and sword beheading, but sword and sword Demon King are even happier. As expected, fighting with idiots is very interesting. Loi Na Duck now understood that his defeat was inevitable. He wanted his companions to escape. If he continued further, he would absolutely not be able to win. The Demon King agreed with this approach, but the female magician said that they would not abandon Loi Na Duck. The Sword Prince urges everyone to run quickly. The Anim Empire relies on you. Originally, Ngo Jiangvu still wanted to see the origin drama, but Loi Na Duck made him feel unbearably disgusted. He once again kicked the opponent hard, then prepared a knife to finish Loi Na Duck. What Ngo Jiangvu did not expect was that the magician dared to stand in front of his sword. At the same time, he prayed that Ngo Jiangvu could spare the prince, and if he wanted to kill him first. Because the prince was not only the hope of the people, but also the person that Loi Na loved the most. Faced with his friend's confession, Loi Na Duck seemed very surprised. The magician continued to beg Ngo Jiangvu. As long as he could spare the prince's life, he was willing to give his life to Ngo Jiangvu, and in the future he could do whatever he wanted. But Ngo Jiangvu's answer was impossible. These words had absolutely no meaning to him. In Ngo Jiangvu's fighting rules, once you decide to take up a weapon to kill, you must be mentally prepared to be killed. Being patient in front of the Demon King only makes him lose interest, and quickly ends the battle. Ngo Jiangvu's coldness made the two of them stunned. At this time, Ngo Jiangvu was too lazy to listen to the magician's words, and raised his sword again. But at this time the status window issued a notification, confirming the existence outside the summoned beast entering through the teleportation gate. The Gaia system will automatically delete people from other worlds, and soon new changes will appear on their bodies. At first Ngo Jiangvu was still skeptical, but after reacting, he immediately stabbed towards the prince. The Demon King did not want to lose his lucrative prey, Loi Na Duck, because the opponent's equipment was certainly very expensive, but in the end it was still too late. Even though Ngo Jiangvu was already very fast, but the transmission speed of the Gaia system is faster than him. Not being able to get the loot made Ngo Jiangvu extremely angry. He did not expect that the system, which had always been silent, suddenly appeared today to confront him. Luckily, the Egyptian Danap was still there, otherwise the Demon King would probably be angry to death. Ngo Jiangvu is curious about what this Gaia system is. Could it really be something used to stop creatures in another world? I've heard of it before when I returned to Earth, but now it does not seem to work normally anymore. Continuing to think, Ngo Jiangvu felt that the hellish monsters that had appeared recently were probably related to the abnormalities of the Gaia system, plus the knowledge that had never appeared before. That means the demon has only appeared in the last few weeks. Originally, he overheard Axavium speculation and thought it was caused by the evil church. But it seems that the damage to the Gaia system is related to me, so the appearance of monsters is most likely due to me. The more Ngo Jiangvu thought like that, the more panicked he became. He just wanted to leave hell. He did not want to destroy any systems. At this time, Egyptian Ducknai asked, were all those people gone? After receiving the answer, he once again thanked Ngo Jiangvu for saving him. Next, Ngo Jiangvu did not continue to think about it anymore. After all, there was no exact answer right now, so he should still do his own thing. After that, he continued to treat Egyptian Duckna. After finishing treatment, Ngo Jiangvu felt that Egypt Duckna's body was too big, so he wanted him to try to see if he could make it smaller. Finally, Egypt Duck turned into a small dragon and went out with Ngo Jiangvu. On the way, Ngo Jiangvu learned that the Anak continent was a completely different world than Earth. As for the princes in Ernan Empire, it is the largest country in the center of the mainland. People there use swords and magic. It is a world where goblins, monsters, and dragons exist. Egypt Duckne was curious where Ngo Jiangvu wanted to take him. Knowing about the place to live, he understood whether the city was Ngo Jiangvu's nest. The Demon King really likes this name. Sharing a nest with Tayatna is not bad. Just thinking about going to his master's nest, Egypt Duckne was extremely happy. He had not been in a nest with anyone for a long time. Ngo Jiangvu was a bit surprised. For such a long time, were you alone? Egyptian Duck Ne immediately said that he originally lived with his father, but one day his father abandoned him and disappeared. After that, he always read books alone in a place called Lao, until a long time later, suddenly someone rushed in. That person was Loina Duck. Speaking of this, the Egyptian Duck Ne felt extremely sorry for himself. He clearly did nothing, but no one believed him. He wanted to know if Ngo Jiangvu was willing to trust him. This expression of Egyptian Duck Nap, Demon King, is too familiar, because he used to be like that. In Ngo Jiangvu's deep memories, there is a past of growing up in an orphanage. Even though he could not even see his parents again, at that time he still longed to be loved, wanted to receive the trust and recognition of others. Returning to his senses, Ngo Jiangvu smiled softly. Even if the whole world does not believe it, I'm still willing to believe in you. The Demon King's rare gentleness also moved the little demon dragon. Egyptian Duck Nap said, I will definitely always remember this name Ngo Jiangvu. When she arrived home, Tayat Na was immediately attracted to the adorable little dragon. Ngo Jiangvu thought she would be offended. No matter what, Egypt Duck Na is a monster after all, but Tayat Na simply could not refuse to summon such a cute beast, and even hugged it for a long time. The shy Egyptian Duck Na had difficulty escaping, so he quickly hid behind Ngo Jiangvu. Seeing this, Ngo Jiangvu understands that it still takes time to adapt. After that, he immediately started asking about the hunting situation of the squad. Hentayet has said everything went smoothly. Soon they could perform the third awakening to reach the sea-level teleportation gate. Hentayet Nia is very grateful to Ngo Jiangvu. Everything is going smoothly now thanks to him, otherwise I would not have met such good teammates. Hearing Tayat Na say that, Ngo Jiangvu said he was the one to thank, because with Tayat Na by his side, he could feel the feeling of being loved. After eating, Tayat Na wanted to sleep with Egyptian Duck Na. To this, Ngo Jiangvu immediately agreed. In my heart, I was extremely jealous of Tu Long's treatment. The next day, as soon as Ngo Jiangvu opened his eyes, he felt very tired and even did not want to get up. But in the end, I still have to wake up to eat. Even Tayat Na was very surprised, because today Ngo Jiangvu woke up later than usual. Regarding this, Ngo Jiangvu also did not know why. Anyway, he was not in the spirit. Telling Tayat Na that she was sure she was okay, Ngo Jiangvu immediately sat down to prepare to eat. But at this moment, he heard someone asking him if he slept well last night. After instinctively answering, Ngo Jiangvu finally discovered that it was wrong, because Egypt Duck Na had turned into a little girl. Ngo Jiangvu did not expect that he still had this ability. Egypt Duck Na is also unclear about this. Last night, when he slept, he felt an unprecedented power. The next day when I woke up, I had transformed into what I am now. Hearing that, Ngo Jiangvu seemed to understand that my being so tired was most likely related to him. At this time, Ngo Jiangvu was still curious about what Egypt Duck Na could turn into. As soon as he heard Ngo Jiangvu say that, he immediately stood up and said it could. Next, he told Ngo Jiangvu to look closely, but Egypt Duck Na had just begun to transform. Ngo Jiangvu immediately felt extremely regretful, because the opponent's energy was too strong, and in the blink of an eye, all the food was blown away. So Ngo Jiangvu quickly told him to stop, but was still one step slow. At this point, even the window was broken. Now Ngo Jiangvu has determined that whether he turns into a dragon or turns into a human, there is no problem. As for the Egyptian Duck Nap, he kept apologizing because he made the house messy. But Tayat Na did not blame him at all, just told him not to transform himself in the house in the future. Ngo Jiangvu roughly guessed that the Egyptian Duck Na changed into an appearance similar to him, influenced by him. Not only was he enhanced, he even used human language very naturally. Egypt's Duck Na can transform into a human, which is also a good thing for Ngo Jiangvu. It will probably be much more convenient to bring him out later. Not long after, Tayat Na made an appointment with a repairman. Next, she said she had to go buy clothes, because Egypt Duck Na's old clothes did not fit him very well. Tayat Na and Egypt Duck Na both hoped that Ngo Jiangvu could go with them, but today Ngo Jiangvu had other things to do. Originally, he had to go hunting. Tayat Na suggested that since today was like that, she could rest well. But Ngo Jiangvu said he was not going hunting today. He had to go somewhere to work. Very soon after breaking up, Ngo Jiangvu went to the Hongmei Koi Guild and told Sen and Chao about how he had summoned the dragon, and also met a few people from the Erno mainland. In the end, due to a certain Gaia space defense mechanism, there was no other way to let the opponent go. Now Ngo Jiangvu has a new request, because his summoned beast has turned into human form. He wanted to ask Zhanhan Cha to help him make an id card. Listening to Nungo Jiangvu recount his experience at the teleportation gate, although very thrilling, Xie Han Cha did not doubt anything. As for things related to the Gaia system, he had never heard of it. Just thinking about Ngo Jiangvu summoning a dragon, Xen Han Cha was curious. What kind of person is he? The things we do now are becoming more and more outrageous. Seeing that Taxan and Cha was hesitating, Nungo Jiangvu immediately told him that it was too late to hesitate now, so he should still help me make an ID card first. Sen and Cha had no choice but told Nungo Jiangvu to send the photo over later. I thought the matter was over, but Nungo Jiangvu still had something else to ask him. But as soon as she opened her mouth, someone knocked on Xie Han Cha's office door. The appearance of the enemy made Go Jiangvu very surprised, because the person who came was Bach Ho Viam of Ho Lang Boy. Bach Ho Viam was saying there was something he wanted to discuss, but found out that Xen Han Cha still had guests. But Sen Han Cha said it was okay. They were about to finish talking. Bach Ho Viam guessed that the person in front of him was probably a new recruit that Hong Maiko was recently training. Then he immediately greeted Ngo Jiangvu, but after hearing the name Ngo Jiangvu, Bach Ho Viam immediately remembered. Was not this the person he met at the sea-level teleportation gate before? Cyan and Cha did not expect the two of them to have met before, so he thought it was Ngo Jiangvu fighting the guard guarding the teleportation gate. But instead he heard Bach Ho Viam praising Nungo Jiangvu as a polite and righteous player. As soon as these words came out, Xian Cha did not dare to believe it. These words, no matter how he looked at them, did not suit Ngo Jiangvu, but he was too lazy to think about it anymore. If he wanted to quickly discuss the matter, it was Sei Han Cha who asked just now. What does Ngo Jiangvu want to say? Ngo Jiangvu asked him again, can he make an official pass to the S-level teleportation gate? The reason was because Ngo Jiangvu wanted to go hunting. At this time, Xian Cha was stunned, but Ngo Jiangvu continued to say that bringing along a summoned animal was enough to cope. Sein Han Cha was a little curious. Did Ngo Jiangvu know what was in the S-level teleportation portal? Of course he knew about this. After all, he had already researched it. In the S-level, the Aeon teleportation gate, there are top-level monsters such as Flying Dragon and Mountain Moon Giant. And there are also Demonic Stone Giant monsters. The remaining Sein and Cha spoke for him, which was a monster named Urkuro. Sen and Cha told Ngo Jiangvu to rest assured, but Bach Ho Viam next to him was a little confused. A few weeks ago, he remembered that Ngo Jiangvu was still in the sea-level teleportation gate, but Sen Han Cha did not tell him the answer, only that there was a motive. In short, Ngo Jiangvu's strength is very strong. Bach Ho Viam also understands. At that time, Ngo Jiangvu was hiding his strength. Although he did not understand the specific situation, he still congratulated Cyan and Cha on finding a powerful player. Knowing that he could receive the documents tomorrow, Ngo Jiangvu stopped bothering him anymore. Before going to say Han Cha, he reminded him that he must pay attention to safety. Even the top-level players in the country, had to retreat from the Thayinian portal, waiting for Ngo Jiangvu to leave. San Han Cha asked, what's going on with Bach Ho Viam? Bach Ho Viam said this time there's something worth looking forward to. Hearing that, Zehen Cha was very suspicious. Bach Ho Viam said that they had previously announced that the internal medicine garden had successfully infiltrated the demon church. Now the insider has obtained important video evidence, but the current situation is very complicated. Ho Langbo Doi also spent a lot of effort to contact Duog Vian. Understanding that he needed their support, Stutze Han Chao immediately asked for the contact location. When he heard about the Thai Ingian Ho, a war zone, he suddenly remembered that this was not near the teleportation gate that Ngo Jiangvu wanted. Time passed quickly and the next day arrived. Today Egypt Dukno wore his new clothes. This was what Tayat Noah took him to buy yesterday. Ngo Jiangvu also found it very beautiful, extremely suitable for the Egyptian German. Receiving Ngo Jiangvu's affirmation, he seemed extremely happy. And today, Ngo Jiangvu received the documents. This time he was preparing to take Egyptian duck now with him to go hunting. In her heart, Tayat actually admired her a lot. She also wanted to go hunting with Ngo Jiangvu, but knew her strength was still not enough. On the other side, Ngo Jiangvu knew that Tayat Na would soon arrive at the teleportation gate, then immediately said he would go too, because he wanted to team up with Tayat Naha to go hunting. Hearing that, Han Tayat Na was very looking forward to it. She said she would wait for Ngo Jiangvu. The reason for doing so is because Ngo Jiangvu understands that Tayat Na has probably accumulated a lot of combat experience. So I have to guide her to become more mature. After saying goodbye to Hantayat, Nugo Jiangvu immediately took Egypt Dukna out. Soon after entering the Taiyinghian teleportation gate, he told Egypt Dukna absolutely not to go near the water, including there are very dangerous things, and do not return to your original form. Wait until I lure the monster out, do not attack directly. Just help by your side. Let Egypt and you remember the things that need attention. Nungo Jiangvu also uses the power of observation. After a while of searching, he found a man-eating demon. He had just started hunting S-class monsters. Nungo Jiangvu was not too greedy. Hunting them one by one was the best solution. Next, he used the power of seduction, and at the same time told Egypt Dukna to prepare for battle. After instructing Nungo Jiangvu to use the almighty power of the demon Baphomet, the next second he rushed towards the monster. The man-eating demon was also attracted. There was no one among them who retreated. As soon as they met, immediately threw a punch at each other. In terms of strength, Nungo Jiangvu and the monster were basically equal, but he also admired that the other was truly an S-class monster. I used the full power of heaven, but only caused a little damage, but Nungo Jiangvu knew he could handle it. After that, he no longer faced the monster head-on. After avoiding the punch, the demon cannibal punched down fiercely. Nungo Jiangvu took advantage of the smoke and dust to escape, and at the same time condensed extremely dark power. This stab successfully pierced the monster's head, but the opponent was still able to resist. Unexpectedly, Nungo Jiangvu was caught by the man-eating demon. Seeing this, Dukne of Egypt immediately decided to take action. This dark storm attack of his, in the blink of an eye, caused the monster to be caught off guard. After successfully escaping, Nungo Jiangvu immediately praised Egypt Dukna, then used the almighty power of lightning. At this time, the demon cannibal was already at full strength after being subjected to the force of lightning. The last cry was made on the spot, and he quickly died. At the end of the battle, Nungo Jiangvu successfully increased by 1 level. This also made him extremely happy. Despite the difficulty of the level teleportation gate, as is very high, normally requires players from level 65 or higher to form a team. But the experience he received was indeed very rich, so this trip was worth it, and Duknap quickly ran over to Egypt. He wanted to know if he could help, and received confirmation from Nungo Jiang. Egyptinap said since being summoned, he immediately felt that he had become much stronger. Nungo Jiangvu thought that the Egyptian Dukna human form was already that strong. If he used his body to fight, he would be several times stronger, but the two of them were still strong. Not long after the fun, a noisy sound suddenly came from the air. Raising his head to look at Nungo Jiangvu, he was stunned. He did not expect that the battle just now would attract so many flying dragons, so he immediately picked up Egypt Duknap. The opponent's numbers were too many. Nungo Jiangvu decided. Avoiding the front, wanting to break through the siege, he used the all-powerful spear power. These monsters chased him very closely, and their speed exceeded Nungo Jiangvu's imagination. In a few short breaths, they chased him close, and at the same time launched an attack, after easily avoiding it. Nungo Jiangvu immediately decided to run away with all his strength. But at this moment, Egypt Dukni was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Because of the flying dragon's attack, he unexpectedly ruined his new dress. Nungo Jiangvu also wanted to tell Egypt D, nada down. As a result, in the next second he transformed into his true self. Egypt's increased strength Dukne easily killed several flying dragons. His claws were simply a downgrade. Feeling the pressure from the demon dragon, these flying dragons immediately turned around and left. Fled but faced Egypt Dukne after its strength increased sharply. Wanting to hide is clearly unrealistic. Now Egypt Dina is like an irrational beast. He is frantically killing monsters one by one, while the Demon King is silently watching, and his experience is increasing crazily. This time Nungo Jiangvu did not know what to say. The Egyptian Dukne's strength was incredibly strong. It was unimaginable that he had almost died before at the hands of fireman Loina Dukna. It seemed that after having received an increase in his demonic energy, Egypt Dukna has become much stronger. In Nungo Jiangvu's heart, strange thoughts also arose, which was Egypt Duknap in its physical state. If we only talk about strength, it is very likely that he is stronger than he is now. After a while, the Egyptian Dina, who had just finished the massacre, finally woke up. Currently they were still in the teleportation gate. Nungo Jiangvu asked Egypt Dukna if there was any difference in his body. But he now had no strength left in his body, and was also a little uncomfortable. Hearing that Nungo Jiangvu roughly understood that this was a sequela of using too much power. Just now, when Egypt Duk transformed back into human form, he immediately fainted. Understanding everything that had happened, The fact that his dress was torn still made him very sad. Regarding this, Ngo Jiangvu said that no matter how much clothes you have, you can buy them. Egypt German Nap still want to say something more. Ngo Jiangvu immediately said with a serious face. She hopes that Egypt Dine will not change his body so arbitrarily in the future. Seeing this, Duknev Egypt no longer worries about clothes. She turned to Jiangvu and apologized. She would not do that again in the future. But after all, it was the first time fighting. Jiangvu thought maybe he was being too strict. Continue comforting Egypt Dukne for a while. Jiangvu immediately prepared to take her home to buy new clothes. Although something unexpected happened today, luckily there was still a full harvest. In the end, Egypt Duknap killed a total of 8 flying dragons. Thanks to that, Jiangvu's level reached level 49. She did not expect to be able to destroy so many flying dragons on her own, but the price to pay was that her magic ki decreased. But the Egyptian Duknap also lost the ability to act. Now Ngo Jiangvu probably understands clearly the reason she can transform into human form and become even stronger. That's because after Egypt, Duknap became a summoning beast and absorbed his demon kai. In other words, the more Jiangvu's demon kai is used by Egypt Dukna, the greater power she will be able to exert. If Jiangvu's demon kai increases, the amount of energy that Egyptian Dukna can use will also increase accordingly. But this will put a great burden on her body. Just as Jiangvu was preparing to leave, 2 giant eater demons rushed out. So Jiangvu gently put down the sleeping Egyptian Dukna. She originally planned to come here today, but because he had automatically come to the door, this time Jiangvu was too lazy to be careful and restrain himself. But just as she was about to strike, the 2 monsters were dealt with by someone else in the blink of an eye. This also caused Jiangvu's momentum to immediately disappear. As for the 2 people who just attacked, she actually knew each other. Even though Jiangvu had just returned to Earth not long ago, he had already seen related news. The person wearing the hat is Master Samin Hatch of the Daya Guild. The other person who is even more famous is the Grand Master and #1 player of the 8th Kingdom, Bach Jiang Hian of the Universe Guild. The 2 of them thought they had saved Jiangvu, no matter how you look at it. Jiangvu is the type of person who has just had his level limit removed. Going around this level teleportation gate, Bach Jiang Hian was extremely enthusiastic. She felt that meeting her was fate. Then she said she was willing to protect Jiangvu the exit, because she saw that Jiangvu and Egypt Duck now were very tired. Regarding this matter, Ngo Jiangvu repeatedly said there was no need, he could go out alone. But Bach Jiang Hian was very persistent. She said she was not a bad person, and moreover Jiangvu was carrying her child. It would be safer to go with them, but Jiangvu still refused. The reason is that the 2 of you killed monsters for her, which is more than enough. She cannot continue causing trouble anymore. Hearing this, Bach Jiang Hian was no longer reluctant. So the 2 of them broke up right here. A moment later, waiting for Egypt Duck Ne to wake up, Jiangvu hugged her and went outside. Today's hunting trip with Tayatna can only be postponed until later. Next, he had to take Egyptian Duck Na to buy clothes, then tell Tayatna the situation. Ngo Jiangvu immediately turned on his cell phone to find directions to the department store. But he had not gone far when he suddenly had a bad feeling. The path on the map led Jiangvu into a small alley. This place was quiet, making him a bit surprised. Continuing to walk for a while, Egypt Duck Ne suddenly spoke to Jiangvu. She smelled a bloody smell ahead, and was very certain it was human. At the same time, in the direction that Egypt Duck Nap pointed, a seriously injured man was running away frantically, and he was a member of the Ho Nang army who had infiltrated the evil church. It turned out that, after investigating for a while, the man finally discovered that the evil church was hiding even more crazy things. Although he avoided surveillance inside and successfully recorded an important video, because there was a jamming device to prevent information disclosure, the man could not send the video. In order to finally make contact, he forcibly contacted headquarters, but as a result, the man was discovered by the evil church. After a while of desperately running away, he felt he could not hold on anymore. But the man did not want to die here, no matter what. He had to give the memory card to team leader Bach Ho Diem. After running a few more meters, the man fell to the ground. His body began to disobey him. As long as you can go to the teleportation gate and find the Ho Nang army, you can succeed. But the man could no longer go on. But at this moment, the Egyptian Duck Ne brought Jiangvu to find the man, and discovered a person covered in injuries. Jiangvu was wondering what was going on, but unexpectedly the man grabbed his hand. At the same time, he gave the memory card he was holding tightly to Jiangvu. In the end, before he could say who to give it to, he completely fell to the ground. Jiang Vu wanted to know what this memory card was, but the man kept calling but no longer responded. This made him curious. What exactly was on this memory card that could make a person risk their life so much? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Vu immediately prepared to look at the man's status window first. Then he used the power of observation on the opponent, making Jiang Vu unexpectedly that this man named Jiang Donghong was a player who had awakened for the 6th time. But when a normal person enters or exits an level teleportation portal, they must be at least level 60 and have awakened for the 7th time. His situation cannot be the same as mine. This proves that Jiang Huan did not come out of the teleportation portal. So now the only clue is the memory card in his hand. After plugging it into his phone and opening it, Jiang Vu discovered that there was only one video inside. But when he clicked to watch it, he was so surprised that he could not speak, because inside was actually a color video. Jiang Vu did not understand why the other person had to give this to him with a sad face. And Jiang Donghuan does not look like he's playing tricks. He feels like he missed something. He immediately started watching attentively, but the more he watched, the more Jiang Vu became superior. After all, he had not seen it in 10,000 years. Seeing Jiang Vu looking like this, Egypt Duck Ne was curious about what he was looking at. Her voice startled Jiang Vu. Then Ma Vong explained that he was looking at a very important clue. At this moment, a few footsteps quickly came from the front, and soon a group of people found Jiang Vu in them. The costumes of these people were very strange. Jiang Vu did not understand what they came here for. When the leader saw Jiang Vu holding the phone, he immediately guessed that he had already seen the video on the memory card. Hearing that Jiang Vu was a bit surprised, was his reaction that obvious? Immediately after that, the other person said that if he had seen it, he absolutely could not let Jiang Vu go out alive. Hearing this, the Demon King was even more bewildered. Just watching a color video, had he committed some heinous crime? Jiang Vu's reaction also made the people in front laugh. They thought that Jiang Vu was pretending to know nothing, clearly understanding that these people wanted to take action against him. Ningguo Jiang Vu naturally would not sit around waiting for death, so they immediately went to war. But Jiang Vu's strength is almost crushing. In just a few breaths, he knocked down all the people who had just rushed in. Seeing this scene, the leader could no longer sit still. He quickly told everyone to unleash their full power and not hold back. If we do not do so, it's likely that everyone will die today. From Jiang Vu's body, the leader felt a breath of death. With the rest releasing their power limits, Jiang Vu and Egypt Dina at the same time felt a familiar breath. Because of the group in front, their bodies were all emitting demonic energy at this moment. The Demon King immediately understood that the other party was definitely a member of the evil church and sensed the danger of Egypt Duck Na. So they wanted to join the fight, but Jiang Vu refused. At the same time, he told her not to worry, because no one could understand how to deal with demons better than the Demon King. Faced with this group of transforming evil followers, Jiang Vu was not afraid, using the power of the blade, instantly piercing through the body of an enemy. Attacking in groups is meaningless to Jiang Vu. His blade was frantically stabbing into the weak points of these demons, and each time he used all his strength. Also uses a knife to wildly swirl inside the opponent's body to prevent the devil's ability to regenerate. In an instant, the entire alley echoed with countless screams. The Demon King's terror also caused people who wanted to take action to have the intention of retreating, but now it's too late to run. The next second, Jiang Vu used Devil's Blade skill. Immediately after that, countless blades emerged from the ground, then quickly crushed each member of the evil church. At the end of the battle, Jiang Vu took out his phone again. He did not understand why this kind of video was so worth the evil church's risk of stealing it, but it has to be said, it's still worth watching. Just as Jiang Vu continued to enjoy, someone made a noise above his head. Hearing the sound, Jiang Vu raised his head and immediately discovered that the person coming was Xan Cha. The opponent was curious why Jiang Vu was here. As for Jiang Vu, he worriedly asked, "Did Xan Cha see anything?" I noticed he had a suspicious look on his face. Jiang Vu then breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to know what Xan Cha was doing here. But the other party did not tell him the specific reason, only saying that he was making a key. At this time, Bach Hovium above did not expect to meet Jiang Vu, but he quickly noticed the man on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Bach Hovium quickly jumped down. He asked Jiang Vu if he saw the memory card. Hearing that, Ningguo Jiang Vu immediately took it out and saw that it was exactly what they were looking for. Xian and Chao immediately told him to quickly give it to her, because the video inside was very important to them. Seeing Jiang Vu's unwilling expression, he even withdrew his hand. Xiaonan Chao again told him to give it here quickly. I needed it now. At this time, Jiang Vu was even more embarrassed. He wondered what Xiaonan Chao wanted to do. Under constant urging, Xiaonan Chao was a little impatient. Seeing this, Jiang Vu was also very helpless, so he had to give him the memory card. Jiang Vu is now thinking, maybe there is something hidden inside. Anyway, Zexanon cannot simply want to watch sex videos. The next second, Jiang Vu was instantly stunned. Xiaonan Chao said she already knew the content inside, so let me see and analyze it. Jiang Vu of course refused this, because he felt this was not a good thing. At this time, Xiaonan Chao also noticed Du Goyan on the ground. But Bach Ho Viem was very sad and said, Jiang Donghyun was dead. Next he turned to Jiang Vu and asked, what happened here just now? So Jiang Vu immediately recounted the situation that had happened before. Knowing that he received the memory card and was attacked, Bach Ho Viem also understood that Jiang Vu was really accidentally implicated. So he invited Jiang Vu to cooperate. I was about to ask Xiaonan Chao, but realized that his expression was wrong. Xiaonan Chao's face turned. He loudly questioned Jiang Vu what was inside. It is suspected that Jiang Vu secretly changed the video. Fortunately, Bach Ho Viem explained that this was an encrypted video. Only using the headquarters as decoder could they read the real content. Xiaonan Chao does not understand why use this type of video to encode. As a result, Bach Ho Viem said that the whole headquarters proposed to do so. Even though they had used documentaries about animals of all kinds, the effect was still that using emotional videos was the best. As for Xiaonan Chao, he pointed his finger at Jiang Vu and asked him that since he had seen it, why did not he say anything first? Hearing that, Jiang Vu was very innocent. After all, it was because Xiaonan Chao said he needed it. Seeing someone angry with Jiang Vu, Egypt Dukna immediately stood up, then told Xiaonan Chao not to bully Jiang Vu. Only then did Xiaonan Chao remember to ask about the identity of the Egyptian Dukna. Jiang Vu told him that it was the dragon he had mentioned before. Xiaonan Chao could not believe it. In his imagination, Jiang Vu's dragon must be very scary. While they were chatting, Bach Ho Viem finished contacting Ho Lang headquarters at the water source station, so a group of them set out. Not long after, several people arrived at the location, waiting for their subordinates to finish reporting the situation. Bach Ho Viem immediately announced that Jiang Donghyun had sacrificed. He hoped that everyone would not betray Jiang Donghyun's efforts. Behind Bach Ho Viem will personally come to comfort Jiang Donghyun's family. As for compensation, he also told his subordinates to do it. The remaining thing is for the person to read the video on the memory card. At the same time, Bach Ho Viem also asked General Truong Hin if he had returned yet. His subordinates told him that the general had gone to investigate another country's transfer portal. Truong Hin is Bach Ho Viem's superior, also the supreme commander of Ho Lang's army. This person's strength is second only to Bach Jiang Hin. Bach Ho Viem thought, if he were here, perhaps no one would sacrifice. Not long after, Ho Lang's soldiers successfully decoded the real video. In the video, there is a guy called the Bishop's Secretary, for whom they are preparing a summoning ritual. Under the offerings provided by a large guild, the people of the evil church were all very excited, because the player attributes provided by the other side were basically B-level or higher. Even when the believers were under the illusion of success and were being warned by the Bishop's Secretary, they still could not relax their vigilance. The video length is very long, finally stopping when Jiang Donghyun is discovered, after watching the entire video content. Jiang Vu guessed that the guy wearing the red mask and pattern was the guy who was propagandizing the evil church everywhere. And there were people like this like a bishop and secretary. It's very possible that the evil church is not just one or two people. Most importantly, the video also mentioned summoning and a large guild, from which Jiang Vu received 3 important information. The first is the bishop's secretary, who certainly has a more powerful name. Second, the evil church is preparing to summon something to earth, which is finally the most important. There is a large guild that is providing them with sacrifices. So Jiang Vu made his suggestion, which was to investigate the major guilds. Bach Ho Viem wanted to know what his reason was. Jiang Vu said that the evil church knew that there was an insider, so the summoning plan would be hidden more carefully. Next, it will be even more difficult for them to receive related clues. So the only way left is to find a large guild to provide sacrifices for the evil church. The only person who knew was Hong Ho Koi, who was standing outside. Jiang Vu's words received praise from Bach Ho Viem. He also suspected that Jiang Vu had done intelligence work. But what gives Bach Ho Viem and Xiaonan Chao a headache is how to find out which guild is connecting with the evil church. Even Ho Lang soldiers would not dare to arbitrarily cause trouble with the big guild. If there is a forced investigation, it will inevitably cause unnecessary conflicts. For this, Jiang Vu has come up with a good way, which is to launch a bait. The names of the evil church really need players with high attributes to make offerings. Sanan Cha said that their guild also lost many people because of that. So Jiang Vu's way is to spread some rumors to let the people of the evil church know that at the low-level teleportation portal, there are new players with talents as high as S level or higher. Or there is some players are noticed by Hong Ho Koi. Batch Ho VM feels that the evil church already knows there is an insider, so it probably will not take any risky action. But Jiang Vu told them very firmly that the evil church would definitely take action. Because since seeing those guys turn into demons, Jiang Vu has known that they cannot control their desire and power. Newbies have extremely high talent and will definitely be the best bait to lure them. Furthermore, no matter how hidden the evil church was, the summoning process in progress could not be completely hidden. Hearing that, Batch Ho VM also agreed. Because even though there are soldiers patrolling the portal, the number of players being killed still does not tend to decrease. Next is who should be used as bait. After all, the players who became famous at the low-level teleportation portal have basically all joined the guild. Sayan Chao also told Jiang Vu not to think about using members of Hong Ho Koi as bait. Although he is very selfish, if it is not a full-scale war, he will not send guild members anywhere. Jiang Vu also understood this, and in fact he had already thought of who to use as bait. As for that person, it's his poor friend Kim Thoi-hyun. In the next few days, Kim Thoi-hyun spent every day, in addition to work and hunting, the rest of his time basically taking care of his sick mother. As for now, Jiang Vu has observed Thoi-hyun for a whole week, every night taking care of his mother. Even the Demon King was moved to tears. Since deciding to use the bait plan, everything has gone very smoothly. The rumor that Kim Thoi-hyun's talent is very high is spreading very quickly. Although it is not very loud, the spreading speed is already very ideal. The reason why Jiang Vu is always on guard is because he is waiting for the fish to take the bait. There were only 2 people in total who carried out this plan, of which Dayutin Vu was in charge of planning the reputation promotion. As for Jiang Vu, he went to see if there were any traces of the evil church or any great guild. Anyway, Batch Hogan was too rigid, he did not like this method, and Sanahan Cha only knew how to ruin things, so he still left as usual. Seeing that Jiang Vu immediately followed suit and started taking action, this bait plan to ensure authenticity, Jiang Vu did not inform that Huan and Tiat Na a while later. That Huan gathered with Dai Thu and the others. Today they will also enter the sea-level teleportation gate for the first time to hunt. This time Jiang Vu mixed in with the crowd. While preparing, everyone in the team discovered that Tiat Na's condition was not good, the reason being that Jiang Vu had not come home for a week. Tiat Na sends messages and calls every day, but Jiang Vu always has problems and cannot come home. Others guessed that perhaps something had happened in the teleportation portal, and, when it was resolved, he would return. Tiat Na also hoped so, but she always wondered whether it was because she was bored with the food she cooked, so she did not come home, or because she was living outside with another woman. Regarding this, Enfi comforted Tiat Na not to think nonsense. After all, Jiang Vu could not leave such a beautiful Tiat Na and go out to find another woman. But right after that, Enfi laughed. He said maybe it was because Jiang Vu was young and energetic, sharing a room with a beauty like Tiat Na, and could not help but go out to sober up. But as soon as Enfi finished speaking, that Yuan knocked on his head and told Tiat Na not to take Enfi's words to heart. In his eyes, Jiang Vu is a high-level player. There is definitely a needless suffering. Just wait slowly, believing that he will return. That Yuan understands Tiat Na's mood very well, but he thinks that the only thing he can do now is to try to become stronger. And then he can fight side by side with Jiang Vu. Thinking of this, Tiat Na also regained her spirit, then they immediately entered the teleportation gate to hunt. Seeing the scene, Jiang Vu was very happy. The speed at which everyone reached level 20 and completed their third awakening was very fast. But I have not been home for a week. Jiang Vu also felt a bit helpless in his heart. Although it was due to work, seeing Tiat Na working so hard, he really could not bear it anymore, and it was not just Tiat Na. Egypt Dukne alone at home must be very sad, and Jiang Vu himself has not had a good meal for several days. He also wanted to end everything as soon as possible, but there was no progress yet. After entering the teleportation gate, the Thu and everyone found the cave giant. Standing in front of the monster's attack, the Thu quickly created an opportunity to attack. Sword Chuang that Chuan decisively took action. When he used the Qianlong sword technique, Tayat Nahao was responsible for implementing the strengthening effect for that Huan. With additional blessings, She Huan pierced the cave giant with just one sword. Even though it was fatally injured and was about to die, the monster still wanted to counterattack before dying. But that Huan was too lazy to dodge, because a second later, Enfi's magic completely finished off the giant. At the end of the battle, They Thu also breathed a sigh of relief. These C-level giants are much stronger than D-level giants, and Fi told him not to be negligent. Fortunately, Shi Huan said experience had increased, so the giant was definitely dead. Hearing that everyone gathered together, Tayat Ne and Enfi could feel the strength of the monsters here. In the past, it was easy for them to hunt 5 human lizards, but this type of giant only needs more than 3 to be dangerous. They Thu found it difficult to imagine that Jiang Vu would go hunting alone. As for That Yuan, he was very happy. At first he did not expect it. In less than a month, everyone could upgrade to the level of hunting cave giants. They Thu thought it was thanks to That Yuan, because his strength is really strong. That Yuan is very humble when praised. Immediately afterwards, remind everyone to go get the magic stone first. The blood from the cave giant's heart can be used as an ingredient for recovery medicine, and they have Tayat Nada here, so they can sell it. Seeing that everyone has successfully hunted C-class monsters, Jiang Vu is also very proud. Everyone is progressing very quickly. Everyone understands what they should do. By now, the platoon no longer needed my help. These past few days, he found it most puzzling that the fish still refused to take the hook. It's been a week, and a player with rank talent or higher, the evil church can still hold back and not take action. Jiang Vu did not believe that the other side was so careful. Such a good prey had not yet joined any major guild. According to his experience, there is no better prey than that. The news has been spreading for so long. The evil church and the affiliated guilds have definitely received the news. After that, Jiang Vu still used his observation power as usual. He wanted to see if there was any movement today. Unexpectedly, after looking down for a while, he discovered 2 players quickly approaching. The opponent defeated the cave giant in one move, clearly a high-level player. More importantly, they did not even take the magic power of the stone, but ran to the place where the 2 of them ran. That is the position of That Yuan and everyone, waiting a week to finally get the harvest. Jiang Vu could not hold back his excitement anymore. Now that the fish had taken the bait, he was a little eager to eat the other person. While Jiang Vu was waiting for the enemy to arrive, That Yuan and the others killed another cave giant. This battle was even easier. They Thu could not help but admire That Yuan's strength as he became stronger and stronger, because he did not even need Enfi's support anymore, but still successfully killed the monster. Regarding this, That Yuan still said to ask everyone for help, and Fi teased him to take it slow, otherwise we might have to go down to the island. While everyone was chatting and resting, That Yuan suddenly discovered a new situation, then told everyone to prepare for battle, because behind Tayat Na, a cave giant appeared. That Yuan was just about to let Enfi cover Tayat Na's retreat, but unexpectedly the cave giant was killed a second later. After seeing the person in front, That Yuan was suddenly speechless, because the person coming was Kim Vin Huan of My Mina Guild. They Thu and Enfi also recognized each other's identities and heard each other greet That Yuan. They were curious if the 2 of them knew each other. That Yuan did not answer this, but he and Kim Vin Huan actually knew each other. The other person is the vice president of one of the 5 major guilds in the country. His father is also the president of the Mai Na Kim Tihan Electronics Group, and he himself is the one who single-handedly founded the Mai Na Guild. Therefore, Kim Vin Huan can be said to be the coolest rich man in the country. But his strength and his father's are truly worlds apart. Domestic Kim Tihan is also a top player. But Kim Vin Huan is just average, but who said he has a good father, based on his power and financial resources. This guy basically no one dares to touch. Now That Yuan does not understand why the other party appeared at the low-level teleportation gate, saying he came to hunt. That Yuan immediately said that everyone should go their separate ways. But Kim Vin Huan said that That Yuan did not respect his older brother. As soon as these words came out, That Yuan immediately became angry, because he did not admit that his brother was him. As a result, Kim Vin Huan also thought the same. After all, they could not be considered normal brothers, and said that That Yuan had vile blood on his body. He himself really could not be a brother. This statement made That Yuan angry again, immediately drawing his sword. Seeing that, Kim Vin-hyun did not care at all, and told him if he had the ability to come up and try it. Although angry, that Hyun still did not lose his temper to the point of taking action. But Kim Vin-hyun did not intend to let him go. Because he had also heard the rumors, he did not expect Shae-hyun to awaken as a player, and one with at least rank or higher attributes. That Hyun did not understand what he meant by that. Kim Vin-hyun immediately said that it was because he needed such a perfect offering, and after careful observation, in that Hyun's team, each person is a newcomer with very high talent. Meeting here, Kim Vin-hyun could not help but exclaim that his luck was so good. Hearing that, Tae-thu quickly stood in front of everyone, and Kim Vin-hyun also paid attention to Tae-nu. His expression seemed like he wanted to do something bad, and in the end, that Hyun could not bear it anymore. Then he immediately took the first step to attack the opponent, but surprisingly, Kim Vin-hyun with just one move sent that Hyun flying. While everyone was surprised and worried, that Hyun was also very surprised. Even if the difference in level was large, it was impossible to be directly counterattacked by the opponent in such a short distance. On the other side, Kim Vin-hyun told his subordinates not to interfere. He was preparing to teach his younger brother well. Then he directly attacked that Hyun. Seeing that Hyun was struggling to resist, he became even more angry, more arrogant. But when it comes to combat experience, Kim Vin-hyun is completely inferior to that Hyun. After a while of defending, that Hyun found a counterattack point, but had not yet had time to swing his sword. The opponent's sword quickly hit that Hyun, and the next second he was kicked out by Kim Vin-hyun. Now that Hyun finally understood that the sword just now was not performed by Kim Vin-hyun, but was guided by the sword in his hand. That Hyun's guess was right. The reason was because that sword had a special device installed, called the Absolute Defense System. This was manufactured by the Ni Guild. As long as the system judges a loophole, it will automatically counterattack and dodge. When caught at a moment of loophole, Kim Vin-hyun was very angry, so he prepared a sword to seriously injure that Hyun. Fortunately, at the time of danger, Tae-thu was able to block the attack. Kim Vin-hyun was a bit surprised about this. Tae-thu said that although he did not know the relationship between the two, as long as he was still standing here, he absolutely would not allow anyone to bully that Hyun at will. Then he tried his best to push Kim Vin-hyun away, but as soon as he heard the other person's laughter, Tae-thu also discovered something was wrong. It turned out that Kim Vin-hyun's absolute defense system had created a shield. Definitely, Tae-thu's attack had absolutely no effect on him, and with the shield's magic power exploding, he became even angrier, and then slammed down heavily on the ground, finishing off Tae-thu Kim Vin-hyun's pout lip. Because that Hyun, thanks to Tae-nu's help, had recovered his condition. After being strengthened and blessed, he once again performed his Kwanlong sword technique. The next second, he rushed straight to Kim Vin-hyun. This was also the first time he showed the fifth form of Wind Dragon. Faced with that Hyun's full force attack, Kim Vin-hyun was clearly unable to resist. With that Hyun changing the direction of his sword energy, he instantly sent Kim Vin-hyun flying out. That Hyun originally thought he had successfully defeated the opponent, but due to the protection layer of the absolute defense system, so his attack power was still not enough to break it. After standing up, Kim Vin-hyun kicked Tae-thu lying next to him, and that Hyun had now reached his limit. At this time, Kim Vin-hyun suddenly pointed at him with his sword. Waiting for the simulation system to complete, that Hyun also discovered something unusual, because Kim Vin-hyun once again performed the fifth Kwanlong sword technique. He laughed madly, wanting to let that Hyun die under his own tricks. That Hyun originally wanted to try to block this move, but there was inherently a difference in class. Plus he did not have much magical power left, and was once again hit by Kim Vin-hyun. Sword Truong Tae-nu quickly ran forward to treat that Hyun, and Fi used magic to buy time, but his electric balls in front of the defense shield had absolutely no effect. Kim Vin-hyun did not forget to continue to mock that Hyun. No matter how hard he struggled, he could never surpass himself. Seeing that the other person was slowly approaching, Hyun had no choice but to give first to that Hyun first, so that Hyun could quickly regain his composure, and then she would go help and Fi. But even if the two of them attacked together, it would have no effect. This situation made that Hyun extremely self-blame. He wanted to level up all the way to avenge his mother. The result now is that even true teammates cannot protect them. It's all because they are too weak and not strong enough. At this moment, That Chuan heard a voice asking if he needed strength. On the other hand, Ingo Jiangvu has always been watching the war. Now he has also determined that the person colluding with the demon cult is the Mile Guild. Today, what made Jiang Vu a bit surprised was that Hyun was the illegitimate son of a rich man, and was also Kim Vin Hoon's brother. But this was not important. Next, he prepared to go down to the field to resolve the situation. But Ingo Jiang Vu had just moved a bit when he heard Hyun's angry scream below. As Kim Hyun's thirst for power grew, his aura also became more and more terrifying. Hyun not only wants to defeat the enemy in front of him, but also wants to be able to protect the people he cherishes. The next second, the talent in Kim Hyun's body finally awakened. He received the power from Vu then. Seeing this scene, Ingo Jiang Vu understood that this was the main character's awakening in a time of danger. As the owner of a ghost, Ingo Jiang Vu can sense the change in Hyun. At this time, Kim Hyun had received part of the power and successfully received the high-level technique of Qian Long Sword Technique. After comprehending the new technique, he mastered the Van Long and Bo Van Long Sword Dharma, and Hyun recovered a bit of his strength. Immediately rushed towards Kim Vin Hyun, having obtained the power of the martial god. Hyun's strength has increased a lot. Kim Vin Hyun is now basically unable to withstand his swordsmanship. As soon as the protective layer appeared, it was immediately breached. The first time Kim Vin Hyun was injured, it was a bit unbelievable that his absolute defense system could be used. Not wanting to believe the truth, Kim Vin Hyun counterattacked and immediately used the Qianlong Sword Dharma of Wind Dragon appearance. But Hyun has mastered higher-level sword moves. After using the Van Long Sword technique, Kim Vin Hyun was repeatedly beaten and retreated. Relying on the automatic mechanism of his equipment, he could only barely resist. But the more he beat Kim Vin Hyun, the more he doubted life. The opponent's strength and speed were clearly not equal to his own, yet he was beaten until he had no strength to fight back. Kim Vin Hyun also wanted to extend the distance to slow down Hyun's attack, but it was too late. Even if he wanted to redeploy the protection layer, he could not withstand Hyun's sword. In the next second, the man accompanying Kim Vin Hyun took action. Easily blocking the attack, the man only swung an axe, creating a strong shockwave that directly hit Hyun. At this time, Kim Vin Hyun was very angry. He asked Thien Min Hao where he had gone just now. Although previously ordered not to take action, Thien Min Hao did not dare to offend, so he had to apologize to Kim Vin Hyun. As for Hyun, he was seriously injured. His opponent's strength far exceeded his. Just the impact force when swinging the weapon caused him internal injuries. Kim Vin Hyun he could still barely cope with, but the person in front of him, Hyun, could not think of a way to win. Thien Min Hao now made a choice. Just admit that he could never surpass Vice President Kim Vin Hyun, and then abolish one arm, then he would be willing to let Hyun live on. How could Hyun agree to this? And as soon as he said his refusal, Thien Min Hao used an axe to pin him to the ground. He both tortured Hyun and wanted him to accept the choice he had made. Hyun really wanted to stand up and protest, but he really did not have the strength. Thien Min Hao also said that the weak only have the right to endure suffering. Hearing that Hyun wanted to fight even more, he always persevered in his efforts, just so that he could tell his mother himself that he would overcome all suffering and hardship. Unfortunately, Hyun still cannot fulfill his dream, and cannot even protect his teammates who went with him. And Phi and the others do not have the magic power to resist. Just when Hyun was about to accept death, he heard a familiar voice coming. It turned out that Jiang Vu had blocked the enemy's attack. Regarding what Thien Min Hao just said, Jiang Vu actually thought the same. With one kick, he kicked the opponent to the ground and then evilly said, next he would let Thien Min Hao enjoy the power of the weak. The appearance of Ingo Jiang Vu made Hyun very surprised, so he asked Jiang Vu why he was here. Hearing that, the Demon King immediately said he would explain to him later. Anyway, it cannot be said. I have always treated you like a bag. Every day I hope the evil church will come and capture you. Jiang Vu then let Tai Na and Phi take the two injured people away. As for Thien Min Hao, he stood up. He mistakenly thought Jiang Vu was a member of the Ho Nang team. Regarding this, Jiang Vu is too lazy to say much, because between them they have not yet reached the point where they need to answer the question. So he told Thien Min Hao to go ahead. Ingo Jiang Vu was too arrogant. Thien Min Hao immediately swung his axe and slashed at him. But just like the distance between him and Hyun, Ingo Jiang Vu only used one hand to grasp the axe. The opponent still wanted to use force to slash it down. Unfortunately, the axe made a cracking sound. Thien Minho did not understand who Nungo Jiangvu was, why he had such strong strength, and after discovering that his subordinates were no match, Kim Vin Huan immediately reminded him. Thien Minho used demonic weapons, but in his heart he was really disgusted. Seeing this, Kim Vin Huan immediately said this was an order, asking Thien Minho to dedicate himself to the Meal Guild. Hearing that he was no longer confused, the next second, he began to release the demonic energy in his body. Looking at Thien Minho's change, Jiang Vu had some expectations. Soon the other person completely transformed into the appearance of a devil. After seeing the entire process, the Demon King could not help but exclaim. Thien Minho was the person he saw as the most demon-like, but even though the demon's strength increased, Jiang Vu only used the full power of heaven to swing a punch and directly penetrated Thien Minho. This scene made Kim Vin Huan stunned. He even doubted whether Nugo Jiang Vu was a player in the rankings. But no matter what, being able to easily kill Thien Minho using demonic weapons is absolutely not someone I can confront. After that, Kim Vin Huan immediately turned around and ran away. He also took out his communication crystal, preparing to contact his father Kim Tae-hien. But the next second Jiang Vu suddenly appeared, then knocked Kim Vin Huan to the ground. He was very clear about the other party's purpose was not to contact Kim Tae-hien. At this time, Jiang Vu told him that he could contact him at will, and he would not stop him. Very quickly Kim Tae-hien received the call. He was asking his son what was wrong, but ended up hearing Jiang Vu's voice. The Demon King told Kim Tae-hien that Kim Vin Huan was currently at his place, and the miserable screams kept coming. Understanding that it was the truth, Kim Tae-hien immediately told Jiang Vu to act. Just tell him if you need anything. Regarding this, Jiang Vu very firmly said, if you want to save Kim Vin Huan, now immediately depart for the level C teleport gate on Moksun Road, it's best to come here alone. But when he said this, Jiang Vu could not help but laugh, because he understood very well that this type of person, Kim Tae-hien, absolutely could not come alone. So Jiang Vu told him not to play petty tricks, just rest assured and bring someone. And Go Jiang Vu's words made Kim Tae-hien feel extremely crazy. He wanted to know that as a government soldier, Jiang Vu dared to make this request to him. Had he thought about the consequences, he would have to bear. But Jiang Vu said that he was not a member of the Holang team, and did not even secretly tell himself that now he is not only alone, but also single. Hearing that Kim Tae-hien was extremely angry. Did Jiang Vu do that? Did not he know his identity? Regarding this, Jiang Vu let out a loud laugh, then asked Kim Tae-hien in return, did he know who he was? Hearing the other person's silence, Jiang Vu coldly said, if you do not know, you must obediently accept the punishment. Of course, the subject of punishment is Kim Vin Huan. The screams of pain and suffering came from the communication glass, making Kim Tae-hien completely angry. He said that if it was for ransom, Jiang Vu would have no way to retreat, because soon he would definitely crush Jiang Vu's body into hundreds of pieces. The Demon King on the other end of the line just smiled faintly, then wished him luck. Kim Tae-hien on the other side had already contacted him. Next he needs to notify Ho Lang Bodoi and Hong Mak Hoi. At this time Kim Vin Huan still did not give up. He said that if Jiang Vu needed money, he could tell his father as much as he wanted, only praying that Jiang Vu could forgive him. After knowing that he did not want the money, Kim Vin Huan was curious about what Jiang Vu wanted. Who would have thought that the Demon King was very honest and said that he just wanted the earth to be full of peace and joy. It's difficult to say something sincere. In the end, Kim Vin Huan really does not believe it, but Jiang Vu is too lazy to continue wasting time. Now he wants to do something with Kim Vin Huan. This is also thanks to the conversation just called. Jiang Vu clearly understood that Kim Tae-hien absolutely loved Kim Vin Huan, and he wanted to take advantage of this deep father-son relationship. After more than 20 minutes, Yungo Jiang Vu took Tiat Na and the others out and discovered the silhouettes of several people. Sen and Cha quickly stepped up. After receiving Jiang Vu's call, he and Bach Ho Viem brought all the troops they could summon. Unexpectedly, Jiang Vu still had not appeared after waiting so long. The two almost thought he had run away. For this, Jiang Vu explained that he had just prepared a little, while they Thu and the others recognized Bach Ho Viem and Xa Han Han Cha one after another. Seeing Tiat Na in the team, Cyan and Cha had guessed the relationship between she and Jiang Vu are not ordinary. Then he went up and asked Jiang Vu who this was. After Tiat Na introduced herself, she discovered that Xan Han Cha had always been evaluating her, and in the end, she was full of dissatisfaction, seeing the looks of the two people. Jiang Vu immediately said he would introduce the two sides later. After all, there were still more important things at hand. Then he told Tiat Na to take the three injured people for treatment first. Bach Ho Viem next to him was curious. Could it be the bait that Jiang Vu said on the phone? Is that the person he's dragging along? Waiting for Jiang Vu to pull Kim Vin Hyun up, everyone present recognized them. They did not expect Jiang Vu to be so crazy. But if so, Kim Tae-hyun really cannot ignore it. Ever since she learned that there was a great guild colluding with the evil church, Aksane Han-cha knew in her heart that sooner or later a full-scale war would begin. But she did not expect it to happen so quickly. Bach Ho Viem also told Jiang Vu that due to the emergency situation, many of their combat forces could not be summoned in time. Now starting a full-scale war with Mina Guild, it is very likely that there will be some difficulties. Regarding this, Jiang Vu told them not to worry. As long as Kim Tae-hyun lost his reason, he would definitely become very easy to deal with. Hearing that, Zae Han-cha was a little confused. Even if they captured Kim Dong-hyun, Kim Tae-hyun would not easily lose their reason. As for Jiang Vu, he told them to just wait and see. After a few more minutes, people from the Mai Nai Guild came here. Suddenly everyone was seriously preparing to fight. Kim Tae-hyun finally showed his face. He already had a guess. Now seeing Zae Han-cha and Bach Ho Viem, I basically understood that the matter was exposed. But as for the two of them, they did not send their full fighting force. Kim Tae-hyun thought they were still too young, then murderously asked who was the guy who just talked to him. Hearing Kim Tae-hyun's words, Jiang Vu happily took the initiative to say hello. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hyun did not expect Jiang Vu to be so thick-skinned. The next second, Demon King's actions surprised everyone even more, because he directly threw Kim Dong-hyun over. This also surprised Kim Tae-hyun. For a moment, he did not understand what Jiang Vu wanted to do. Sai Nan-chao and Bach Ho Viem were also stunned on the spot. They were surprised that Jiang Vu just brought the hostage over. After the Mai Ni Guild's people checked, it was discovered that Kim Dong-hyun was not injured, but did not have anything on his body, and was not in danger of his life. Seeing Kim Tae-hyun wondering what this meant, Jiang Vu happily said that he felt that a father must be very worried about his son, so he let the two say hello first. Not paying attention to Jiang Vu's words, Kim Tae-hyun immediately prepared to check on his son's situation. But Ma Vong could not hold back his smile. At this time, Kim Tae-hyun was calling Kim Dong-hyun. Waiting until he opened his eyes, he asked his son how he was. But the unbelievable happened again, because Kim Dong-hyun did not recognize his father as Kim Tae-hyun, and when he heard his son call him uncle, he seemed very strange. Kim Tae-hyun did not dare to believe in such a myth. He told Kim Dong-hyun time and time that he was his child's father, but in the end he was resisted by Kim Dong-hyun, and told him to release him quickly. Go out! Kim Dong-hyun's crazy and insane appearance made Kim Tae-hyun unable to suppress his anger, thinking that Jiang Vu would dare to do such a thing to his son. The next second, Kim Tae-hyun's terrifying aura immediately exploded. Seeing this, Nan Chao immediately told everyone to step back. The person standing in front was very curious about what Jiang Vu did. On the other side, the people of the Mai Ni Guild could not stop him at all, and Kim Tae-hyun immediately rushed towards Jiang Vu. Sen and Cha was not afraid at all. After summoning his equipment, he immediately stepped forward to meet his opponent. Kim Tae-hyun and Aksane Nan-chao are both powerhouses who have completed their 9th awakening, using steel to display S-level properties. Kim Tae-hyun's entire body is filled with destructive power, while in Aksane Han-cha's hands are the legendary bloodthirsty chains. The next second, the two top players in the country finally launched an official confrontation. Along with Kim Tae-hyun's fist hitting San Nan-cha's weapon, it created even more intense magic fluctuations. It seemed like this punch had broken the bloodthirsty chains, but in reality Aksane Nan-cha quickly closed the distance. When he activated his magic power, countless chains sprouted again, unable to avoid Kim Tae-hyun being tied tightly. Even though the bloodthirsty chains had caused damage, Kim Tae-hyun did not pay any attention and relied on his brute strength to tear off the entire chain. Sai Nan-cha also did not expect that, in the next second, Kim Tae-hyun's shameless skill was activated, and the ground also instantly crumbled. Luckily, Aksane Han-cha jumped into the air in time to avoid being injured by the strong energy coming from the ground, but in the air he also lost his place to avoid. Kim Tae-hyun of course would not miss the opportunity. Hey, the fist wrapped around his erection was swung out. How could he have thought that Bach Ho Viem would also join the battlefield at this time? A new opponent that made Kim Tae-hyun unable to react in time. The next second, he was hit by a fierce wind attack from Bach Ho Viem, suffering a killer attack from a player of the same level at close range. Even if Kim Tae-hyun had strong will, he was still seriously injured and was hindered by two people taking turns. Kim Tae-hyun was so angry that he cursed outright. As for Jang-woo's expression, it made him even more miserable. Now Kim Tae-hyun has only one goal, which is to chop the Demon King's body into thousands of pieces. Then the anger in his body explodes, then violently smashes the ground. Bach Ho-vium's attack was immediately successful, but Kim Tae-hyun's attack was not over yet. After the second outburst of erection, Bach Ho-vium was subjected to a stronger attack of erection, successfully injured one person. Kim Tae-hyun once again rushed towards Jang-woo, at the same time telling Sin-han Cha, who was still blocking him, to get out of the way. Now he is in a desperate state. But how could Sin-han Cha let him get what he wanted? Next, the bloodthirsty chain attacked again, and after being hit, it turned into a blade at the end. Then it penetrated Kim Tae-hyun's body. But the opponent's madness was beyond Sin-han Cha's imagination. Kim Tae-hyun ignored it and rushed forward, breaking the chain. Although the opponent's strength was indeed very strong, Sin-han Cha's attack not pleasant either. After quickly falling to the ground, his bloodthirsty chains immediately grew crazily. This also successfully stopped Kim Tae-hyun from rushing towards Jang-woo. Sin-han Cha understood very quickly that the war would end. Although Kim Tae-hyun is powerful, he is still just a player with similar strength to himself. His attacks always accumulate damage. The opponent cannot be completely unharmed. Next, you just need to find an opportunity and give Kim Tae-hyun a fatal blow. Being continuously stabbed by the bloodthirsty chains, Kim Tae-hyun also became even more violent. The next second, his anger erupted and he completely broke free of the chain. But Kim Tae-hyun was already at full strength at this point. Luckily, he successfully walked in front of Jang-woo, but found that the Demon King not only had no remorse, but also smiled very strangely. Kim Tae-hyun immediately rushed forward frantically. He prepared a punch to directly kill Jang-woo, but the fist had not yet fallen. Kim Tae-hyun had a sword stabbed into his body. This also became the last straw that crushed him. After receiving this sword from Bach Ho-vium, the aura on Kim Tae-hyun's body immediately disappeared. His whole body began to tremble non-stop, and the fight also ended from there. Because Kim Tae-hyun rushed in alone, members of My Eye Guild, even if they wanted to help, there was basically no way to do so. When Bach Ho-vium pulled out his sword, Kim Tae-hyun still did not fall, standing firm, his body moving step by step towards the Demon King. Bach Ho-vium did not attack anymore, because they clearly understood that the opponent's strength was gone, so they just watched Kim Tae-hyun pass by. Until now, Kim Tae-hyun's purpose has not changed. He just wanted to avenge Kim Dong-hyun, but his soft fist had not yet touched Jang-woo's shirt. Kim Tae-hyun knelt in front of Nugo Jang-woo. Now the Demon King was curious and asked him if he did not want to kill him. To this, Kim Tae-hyun does not even have the strength to answer. After the incident ended, they immediately returned to Ho Nang Army headquarters. This time Sin-han Cha asked Jang-woo what did he do with that kid Kim Dong-hyun before. Hearing that, Jang-woo firmly explained, just touching his memory a little bit. Sin-han Cha did not expect Jang-woo to have this ability. It was the first time he heard it after so many years, and then he wanted to know Jang-woo's true identity. Regarding this, the Demon King said he did not need to know too much, because they had already helped each other. As for those who took away Sin-han Cha's truth, the evil church, Jang-woo also said he would definitely help him uproot them. That's enough for both sides. Speaking of this, Sin-han Cha did not pursue it further, but now he regrets having kept a tiger by his side. Actually, it was too late. Not long after they entered the interrogation room together, Bach Ho-vium goes straight to the point. He wanted to know when Kim Tae-hyun started dealing with the evil church, along with the identity of the so-called summoner and the red-masked bishop. But Kim Tae-hyun was too lazy to answer. He just could not help but burst out laughing. His attitude made Bach Ho-vium very angry, then told him to tell me. At the same time, warned Kim Tae-hyun, now he is no longer the president My Nai, who is like the noon sun in the country, just a criminal in cahoots with a crazy cult. As a result, Kim Tae-hyun said that no matter how powerful the Ho Nang army is, they are just dogs of the government. And he has relationships with many congressmen. So I think I'm also one of the owners of these dogs. But just as he finished teasing Bach Ho-vium, the next second Sin-han Cha directly took action. He was too lazy to ask questions properly, so Sin-han Cha aggressively kicked him a few times. Kim Tae-hyun did not even want to say a word. In the end, Bach Ho-vium stopped Sin-han Cha, because if he fought again, the opponent would be beaten to death. At this time Jang-woo finally came forward himself. Going up, he told Kim Tae-hyun to talk to him properly. But Kim Tae-hyun is very stubborn. No matter who comes, he will not reveal anything. But when he heard Ngo Jiang-woo say he could turn Kim Vin-hyun back, Kim Tae-hyun's face immediately changed. Ngo Jiang-woo's conditions are also very simple. Just hand over everything related to the evil church. He will ensure that Kim Vin-hyun is restored to the way he was before. This has undoubtedly hit Kim Tae-hyun's weak point. Immediately afterwards, Kim Tae-hyun cursed that Ngo Jiang-woo would definitely go to hell. Hearing that, the Demon King just smirked. After all, he had been there before. Next, Kim Tae-hyun did not continue to hide it anymore. It turned out that he had met the bishop's secretary 8 months ago. What surprised everyone was that Kim Tae-hyun did not know the other person's identity. When they first met, the bishop's secretary suggested to him that he could only provide sacrifices for the ceremony. It promises to turn Kim Tae-hyun into a demon, which Saviem True does not understand. Is there anything else that Kim Tae-hyun is not satisfied with? But why do such crazy things? Regarding this, Kim Tae-hyun expressed very disdain. He said that he asked this because Saviem True knew absolutely nothing about demons. Kim Tae-hyun accepted because the devil can have eternal life. Even if his neck is cut off, as long as his heart is still beating, he can be immortal. Bach Thoiningen doubted that Kim Tae-hyun would believe what the other person said like that. But in the next second, Kim Tae-hyun's words surprised everyone. He told a few people that the reason he was sure was because the evil church had lived in the world for thousands of years. To be more precise, that group of people has existed in this world for a long time. They lurk everywhere in the world, secretly expanding their power, but have only just begun to officially operate in the world. Recent years. Ngo Jiang-woo originally thought that the evil church was created by the day of the gathering, but did not expect that the other party had existed for thousands of years. In Saviem True's eyes, Kim Tae-hyun is no more than a madman, but in order to live forever, he kidnapped so many players to sacrifice him. Kim Tae-hyun has no regrets about this. He told the 3 people that the devil's physical body can retain consciousness and can also stimulate stronger and never satisfied desires. This means that not only is his physical body forever young and eternal, but he also never feels disgusted with life, the immortality of his spirit, and flesh makes it impossible for him to refuse. Of course, Saviem True did not believe it, but Kim Tae-hyun was extremely certain, because he would not take risks with things he was not sure about. As for Ngo Jiang-woo's inner feelings, it is very clear that desire cannot be satisfied. It is not as good as imagined. No one understands the life of a devil better than him. In the end, Kim Tae-hyun is still a person who knows nothing about demons. At this time, Kim Tae-hyun mentioned that through traps, several guild members received magic weapons. It was a kind of power from hell, very similar to magic, but not the same. Saviem True originally thought that Kim Tae-hyun also had it, but he did not expect that the other party had not had time to receive the demon weapon yet. Otherwise, they would not have caught it. As for the reason, to be able to completely transform into a demon, more preparation is needed. If you boldly accept the demonic energy, your desires will lose control and become a monster that has lost its reason. Hearing that Saviem True was shocked. He knew that this would happen, and he still let his people receive the demonic weapon. At this, Kim Tae-hyun laughed loudly. He thought that he could immediately receive great power, even if it was a disposable power. It was quite good. As for the summoning, it is because the evil church is preparing to summon evil demons to Earth. Specifically how and where Kim Tae-hyun is located is unclear, but according to the bishop, the dimensional coin that prevents the summoning of demons has suddenly become weaker recently. Knowing that Kim Tae-hyun had received this news a month ago, Ngo Jiang-woo immediately broke into a sweat, because he had guessed that the weakening of the dimensional currency was absolutely due to his own reason. This also means that the reason the evil church began to act was because when he returned to Earth, he carelessly destroyed the Gaia system. Saviem True next to him was very confused. Why was Ngo Jiang-woo's face so unsightly? At this time, Ngo Jiang-woo asked about the current situation of the dimensional currency, which according to Kim Tae-hyun, is still getting weaker and weaker. He also guessed that because the Gaia system was destroyed, it lost its self-recovery ability. If this continues, Ngo Jiang-woo feels that the devil and those monsters will join forces to rule the Earth. As for those guys from the Elno mainland, they probably will not be easy to deal with either. Thinking of this, the Demon King's heart was screaming. At first he did not expect it would cause such a big impact, but now there is no way to deal with this problem, so he still prioritizes solving the evil church. Ghost first? So Ngo Jiang-woo asked about the headquarters of the evil church in the country, and where the red-masked bishop was. Regarding this, Kim Tae-hyun believes that it is useless to tell them, because the other party has probably moved to another place, and has likely already prepared the summoning ritual. Hearing that Exavium True was very confused. Apparently, because the sacrifices were not enough, the Mill Guild went to arrest Kim Tae-tan. Why did Kim Tae-hyun say he did not know? This contradictory statement made Savium True a little angry. The sacrifices were provided by the Mill Guild. He did not believe that Kim Tae-hyun did not know if it was enough or not, but Kim Tae-hyun smiled strangely. Then tell everyone, they provide sacrifices to the evil church, which is implementing the inheritance system. As soon as these words were uttered, Nungo Jang-vu immediately reacted. He told Bach Thoi Ningun and Savium True Guild to provide sacrifices for the evil church. It seemed that there was more than one Bach Thoi Aegun, and the two immediately understood that the situation was more complicated than they imagined. At the same time, at the new base of the evil church, the bishop's secretary learned that Kim Tae-hyun had been arrested. He originally thought that the other party would be more or less useful, but in the end, he was captured without pay. The people below were comforting, but fortunately another guild continued to provide sacrifices, so the plan did not deviate. Although Kim Tae-hyun's influence was not great, the bishop's secretary could not understand why Kim Tae-hyun had become so irrational. From the process of fighting, he guessed it was probably because of that last name. The last time the two met for the first time, the bishop's secretary also knew Go Jiang-vu's name, so he decided to confirm carefully next time. In the end, there was nothing different about Nugo Jiang-vu from ordinary people. Next, the bishop also asked his subordinates if the congregation's support had arrived. Hearing that, someone reported that it had arrived. This time, it is believed that the magic metal is condensed from the magic weapon. It can not only make the plan quickly complete, but can also strengthen the bishop's strength. With good news, the bishop's mood was also much better. This time the congregation did not give new instructions, so the bishop immediately ordered the original plan to be followed. Their next target turned out to be the monster at this class teleportation gate, Okoa La. After a while, Ngo Jiangvu's interrogation ended, and they prepared to leave. Although things returned to the starting line, luckily there were many harvests. When they were about to break up, Bach Thoi Nungon called Nugo Jiang-vu back. This action Nugo Jiang-vu had great merit, so the government prepared some rewards for him. The specific content of the reward will then be announced in detail. Hearing this, Ngo Jiang-vu also had some expectations. After the three people left one by one, Ngo Jiang-vu finally returned home and was a bit surprised to see him Tayat Na and Egypt Duck Na. During this period of not seeing each other, every day Egypt Duck Na remembers Ngo Jiang-vu and hears him ask where he went. Ngo Jiang-vu was very sorry, saying he had some things to deal with, but Egypt Duck Na thought he had done something wrong, and was very worried that Ngo Jiang-vu would abandon him. Fortunately, Ngo Jiang-vu told him not to think about it. This time it was just an unexpected thing. From now on he absolutely will not leave again. Although there was no way for the evil church to deal with it, Ngo Jiang-vu was also very guilty in his heart. After all, Egypt Duck Na had just escaped from a lonely life, but as a result, he disappeared for a week. While comforting Egypt Duck Na, Go Jiang-vu also told Tayat Na that the incident was over. He apologized for not explaining the reason clearly, but left silently for so many days. But Tayat Na did not pay any attention. She believed that Ngo Jiang-vu would definitely tell her clearly later. Tayat Na's understanding of people's hearts moved Ngo Jiang-vu to tears. More importantly, in order to prevent any unforeseen events, Tayat Na cooked kimchi soup to wait for him, which instantly made the Demon King crave it. Time flew by, and 2 days later, today Ngo Jiang-vu and the others went to visit Thoi Huan together. Now Thoi Huan also understands. It turns out that Ngo Jiang-vu, after hearing rumors about him, was worried that he would be taken away by the evil church, so he always lurked next to them. Of course, this is what Ngo Jiang-vu told Thoi Huan. Anyway, he did not dare to tell the truth. After continuing to explain for a while, Tayat Na suddenly felt a bit sad, because the more Ngo Jiang-vu hid them, the more she felt the distance between the two of them became farther and farther. As for Ngo Jiang-vu, he apologized again. He should not have hidden it and made Tayat Na worry. Seeing this, Tayat Na also said that it was because she had many problems. Ngo Jiang-vu certainly had her own suffering, and there was no need to apologize at all. But Ngo Jiang-vu believes that Tayat Na is already his family member, so apologizing is the right thing to do. We really should not let our family worry so much. Ngo Jiang-vu then assured Tayat Na that something like this would absolutely not happen again in the future. and Go Jiangvu's words made Hintayat not very happy. The next second she said that because she was family, she hoped Go Jiangvu would not be so polite when talking to her in the future. The reason is because she finds Go Jiangvu and XVM True very naturally comfortable with each other. Hearing that, the Demon King immediately understood what Tayat Naiha meant, so he quickly agreed to her. As for the others, they were watching passionately. After chatting for a while, Tayat Naiha and Go Jiangvu's feelings were also quickly sublimating. Their sweet appearance made Egypt, Duck Ni no one, cares and feels very sad. Then he directly squeezed between the two, and at the same time asked Go Jiangvu to hug him, even though he did not want to bother them. But Thoy Huan still could not help but call Go Jiangvu. He really wanted to know a few things. Seeing his hesitation, Go Jiangvu immediately told Thoy Huan to feel free to ask. I heard it was about the situation of Kim Vin Huan and Kim Ti-han. Go Jiangvu also told the truth. Those two people will be imprisoned for life, and there is no need to worry that they will be released. This time using money cannot solve the problem. There's also the Mill Group and the Mill Guild of the two of them, all of which are ruined because of this. Next, Ngo Jiangvu also said that he had actually heard about Thoy Huan's situation, being forced by Kim Ti-han and Kim Vin-huan to bear a huge debt. Now Ngo Jiangvu told Thoy Huan that he can go through the law to get full compensation, including his mother's illness. Ngo Jiangvu said they would help each other so that Thoy Huan's mother could be treated at the best hospital. Ngo Jiangvu's words moved Kim Thoy Huan to tears. He choked up and thanked Ngo Jiangvu and said Ngo Jiangvu was his lifelong benefactor. Though Huan wanted to be like they do, worship Ngo Jiangvu as his brother, and later consider him as his brother. Hearing that, the Demon King was immediately filled with pride, but he still agreed to let Thoy Huan be his younger brother, thanking Ngo Jiangvu very much. Kim Thoy Huan immediately said he wanted to be honest with everyone. He had always been intentionally hiding something. Then he said very frankly, in fact, the rumors out there were not wrong. During his first awakening, he did indeed have special attributes, being a descendant of incest-level martial god. But because of his current level, he still had special attributes. So the property has not yet fully opened. Fortunately, after the last time, he was able to use the power of Vu. Then, though Huan's words made everyone extremely surprised. From the day of the Great Change until now, no one had ever achieved this level of attributes when they first awakened. Jiangvu originally thought that this was just information he knew before, but Thoy Huan said that when he first woke up as a player, he received different information from others. The content was due to the Gaia system being damaged. Thoy Huan was chosen as its guardian. This made Jiangvu also surprised. Even said Dian Cha, a player on the rankings, had never heard of the Gaia system. He did not expect that he would hear it again from Thoy Huan's mouth. Most importantly, Kim Thoy Huan was also chosen as a guardian, so Jiangvu quickly asked when he had awakened. Hearing that it was May 22nd, Chayat Natha could not help but continue, because this was the day she and Jiangvu first met. Now everything is clear. The reason why Thoy Huan can awaken as a guardian. It was because Jiangvu accidentally caused the Gaia system. In other words, Kim Thoy Huan could very well be the key to repairing the system. Thinking of this, Jiangvu was very happy in his heart. Indeed, initially turning him into a model like himself was an extremely correct choice. Seeing that Thoy Huan had returned to his normal state, Ngo Jiangvu prepared to leave, but just as he stood up, Thoy Huan suddenly grabbed his shirt, making Jiangvu feel a bit uncomfortable. Kim Thoy Huan still wanted him to stay a little longer. With this appearance, Jiangvu quickly understood why, like Egyptian dinner clinging to him. Thoy Huan, as a model, will be similar to summoning an animal that has an instinct that is close to its owner. Combined with Kim Thoy Huan's eyes, even the Demon King could not help but feel nervous. After entrusting the team to Thoy Huan, he jumped directly from the hospital window. A few days have passed, and recently Jiangvu and Egypt Denner have been hunting. Today they cooperated as usual to kill monsters, with Egyptian Denner restraining them. Go Jiangvu determined to use the power of Theatfu, but dealing with S-class monsters was still not enough. So he added another almighty crystalline power to the Iron Palace, along with a powerful swing of the Demon King. The two giants S-class man-eating demons were immediately hit, their bodies quickly crystallized. The next second, it turned into broken blocks of ice and died completely. After killing these two monsters, Jiangvu's level also reached level 50, performing his sixth awakening. This time he was very excited and prepared to see the new properties, but the result was still the same as last time. There were question marks. Can Jiang Vu achieve the magic zone? New attributes were completely unlocked. But he still does not know what the conditions to achieve are. Egypt Denner saw that Jiang Vu was disappointed and worriedly asked what was wrong. Regarding this, Jiang told him he was okay. At this moment, Ingo Jiang Vu's communication crystal had a message. It turned out that Tayat Noha was looking for him. They have finished packing their things at home. Now they are just waiting for Jiang Vu to come over. But Tayat Noha's mother still wanted to clean up a bit, so she told them to go to the new house first. After leaving the teleportation gate, Jiang Vu immediately drove to take Tayat Noha to her new home. Such a spacious house makes Tayat Noha a bit unfamiliar. She did not expect Jiang Vu to find a house with great difficulty, yet he was willing to let her and her mother come and live together. Hearing that, Jiang Vu said they were family, and he also did not want to be alone in such a large place. As for Tayat Noha, it was actually prepared for him by the Hong Mei Kwai Guild. Knowing the truth, Tayat Noha appeared happy on the outside, but in reality she was very disappointed, because she clearly understood that the gap between herself, Engsadien and Chaw was too big. The opponent did not even blink an eye, buying a luxury apartment in the city center as a gift for Jiang Vu. Although he did not want to be inferior, he could not help but admit the distance with Sedai and Cha. At this time, Egypt Denner asked Jiang Vu where he was going tomorrow. Knowing that Jiang Vu was fine, he really wanted to go out together. Jiang Vu also happily agreed to this. The next day, they went to the shopping center first and watched Tayat Noha choose clothes for Egypt Denner. Jiang Vu suddenly remembered. It seemed like they had been like that before. Egypt Denner and Tayat Noha are very close. This also makes Jiang Vu feel very good. Originally worried that Egypt Denner would only cling to himself and not be able to get close to others. Fortunately, Tayat Noha is here. Egyptian Denner will certainly adapt well to the environment on Earth. The only thing that makes Jiang Vu uncomfortable is that he has carried too many bags. The Demon King did not dare to think this time how many more things they wanted to buy. The three of them continued to walk for a while. Jiang Vu discovered a lot of delicious food. Seeing that, Tayat Noha immediately understood that he had probably never been to this food court before. So I told Jiang Vu that although there are no big restaurants here, there are a lot of things to eat. Just like Tayat Noha thought, Nugo Jiang Vu on Earth had never really been here before. Recently, he was so desperate to upgrade that Jiang Vu forgot his purpose of returning to Earth. Just so he could eat, drink and have fun, Jiang Vu quickly ordered a full table of food. But he wanted to taste it first. It was still a pot of hot kimchi soup. He ate 2 spoonfuls at once. Jiang Vu immediately determined that it was not as delicious as Tayat Noha made. He thought that since the taste was not as good, the only choice was to pursue diversity. Then Nungo Jiang Vu immediately put all the food into the soup. Egypt Denner also wanted to try it, but Tayat Noha directly stopped him, and Jiang Vu ate very well. This taste also made him very excited. At this moment, someone suddenly clapped for Jiang Vu and said that soup should be eaten like Nungo Jiang Vu. But the person who came made Jiang Vu a bit surprised, because the opponent was Batch Jiang Hian, ranked number 1 in the country. Having not seen each other for a while, Batch Jiang Hian also took the initiative to greet Jiang Vu. But Jiang Vu was not in this mood, then asked the other person why he was looking for him. Hearing that, Batch Jiang Hian told Jiang Vu to just talk comfortably for a bit. Today, he also brought a good news. He heard that Jiang Vu is the new player supported by Hong Mei Kwai. Regarding this, Jiang Vu said he is not a member of Hong Mei Kwai. To be precise, it should be a cooperative relationship. As for Batch Jiang Hian, he invited Jiang Vu to wait until after the cooperation with Hong Mei Kwai ended, then told Jiang Vu to come to his Universe Guild. He also promised that if he came, he would immediately give Jiang Vu 500 billion plus a house and car. In addition, he also prepared a staff position. Hearing that, Jiang Vu was very disappointed. He thought there were some good conditions. This time, Batch Jiang Hian was a bit surprised. He did not expect that the conditions Hong Mei Kwai offered were beyond him. Jiang Vu's words also made him feel very interesting, then curiously asking what conditions made Jiang Vu moved. Jiang Vu is about to say he does not want to work under anyone. Batch Jiang Hian suddenly told him that if he came to the Universe Guild, he would immediately give Jiang Vu a legendary equipment for free. This condition can be said to be very attractive. Legendary level equipment is something that has a price that has no place to sell it, unlike equipment made from normal monster corpses and magic stones. Legendary level materials can only be obtained from the monster leader at this level teleportation gate. It also has a feature that, after being worn once, it will carry out an imprinting ritual with the user. Most importantly, legendary level props can greatly increase the value of basic abilities and have countless special effects. Jiang Vu did not deny that this condition was really attractive, but he still refused Batch Jiang Hian. After all, if he could not increase his demon energy, it would not mean anything to him. Jiang Vu's refusal did not surprise Batch Jiang Hian. He then gave him a business card, telling him to contact him if he changed his mind. And when he was about to leave, Batch Jiang Hian even poured tofu into the kimchi soup, and later said it would taste better. After finishing, he told Jiang Vu that the next time we met, his actions would also make the Demon King very confused. The next day, Jiang Vu told the story of meeting Batch Jiang Hian. Dian Chao was surprised because he refused to equip the legend. Jiang Vu did not regret this, because he did not need to go to the Universe Guild. Can also be through contributing to player safety. From there, you can get legendary level equipment in a straightforward way. The two walked to the elevator door. Jiang Vu immediately wondered how much Dian Chao knew about Batch Jiang Hian. But Dian Chao had only met the other person a few times, and his feelings towards that person were very contradictory. This is similar to what Jiang Vu thought, then asked if there were any related rumors. Thinking for a while, Dian Chao said that Batch Jiang Hian once got very angry once before, when he was judging a world-class player. At that time, many people thought that Batch Jiang Hian could succeed, but as a result, he lost to other players and lost miserably. That person is a guy with a mythical level weapon. The related events were so few, making Jiang Vu a little doubtful. Would Batch Jiang Hian ever take revenge on him because of his refusal? Dian Chao told him to rest assured, if Jiang Vu refused, Batch Jiang Hian would probably smile and express his admiration. After walking for a while, they met Batch Ho Wiem. Today, since early morning, Batch Ho Wiem has been waiting for Jiang Vu. The main purpose is to complete the previously promised reward. It turned out that when they searched for Manhwa Guild, they discovered a legendary equipment that had not yet been engraved. Dian Chao understands very well, Batch Ho Wiem must have spent a lot of effort to get it. At this time, Batch Ho Wiem told Jiang Vu to see what it was like. Just looking at the equipment's information, the Demon King was moved in an instant. Because this black pearl jacket not only can increase the value of the inherent ability, but also has the effect of engraving numbers. It can double the value of the original ability within a minute. Although it did not look bad, Dian Chao and Batch Ho Wiem were a bit disappointed, because there are almost no players in the country that possess a fixed ability index. But very quickly, Wiem Chao suddenly thought of something. Combined with the corner of her mouth that somewhat resembled the Demon King's bolong, she immediately understood that Nugo Jiang Vu was a person with a fixed ability index. But thinking about Nugo Jiang Vu's growth rate, Wiem Chao feels it's not surprising. But Nugo Jiang Vu already has a fixed ability index, so this equipment is a different story for him. Anyway, if there is a fixed ability index, the Black Pearl dinner jacket in the legendary collection is also the top one. Nugo Jiang Vu liked it even more, immediately turned to thank Batch Ho Wiem, and said that in the future, he would also actively support the destruction of the evil church. Next, Nugo Jiang Vu prepared to put on his jacket. Wiem Chao told him that it was like the armor before, just put it on. Soon the Demon King finally put on his new clothes. The status window again showed that the engraving ceremony was in progress, and the Black Pearl dinner jacket had successfully recognized its owner. Within just 1 second of the equipment's effectiveness being activated, Nugo Jiang Vu immediately felt his magic energy increase by 5 points. The sealing ritual ended, his power was once again enhanced. Seeing this, Wiem Chao was curious, what does it feel like to wear legendary equipment? Regarding this, Nugo Jiang Vu said very excitedly, can this type of equipment give me another 10 or 8 sets? As soon as these words were uttered, Batch Ho Wiem burst out laughing, then explained to Nugo Jiang Vu that the maximum equipment can only be worn with 5 items. And then if worn on top of each other, it will no longer create side effects. Hearing that Jiang Vu also understood, this means that under 5 dishes will be effective. Looking at Nugo Jiang Vu's appearance, Wiem Chao asked him if he was very satisfied with the features of this jacket. Nugo Jiang Vu, of course, responded with satisfaction. But when he heard Wiem Chao say, did he want to confirm how much stronger he was, Nugo Jiang Vu could not help but wonder what he wanted to do. Wiem Chao did not hesitate and immediately asked Nugo Jiang Vu if he wanted to fight. Not long after, they obtained Batch Ho Viem's consent and then went to the training room of Ho Lang's soldiers. Wiem Chao not only wanted to know how much stronger Nugo Jiang Vu had become, but also wanted to clarify what Nugo Jiang Vu was hiding. He believed that Nigo Jiangvu definitely possessed something beyond his rank or ability index. As for the Demon King, he was also looking forward to it. After all, he really wanted to know his current strength. Sevium Chao is just the best target, of course he also has other purposes. As a future ally, Ningguo Jiangvu wanted to personally learn about Sai Wiem Chao's strength. When Bach Ho Wiem spoke, Ningguo Jiangvu instantly arrived in front of Exa Wiem Chao, but his heavy punch was easily avoided by the opponent. After that, Exa Wiem Chao immediately counterattacked. Both of their speeds were very fast. The close combat was simple. In just a moment, it was difficult to win or lose. After blocking Si Wiem Chao's punch from the front, Ningguo Jiangvu discovered that this was not fatal power. It seemed that Exa Wiem Chao still continued to probe, understanding that he was worried that his strength would hurt him. Ningguo Jiangvu, on the other hand, was a bit annoyed. Immediately after that, Ningguo Jiangvu once again launched an attack, but his punch was not meant to hit. When Exa Wiem Chao dodged, Ningguo Jiangvu countered and grabbed Si Wiem Chao's hat, at the same time wondering if he had underestimated him too much. The hat is such an obstacle. Ningguo Jiangvu thinks it is better to take it off without waiting for Ningguo Jiangvu to take the hat away. Si Wiem Chao's bloodthirsty love was activated in an instant. Ningguo Jiangvu successfully avoided this attack and finally became serious. Because from the attack just now, he could clearly feel Si Wiem Chao's killing intent. This is also the fight that Ningguo Jiangvu wants the most. Si Wiem Chao is no longer holding back now. Close combat exploration is enough. Ningguo Jiangvu is not an ordinary player. Only in frontal combat can the Demon King feel the fear. By Si Wiem Chao in collaboration with Bloodthirsty Love. Not only does it have full damage power, but its speed is also incredibly fast. Having previously seen the effect of Si Wiem Chao's Bloodthirsty Love, Ningguo Jiangvu did not dare to be injured in the slightest. Although extending the distance was disadvantageous, Ningguo Jiangvu still quickly retreated to avoid the attack, otherwise he would be caught by the continuous chains of Bloodthirsty Love. He could not even activate his powers. Arriving behind, Ningguo Jiangvu determined to use the special effectiveness of the equipment and tower with doubled capacity value, making Si Wiem Chao also feel the pressure, so he proactively rushed towards Ningguo Jiangvu. At this moment, Exa Wiem Chao was like a tool to destroy the human form. Ningguo Jiangvu of course would not choose to block the attack from the front. As for Bach Ho Wiem, which was thought to be just a simple training exercise, the result unexpectedly caused such great destruction. He quickly told Si Wiem Chao not to continue, but the state of the two people clearly would not stop. In the process of continuously dodging, Exa Wiem Chao's bloodthirsty love was dragged out long enough. Although the recovery time was less than a second, it was enough for Ningguo Jiangvu to successfully approach. At this time, Ningguo Jiangvu had reached a sufficient distance for close combat, and Exa Wiem Chao's bloodthirsty love had also activated once again. But facing the Demon King has the ability to double in 1 minute, plus the burst of omnipotent power. This time Ningguo Jiangvu's attack was beyond normal, even bloodthirsty love was slightly crushed. As for Ningguo Jiangvu, he took the opportunity to reach behind and immediately used roaring strength. The next second a deafening sound echoed throughout the training room. Si Wiem Chao and Bach Ho Wiem were both hit at the same time, and this was also the best opportunity for Ningguo Jiangvu to win. The influence of roaring power ended. Exa Wiem Chao also reacted, but Ningguo Jiangvu's two omnipotent powers were used. At this distance, Exa Wiem Chao understood that it was impossible to completely avoid it, so he chose to convert bloodthirsty love to defend, but the combination of omnipotent heavenly power and breaking Air Force. In addition to Ningguo Jiangvu's ability to double, this attack destroyed Exa Wiem Chao's defense. Of course, Ningguo Jiangvu could not really kill him, so he hit the wall behind him. Until here the fight has ended. Si Wiem Chao had even felt the breath of death just now. He gasped and fell to the ground, exclaiming at the same time, Ningguo Jiangvu was truly a monster, nothing more, nothing less. After finishing the fight with Si Wiem Chao, the special effect of the Black Pearl evening gown just disappeared. The last minute of strengthening, Ningguo Jiangvu felt extremely comfortable. He now also understood the reason why people were pursuing legendary equipment so much, because when they had legendary equipment, they could crush Si Wiem Chao to this extent. Hearing Si Wiem Chao once again doubted him. Ningguo Jiangvu explained that thanks to his legendary grade Black Pearl gown, Si Wiem Chao sighed for this, then said that he also had legendary equipment, and Ningguo Jiangvu's strength was indeed not like a human could do it. Looking at the two people mourning each other, Bach Ho Wiem next to him was so angry that he was shaking. Very quickly Ningguo Jiangvu and Exa Wiem Chao also discovered something was wrong. Looking back, They saw Batch Hovium furious, because this training room cost tens of billions of taxpayers' money. Only then can we build successfully, after understanding what we did wrong. The two of them were speechless for a moment, then quickly apologized to Batch Hovium. As for Batch Hovium, they did not expect that they did not know where to stop. In the end, Batch Hovium could only report the incident, temporarily stopped using this training room, and Nugo Jiang Vu and Axa Viam Cha quietly blamed each other. Xi Viam Cha also regretted fighting here. He should have gone to the teleportation gate and fought. Nugo Jiang Vu was thinking about repair money when, although he could rely on selling the Demon Eater's magic stones to earn money, this effect was really too slow. So he asked Se Viam Chao if killing high-level monsters was possible. Does it drop legendary equipment or other valuable items? Received an affirmative answer. Ngo Jiangvu directly posted Xaviam Cha to go hunting Ach Nai Kue La together. Batch Hovium, who was next to him, also heard it. He knew that it was the leader of Thay Goyan's S-class teleportation gate. At the same time, he suspected that Nugo Jiangvu must understand what kind of monster it was. The other party still knew it. No one has been able to hunt successfully. The biggest problem is the living environment of Isla. Because it is always in deep water, it is almost impossible to attack it at close range. Plus its skin is extremely resistant to magic. Long-range attacks are almost useless. Go Jiangvu said he also knew this monster was difficult to deal with, but decided to go hunting, not just because he wanted to get materials. Seeing Se Viam Cha's curiosity, Ngo Jiangvu immediately informed him that he had performed the sixth awakening. Hunting Arko Ayla may become the key for him to break the level limit. The level limit is almost something every player encounters. After going through a few level ups, they will face the effort bottleneck at level 59, and the talent bottleneck at level 89. Usually to break these two limits, the most well-known way is to hunt strong monsters, thereby achieving overcoming one's limits. Hearing Go Jiangvu say that, Xaviam Cha immediately felt a bit shaken, because he was currently stuck at the level 89 talent bottleneck. If he hunted successfully, he would most likely be able to break the limit. But thinking back, Xaviam Cha did not expect that he, a high-level 89 player, would lose to a level 50 player like Nugo Jiangvu. He continued thinking for a while. Saviam Cha immediately agreed to go with Ngo Jiangvu, but he also said that if it was just the two of them, it would still be a bit too reluctant. Discovering that Ngo Jiangvu kept staring at him, Batch Hovium immediately understood and said that he would also participate. After all, if the training room was destroyed, he was also responsible. So Batch Hovium wanted to go hunt monsters together to fix it. Next, he was curious about Ngo Jiangvu's plan. He clearly knew that close combat was ineffective, but he still needed players to fight in close combat. These days, Ngo Jiangvu is not idle at all. He continues to hunt level monsters. By the time he finishes killing this monster, Ngo Jiangvu has finally reached level 59. Illusion myself that there will be no rank limit. But the notification in the status window still unintentionally pulled Ngo Jiangvu back to reality. Not long after, Xaviam Cha and the others also arrived at the teleportation gate. Seeing a new man appear, Ngo Jiangvu immediately politely asked. Then Batch Hovium introduced him. The opponent was the melee player mentioned before. The man happily told Ngo Jiangvu that he was the second corps commander of Ho Lang, named Qhinma, which Ngo Jiangvu also introduced. Qhinma had heard that Nugo Jiangvu was a new player, but he did not expect that he would be able to come hunt for the giant corpse demon. He discovered that there was also a child. He looked extremely suspicious. Luckil is Ningo. Jiangvu explained that Achko Duk Nai is his summoned beast. Seeing Qhinma asking questions like a curious child, Batch Hovium immediately stopped him, then talked about Nugo Jiangvu's story. Then let him know that in general, Ngo Jiangvu is a strong man who is not inferior to anyone. Seviam Cha, as soon as he said this, Qhinma was extremely surprised. A new player who had only become a player not long ago could not be inferior to the top player in the country. Although he did not believe it, he also knew that Batch Hovium did not need to lie. You guys continue. After chatting for a while, Qhinma suddenly felt that Batch Hovium seemed very close to Nugo Jiangvu, so he quickly approached Nugo Jiangvu, saying he had something to ask. After arriving aside, Qhinma asked in a low voice, What is the relationship between Nungo Jiang Vu and team leader Batch Ho? VM? To this, Nungo Jiang Vu also answered honestly, and at the same time understood that Q Hima seemed to have feelings for Batch Ho VM. Next was hunting time. Nungo Jiang Vu let everyone know, just catch starting here is fine. But the surrounding area is the area of Lava Giant. Exa VM Cha said that although the opponent will not take the initiative, attack, but the process of hunting Ach or Kuela will definitely attract these giants. Who would have thought that Nugo Jiang Vu would tell him that in fact the focus of this hunt is on the Nam group? Stone Giant was lazy next to this, then introduced the plan simply to everyone. After explaining, Ingo Jiang Vu took out the special metal hook, waited for everyone on the shore to prepare, and Go Jiang Vu immediately took action. The next second he turned towards the water and used strength and his location right above Ayla's head. As the roaring power continued to spread downwards, the underwater movements also became louder and louder. The deafening sound penetrated straight into this brain, in the blink of an eye. Made this monster leader angry, the water surface moved quickly, making Nungo Jiang Vu immediately ready to fight. They soon heard the angry roar of Ach Nai Kue La. When the monster's silhouette appeared on the water, Nungo Jiang Vu quickly reminded everyone, our Koala had arrived. Hearing that, everyone quickly prepared. From in front of Nungo Jiang Vu there was a huge wave of water. It flew up and in the next second, Ach no Koala jumped out of the water, angry. Its body was extremely large. Its scary breath was also extremely scary. Nungo Jiang Vu and the others were compared to the monster in front of them. Just like an ant, this monster has just emerged from the water. Immediately, they launched an attack towards Nungo Jiang Vu. Before arriving, several people searched for related information. This was the form of Anai Kuela's poison attack. Nungo Jiang immediately followed. Vu quickly called Ach Ko Duk Na to defend, received instructions from it, and quickly used a barrier to block the poisonous needle. But the opponent's poison needles were too dense, and their power was extremely strong. Nungo Jiang Vu understood that Ach Ko Duk Na would not last long, so he told Q Hyan Ma and Batch Ho Wiem to immediately start taking action. Next, he used the power of Thuong Kuong and hugged them both tightly, told them to hold me tight. Nungo Jiang Vu resolutely flew up into the air. When he reached the top of H Nai Kuela, Nungo Jiang Vu immediately released Batch Ho Wiem and the others. Immediately after that, the three of them rushed towards the monster with chains. Very quickly they accurately fell onto Ayla's back. Next, Nungo Jiang Vu commanded them to each be in charge of the left and right sides, to insert all the hooks deeply before the monster entered the water. And Nungo Jiang Vu had just inserted one hook. The monster immediately felt intense pain. Batch Ho Wiem and Q Hyanma also took turns inserting their hooks into the monster's body. But that was still not enough. They continued to place new hooks towards Ach Chuo A La's back. The three of them worked together, making the monster begin to want to go into the water. Nungo Jiang Vu understood that the opponent was preparing to run away, so he reminded everyone to hold tight and not let it fall. At this time, Erkillo rushed into the water first, then suddenly jumped up. He wanted to take this opportunity to knock Nungo Jiang Vu and the people on his back down. Seeing that it could not knock a few people away, the monster wanted to dive into the water. Understanding its purpose, Nungo Jiang Vu immediately told Batch Ho Wiem and Q Hyanma to attach other chains. He wanted to stop Erkillo a bit. As soon as the monster rushed down, Nungo Jiang Vu was the first person to rush into the water. Then he used the power of breaking the void, plus almighty heavenly force gathered on his fist. As soon as Erkillo touched the water surface was also spinning rapidly. The next second, Jiang Vu's strongest punch hit. This strike once again sent the monster back into the sky. Batch Ho Wiem and the others behind him were holding tightly and not letting go. But because there was no way to prepare a position in the water, the power of the attack was greatly reduced. Even using the strongest power, it could only lift Erkillo a little. Jiang Vu thought he must cause some serious damage to it. After a while of observation, he quickly noticed the monster's vent. Jiang Vu then decisively used the force of the spear, then rushed towards Erkillo's vent. As soon as Jiang Vu entered, the monster immediately felt extreme pain. Then release each electric lightning attack. Batch Ho Wiem and the others behind also discovered these electric rays. But Jiang Vu is deep inside the body and cannot be avoided. Ekidona below sensed that Jiang Vu was in danger, so he immediately used all his strength to use barrier magic. All external chains are now plugged in, so Batch Ho Wiem told Ku Dian to retreat together. Next, you must leave here immediately. Continuing further will only drag Jiang Vu's leg. The truth proves that Bach Ho Viem's decision was correct. Two people just jumped down. Erkilo immediately released an electric current that covered his entire body because he was in so much pain that he could not bear it anymore. Seeing this scene, Bach Ho Wiem understood that Jiangvu had now entered the monster's body, and the monster's terrifying electric current had no effect on Jiangvu. This is also thanks to Ekadona's important shield. Ngo Jiangvu also did not expect that Ekadona was under other powers. Yet it is still possible to provide shields from a distance. But that's good, Ekadona is there. He did not need to waste his energy fighting the current anymore. Risk your remaining strength. Jiangvu frantically destroyed the monster's internal organs. Finally, it went straight out. Erkilo was seriously injured. Suddenly, I lost the strength to resist. Seeing that, Jiangvu understood that the opportunity had come. Now just need to drag the monster to shore. So he quickly called Saviem True loudly. Listening to Jiangvu, I have finished preparing. Sai Wiem True decisively swung the blood-killing lotus at the stone giant. At this point, the more he whipped, the more excited he became. Along with the force of Xavium True's whip, it becomes even stronger. Feeling the pain, the giants began to try to run away. But the more these giants ran away, Sevi became even more enthusiastic. What he wanted was for the giants to run faster. So he started whipping again and again. And each stone giant is locked with iron chains. Their escape became the driving force that pulled Erkilo away. Jiangvu is responsible for not letting the chain loosen. So he pressed firmly on the inserted hook. It just takes a little more effort to get there. But Erkilo quickly recovered his strength. Along with his madness, a stone giant running in front was even pulled to the ground. This time Jiangvu can feel it. The monster below is gradually recovering its strength. While competing with the stone giant, Erkilo also started attacking again. Luckily, his poison needle was still tied up by Ekadona. But Erkilo's force was too great. If this continues, Jiangvu clearly understood that the giant would definitely fall first. He had to find a way to weaken the monster again. Very quickly Go Jiangvu decided. So once again call Saviem True. At the same time, tell him to find a way to make the chain grow spikes. Although through blood killing, the blood-killing lotus can be done. But Saviem True is worried that Jiangvu will be caught up. Why would Go Jiangvu resolutely tell him to act quickly? Hearing that Saviem True immediately activated the special effect of the blood-killing lotus. Not only can it assimilate these chains, it can also absorb the energy of the injured subject. As soon as the chain is assimilated, thorns grow. Jiangvu immediately used the petrification effect of the armored beast. But what he did not expect was that the rare level props did not last long, but fortunately for Erkilo it worked. The chains, after being assimilated, are frantically absorbing the monster's power. No matter how much Erkilo wanted to struggle, there were too many blood-killing lotuses. Soon he lost the strength to resist again. Then they had to be pulled ashore little by the giants. As for Saviem True, he is still constantly chasing the giant. The fact that these stone giants are not affected by the blood-killing lotus is also thanks to their tough outer shell. The spikes cannot penetrate the giant's body. This way of Jiangvu made Saviem True feel emotional. Before, he never thought that a stone giant could help. In the end, Erkilo could not avoid being dragged to the surface, even though he's still trying his best to resist. But after reaching land, Erkilo basically lost the opportunity to recover his strength. At this step, Jiangvu also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time Ekadona came running again. He wanted to know Jiangvu's condition. Jiangvu quickly told him to stay away. But Erkilo's attack has already arrived. At the critical moment, Bach Ho Wiem promptly took action. One knife cut off the monster's fish fin. Kuhoyama is responsible for saving Ekadona. As soon as the two of them jumped down, they fell into the water. It was also this time that I was able to go ashore. Jiangvu now tells everyone to prepare to clean up the battlefield. Tell Arila, this is a giant. After confronting a Koala, plus being tortured continuously by Xahem Cha, they are now exhausted. Discovering that Xahem Cha still does not seem to have exhausted its excitement, Jiangvu immediately told him to come and gather. Next, everyone will join forces to kill Chuila. Bach Honam and Kuhoyanma led the attack. They have endured this shaking fish for too long, now no longer underwater. Faced with the fierce attack of the two people, Achnai Aela was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but its survival ability is indeed very strong. Under the continuous attacks of the two top warriors Bach Honam and Kuhoyanma, he still did not die. Now Sancho also joined, but this time Achnai Aela did not continue to endure the beating. After being injured, it still wanted to counterattack Sanam Chao a bit. Unfortunately, the speed on the ground is too poor. Jiangvu could not help but exclaim, as expected of a monster leader. Immediately after that, his consciousness entered his 10,000 demon palace. This place is flowing smoothly. It is the Demon King's accumulated demonic energy for tens of thousands of years. In front there are 3 large doors. But Jiang Vu clearly understands that according to the current situation, there is no need to go there yet. After slowly taking some of the rich demonic energy, the Demon King felt that was enough. After getting a bit of his previous strength from Manhwa Palace, Jiang Vu's momentum also increased crazily. This time he used the power of Hellfire plus the power of Extreme Darkness. But that still has not achieved his goal. Immediately after that, the effect of Black Pearl Day Nat was activated. The power of the demon weapon continued to increase, finally allowing Jiang Vu to use the third Omnipotent Fracture. After the 3 almighty types merged, a purple-level piercing spear was formed. This is also the move that the Demon King created in Hell. The status window also provides notifications. The fusion of 3 omnipotent types has become an S-rank skill. It will be even more convenient to use later. After stabbing the death grade spear hard at Achen Haiko Ala, Jiang Vu did not forget to tell everyone to step back for a bit, because the power of this spear is very strong. The spear level, just touching the monster, brought an extremely strong feeling of oppression. The next second, the death level spear immediately penetrated the monster's body. Sanham True and the others were also frightened by Jiang Vu's attack, because this is completely unlike what a player who has awakened 6 times can do. At this time, Achen Haikola was still burned by the power of Hellfire. Then a fierce explosion rang out. For the first time, Jiang Vu successfully merged 3 types of omnipotence. The status window informs that the second condition of the Tathagata Q is satisfied. After seeing the above notice, Ngo Jiang Vu knew. It turns out that the second condition that needs to be achieved is to fuse the 3 types of omnipotence. After using this strike, Jiang Vu's hands were still shaking. But what if it was when he ruled Hell? This kind of attack is just a small matter for Jiang Vu. The current results are very difficult to use. Thinking of this, Jiang Vu immediately looked forward to killing monsters to become stronger. Very quickly after mentally recovering, far from True, they went up. At the same time, I'm curious why Jiang Vu has this killer move. I've not used it recently. Jiang Vu explains a little about this. This is my first time using it myself, and he cannot use it arbitrarily. Anyway, this time his hands were still shaking. At this time, Dukne Egypt had also finished dealing with the giants. Jiang Vu was still thinking that this hunting trip was over when he suddenly discovered something unusual. That's the status window without the kill message. So Jiang Vu immediately told everyone to prepare to fight again, because the hunt is not completely over yet. Through Jiang Vu's reminder, they also discovered it. There was no announcement on the bulletin board of Akoe La's death. Jiang Vu also did not expect that his powerful attack could not kill the opponent. The first time he created this move, it was enough to directly kill the devil in 7 heavens hell. But now even a monster that is not considered evil cannot solve it. Sure enough, in the next second, Achgoela roared again. The aura it emitted surprised Jiang Vu. He did not dare to believe that the monster's body had magical energy. At this time, many tentacles suddenly sprouted from Achgoela's pile of scraps of meat. At first, Jiang Vu and the others thought they had to continue fighting. But unexpectedly, the monster did not want to fight at all, but quickly headed towards the water. Sword Pig Sanhumtru uses a greedy chain to wrap tightly around the opponent, but his strength alone clearly cannot suppress monsters. Jiang Vuldsunum true to separate the other chains. Immediately after that, several people together risked their lives to pull the chain. But now there is no Miam Thuk giant to help. In terms of strength, even though Ako Alo was almost dead, it was not like they could compare. In addition, the demonic energy in Jiang Vu's body was almost exhausted, and even the effectiveness of the equipment was still recovering. He really did not want to leave the monster alone like that. Fortunately, Egyptian Duna stood up and he directly transformed into his true state. Seeing the giant dragon appear in the sky, Bai Ho Yan and the others were all stunned. Seeing this, Jiang Vu said it was Egypt Duk Ni. Under his attack, Aharkoele in this state could not withstand a single blow at all, could only passively endure the torment of Egyptian Dun Nai, and could not continue to run away, because its remaining strength is truly far inferior to that of a giant dragon. Looking at the scene of unilateral abuse in front of them, everyone let go of the chains one by one. Jiang Vu and Sunaham True just quietly observed, because there was no need to get involved anymore. Not long after, Egypt Dukna immediately pulled out his claws. At this time, Achnoela was dead and could not be any more dead. What made Jiang Vu even more unexpected was that this time Egypt Dukne was actually able to control his mind. Along with the monster's death, everyone received a notification from the status window. Jiang View is the person with the greatest contribution this time. Even though his experience continued to increase, this time he defeated the monster, he was still unable to break the level limit. After becoming smaller, Egypt Duck Na happily rushed towards Jiang Vu. Now Sanam True understands why Egypt Duck Na isn't Go Jiang Vu's summoned beast. Everything was completely over. They discussed the incident of the monster appearing at the end. It is conjectured that this is probably some kind of characteristic of Kuro. Hearing that, Jiang Vu said he had encountered a similar situation before. Then tell everyone. This story is similar to the demon legend of the demon church followers. Hearing that, Dixon and Chao asked if monsters were also affected by demonic energy. Jiang Vu is also not sure about this matter, so he is preparing to confirm a bit. After a while of searching, Nungo Jiang Vu tore Urkuro's body apart. In there he could feel a familiar taste. After groping for a while, Jiang Vu successfully found something. Immediately after that, he took out a gem-shaped item from it and looked at the red gem in Jiang Vu's hand. Sen and Cha, and they did not recognize what it was. Although it looks a bit like a magic stone, it is clearly not the same type. Jiang Vu is certain that Urkuro's mutation is because of this stone. Because the concentration of magic energy contained in it is very high, it is a bit like the magic energy version of magic stones. And he discovered that this was not the same as the magic stone naturally produced in the monster's body. From the outside, it is definitely man-made. If it was created by humans, Jiang Vu immediately had a guess in his heart. So he told everyone, although he was not sure, but looking at the similar demonization, this thing most likely came from the demon church. Next he explained the reason. First, the shape of the gem is too similar to the sculptor's. Second, Jiang Vu can tut as soon as he puts his hand in, so it's very likely that someone put it inside the monster's body. Large organizations can do this to this extent and still have magic weapons. The evil church is the first suspect after all. Jiang Vu's analysis also received approval from Bai Tuogu. After that, he also invited Q Hienma to help investigate the evil church. As for Ngo Jiang Vu, he began to make his own calculations. At this time, Xanan Cha still wanted to take a photo of the gem, then bring it back for closer investigation. But Jiang Vu quietly used the power of lightning, immediately causing the monster's body to tremble for a while. Taking advantage of everyone's attention, he immediately absorbed the gem. Thinking it was a zombie phenomenon after the monster died, Seznahan Chao immediately continued to ask for the gem to take pictures. But when he turned around, he discovered that Nugo Jiang Vu had lost the gem. He also acted like he did not know what happened. Only Bach Tuoi Yunggoi speculates that perhaps the demonic energy will disappear when it touches a person's hand. But after Jiang Vu used the power both Ach absorbed, he unexpectedly directly caused the demonic energy to increase by 3 points. And through the notification of the status window. He also knew that the name of this gem was Magic Crystal. Egypt Duckney originally intended to ask Jiang Vu if he should return, but when he turned around, he discovered that the Demon King's condition was wrong, because Jiang Vu is already a bit addicted to magic crystals. He believes that this kind of thing is definitely not the only one. After telling someone to take away the monster's body, Jiang Vu and the others immediately returned to Ho Lang headquarters. Soon it was afternoon. Currently, Egypt Duck Ne is sleeping in the car. Sanan Cha and the others have already divided the money. After processing the magic stones and corpses, deduct the cost of repairing the training room. Each of them divided 5 billion. In addition, about the gem, Bai Toinang will next cooperate with Kuda Ma and the others. If the gem disappears again, it will notify everyone not to touch it with their hands. About this matter, Jiang Vu still feels a little guilty. Finally, Bach Thuokyu has some good news. That is Urkuro's body part. There are materials that can be used to create legendary level equipment. The spike on its tail can be refined a bit, and then used to forge a sword. In addition, the performance of this legendary equipment has also been predicted. Is an equipment that can enhance strength and speed. Hearing that Jiang Vu and Sennan Chao immediately gave up, because it was useful for the soldiers, Xanan Chao immediately let Bach Thuok Nugyu use it himself. Unfortunately, the equipment mark has special conditions. It is necessary to be a player with a fixed value of internal attack ability to successfully complete the mark. After that, Sainan Cha thought it would not be bad to sell. But at this time Jiang Vu spoke up. He said if that was the case, he would just leave it to me to handle. Because Jiang Vu just met a player with internal abilities. At the same time, though Huan and the others were in the B-level teleportation gate, this place is almost like a maze. Only Tho Huan can rely on the feeling of discomfort to search. Soon a breath came from the front, surprising him. Therefore, he quickly reminded everyone to prepare for battle. As a result, only a B-level Minotaur appeared. While they were relaxing a bit, something suddenly happened ahead. The next second, a giant Minotaur killed the small monster. The scene before their eyes successfully scared several people. The other person's body also emitted strange auras. Seeing that the new monster wanted to rush in, Thoihuan immediately reminded the Thu to defend. But they did not expect the strength of this bull-headed man to be so strong. Understanding that it was no ordinary monster, Thoihuan immediately began to command everyone to fight. They, though, thanks to Hakna's blessing, is responsible for standing in front and attracting attention. And Phi divided the pressure between thy Thu. Thoihuan, thanks to everyone's restraint, began to look for the best opportunity to strike. During that time, the monster still wanted to launch an attack towards him. But thanks to They Thu and Hakni's support, he immediately blocked in front of Thoihuan. Unlike the first time, he was beaten back, thanks to Hakni's strong boost. They Thu successfully blocked the monster's attack. Thoihuan took the opportunity to come behind the cow-headed man. He did not dare to hold back on this attack. With the monster eating Thoihuan's Van Long Thean sword technique, the next second its head was chopped off on the spot. Kim Truong, They Thu could not help but praise Thoihuan. He knew for sure the other person could do it. As for Enfi, she has completely become a small fan of Thoihuan. After the battle ended, several people began to observe the cow-headed man. This one was much more ferocious than the ones they had encountered before. But at that moment, Thoihuan discovered something strange. Slowly going up to look, inside the monster's body, there was a place emitting red light. Waiting for Thoihuan and the others to finish dealing with the monster's body, they left the teleportation gate. After 2 weeks, today Jiang Vu once again arrived at the Ho Nang Army headquarters. Currently, Bach Ho Wiem and the others have finished making the legendary equipment. This sword is called Urkuro Sword. It takes someone with internal energy ability to carve a mark. The equipment also has special effects, allowing you to freely move on water. Consider carefully. Jiang Vu is very satisfied with this equipment. If possible, he would like to keep it himself. Ingo Jiang Vu was also a little curious. Apparently, he had just solved the monster 2 weeks ago. He did not expect the equipment to be created so quickly. Regarding this, Bach Ho Wiem said that the most difficult thing when making legendary weapons is the materials. The other steps are not difficult. As for Xavium Cha, he is considering the cost of refining, but Bach Ho Wiem told him it was nothing, because according to Bach Ho Wiem, what Xavium Cha and Nugo Jiang Vu did was to protect everyone's safety. If they cannot bear to spend even this little amount of money, then it's something worth considering. Next, Bach Ho Wiem still has something to say to Ngo Jiang Vu. But when he heard Ngo Jiang Vu use him to address him, Bach Ho Wiem immediately said there was no need to be so polite. After all, he and Xavium Cha were both very casual. Ngo Jiang Vu is too polite, which will make people feel awkward, and now it is considered an equal colleague relationship. Hearing that, Ngo Jiang Vu reacted, then agreed to not use him again in the future. This time Bach Ho Wiem also said something different. Although Ho Nang Bo Doi searched hard, no magic stone was discovered. The same goes for Xavium Cha's guild. This made Ngo Jiang Vu a little doubt his judgment. Could it be that the evil church just implanted demon crystals into a monster? At the same time, the bishop's secretary also received the news. The fact that HQA was destroyed made him unable to believe it. This was after Xavium Chao announced that people from the evil church came to check and confirm that the situation was real. Regarding this, the bishop's secretary just wants to know where the ghost went, but until now he still has not found it. This made him angry on the spot, then asked about the situation of the other monsters. Fortunately, most of the monsters were unharmed, so they guessed that their plan was not discovered, but that they just happened to hunt the leader and monsters. But because of the matter of our Koa law, the evil church's plan was also seriously delayed. So the bishop's secretary wants to know, if we use that method, can we speed up the process a little? Hearing that, the people below all tried to dissuade them, saying it was too dangerous. Although using that method could immediately carry out the plan, it would cause a huge wave that could not be hidden, and there will be a world-class player who will not be easily overlooked. Hearing people so worried will cause anger from world-class players. The bishop's secretary immediately became extremely angry. What if he said he was guilty? Why should I give up because of fear? Feeling the bishop's terrifying murderous aura, several subordinates quickly apologized to him, and he slowly calmed down. The bishop's secretary immediately asked if McKim was still there, and received the answer that the congregation was still there. He immediately told everyone to quickly grant positions to other monsters. If he delays the implementation of the plan, he will absolutely not forgive anyone. Next, the bishop also asked who destroyed Achkoela, knowing that it was Sivium Chao and his teammates who did it. Along with Kim Tu's previous incident, the bishop's secretary immediately said that if Sivium Chao continued to attack, he would definitely have to make him pay. Therefore, he assigned his subordinates to always be ready for the darkness. Hearing that, the people below misunderstood that they wanted to eliminate Sivium Chao. Then they said that darkness alone could not do it. Who would have thought that the bishop would tell everyone that the person who needed to be dealt with was not Sivium Chao, but the new person he valued most, Ngo Jiang Vu. He was preparing to take Jiang Vu back as a hostage, letting Sivium Chao fall into the trap. Ngo Jiang Vu still does not know about this. Someone is preparing to come to him and cause trouble. At this time, he was on his way to the teleportation gate where Tayet Noha was hunting. After a while, Do Hyun and the others finished hunting and came out. You guys have been making a lot of money lately. While they were negotiating plans for tomorrow, they discovered that Ngo Jiang Vu had not seen each other for a long time. After a long time meeting again, everyone seemed extremely happy. Do Hyun was curious about what happened this time Big Brother came. Ngo Jiang Vu said he brought a surprise gift. Everyone thought it was for Tayet Na. Who would have thought that Ngo Jiang Vu would give the sword in his hand to Do Hyun? Seeing that Tayet Na's eyes carried murderous intent. Luckily, Ngo Jiang Vu explained that this is a legendary equipment that can only be used by internal users. This is the first time people have seen this type of equipment. While congratulating, everyone was extremely jealous of Do Hyun, but he himself thought that he was not qualified to receive such a precious item. Ngo Jiang Vu said that he believes Do Hyun will be stronger than other players in the future. By then, it's not too late to prove your qualifications. Ngo Jiang Vu's words moved Do Hyun to the point of almost crying. At the same time, he also said that his big brother's generosity made him very embarrassed. Later he said that when he first met, he felt a resistance to Ngo Jiang Vu. Regarding this, the Demon King immediately understood the reason. After all, Do Hyun was the protector, and he is the leader of sabotaging the Gaia system. Next, Do Hyun spoke, and then that feeling also disappeared. Although it sounds strange, now he always unconsciously wants to be close to Ngo Jiang Vu. Speaking of this, Do Hyun could not help but grab Ngo Jiang Vu's hand. This made Tayet Na's eyes almost want to tear him apart. Kim Do Hyun's appearance made Ngo Jiang Vu extremely resistant inside, so he told him to quickly let go of his hand. But Do Hyun suddenly took out a red gemstone. He said that when everyone defeated the monster before, they discovered it. Even though he knew it was not a gift, Do Hyun felt that giving it to his big brother might be useful. Seeing the ghost that I've always dreamed of appearing, Ngo Jiang Vu immediately held Do Hyun's hand tightly. This time, it was the Demon King's turn to look a bit strange. Having the magic crystal, Ngo Jiang Vu's mood immediately became very good, then asked Do Hyun how they got it. Hearing that, Kim Do Hyun immediately recounted what had happened. Before that, at the teleportation gate, he had a strange feeling that was different from usual, very similar to the feeling of resistance when I first met Ngo Jiang Vu. Finally, following that feeling, they found a strange minotaur. This gem is obtained by defeating the enemy. Ngo Jiang Vu guessed that the reason why the ox-headed man was strange was because he was invaded by demonic energy. Thinking that Do Hyun might be able to sense demonic energy, Ngo Jiang Vu asked if he had this feeling when he met Egypt Duck now before. After remembering carefully, Do Hyun told Ngo Jiang Vu that there was no similar feeling of resistance at that time. His words proved that he could not sense demonic energy. Therefore, Ngo Jiang Vu thought about what, besides demonic weapons, he and those monsters had in common. Finally, Ngo Jiang Vu suddenly thought of the information about the rift fragment. Now he completely understood. What Do Hyun felt were monsters invaded by demonic energy, then became fragments of cracks. Ngo Jiang Vu himself is the center of destroying the rift. That's why the defender Do Hyun felt like he was resisting. If so, then for Ngo Jiang Vu this is truly extremely good news. He was sure that Do Hyun could find the monsters that had been injected with demon crystals. So he said he wanted to do something with Do Hyun. After continuing to talk on the road, the few people started waiting for the bus at the station, waiting for the train to arrive. Do Hyun and everyone got on the train to go home. As for Ngo Jiang Vu, he was driving with Tayet Na, and on the way he even said sorry. Recently we can only let Tayet Na and the others go hunting. Their ranks have also increased quite a bit, so 3 people are probably enough. But Ngo Jiang Vu still reminded Tayet Na to be careful. But Tayatna did not respond to Nugo Jiangvu's words. After being silent for a while, she finally opened her mouth. Tayatna wants to know, tomorrow can I and the others go with Nugo Jiangvu and Thohyun? After all, not only can we hunt together, but we can also level up faster, and maybe they can still help Nugo Jiangvu. Although Nugo Jiangvu did not want to hurt Tayatna, he still made it clear that the place they wanted to go was a teleportation portal. Maybe Even's class. The monsters there are much stronger than the Ox Headmen. In addition, this matter is also related to the evil church, which can cause danger at any time. Hearing it that, Taya did not force herself anymore. She clearly understood that it was still because her strength was not enough. But at this moment, Ningo Jiangvu suddenly raised his hand to block Tayatna's face. It turned out that in front of their car, there were several people from the evil church waiting. After seeing the other person, Nugo Jiangvu did not panic but calmly wondered about their purpose. But these guys were very arrogant, looking like they were sure of victory with Nugo Jiangvu. The look on their faces also made the Demon King laugh. Go Jiangvu immediately changed his demeanor and made those people get out of his car. Hearing that, the people of the evil church did not talk nonsense and immediately rushed towards Ngo Jiangvu. Faced with the attack of many people, Ngo Jiangvu did not confront directly, but chose to use the power of Thong Kong. Quickly widen the distance, also to be able to determine Tayatna's safety. Crossing a fence, Ngo Jiangvu told Tayatna to wait a moment, he would deal with the people of the evil church soon. Tayatna being hugged was a bit shy, but still used the blessing light to bless Ngo Jiangvu. The first time he received the buff, Ngo Jiangvu was very surprised, because Tayatna's skill actually increased his magic power by 2 points. Hearing that Tayatna was still worried about her, Ngo Jiangvu told her to rest assured that she definitely would not get hurt. At this time, people from the evil church had also chased away, but now Tayatna's safety had been guaranteed. Ngo Jiangvu immediately took the initiative to rush forward. From the beginning, he never thought about running away, easily avoiding the enemy's attack. Ngo Jiangvu arrived the enemy in the blink of an eye, but the strength of these guys was not weak. Seeing that his comrades were not okay, he immediately launched an attack to relieve the siege and could also use weapons. Gas chain in a very methodical way. Ngo Jiangvu also understood that their strength was not bad, they were probably all high-level players, but compared to Xiehen and Cha, they were still far behind. The next second, Ngo Jiangvu used the power of Badong. This attack instantly destroyed several people's weapons. The evil church people finally understood that the church leader's secretary had misjudged the truth in Ngo Jiangvu's forces. Then they prepared to retreat and report the situation. But how could Ngo Jiangvu let the other person go? After being frozen by the Demon King's omnipotent power, they faced a merciless massacre. After dealing with some of the people, Ngo Jiangvu immediately walked forward and said he wanted to talk to them, then took off the other person's mask. He originally thought that using the power of fear would get an answer, but was surprised to discover that the person in front of him was resisting the fear in his heart. What made Ngo Jiangvu more unexpected was that this group of evil church people were indeed even crazier than crazy people. It turned out that their tongues had special magic formations engraved on them. Along with the magic formation at the tip of his tongue, it reached Ngo Jiangvu, but the Demon King was completely angered. If the head teacher's secretary likes to hide in the dark and play tricks, then he will definitely force that person to show his face. After a while, the evil church on the other side also received news. The entire Shadow Death team was destroyed, making the church leader's secretary very surprised. Unfortunately, they all thought that Xane and Cha had already arrived at the scene. Although the loss of combat power made the sect's secretary heartbroken, the important goal at present was still the progress of collecting the Fisher fragments. After hearing his subordinates report that he had 30%, he felt a little better, and then let his subordinates go first. After this incident, the sect's secretary realized many things. He knew he was too hasty. After all, Xanan Cha and the others certainly would not be able to find the remaining demon crystals, so he did not. No need to rush. But after taking off the mask, the head teacher's secretary turned out to be Batch Jiang Toin, the top player in the country. He believed that time would be on his side. In the end, everything will go according to plan. Hello everyone, I'm Aries. Currently, Demon King of Hell has updated to the end of part 1, that is, chapter 64 of the comic. I'm sure no one has been able to do this before, but even though part 2 of the series has released many episodes, unfortunately after discussing with the publisher, the highest copyright can only work until the end of part 1. First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone for not being able to continue updating. Second, thank you very much for everyone's support over the past time. I really appreciate it. Finally, I wish everyone a happy day. If there is still a chance to receive more copyrights, then part 2 will meet everyone again. Of course, next I will continue to find other comics to make, hoping to still receive everyone's love and support.